Okay, I think we should be live. Great. Get that timer ticking. Oh, timer no bueno. Shit. Damn. Let me see if I can fix this whilst on the fly. I could probably fix this on the fly. I got big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers. Oh, wrong direction. Like that. Like that. Hey, what up, bro? We'll do Twitch today. Sounds good. Sounds fun, even. Alright. Try to remember this number right here, yeah? Try to remember it, because I need... It's going to disappear, and I need to re-put it back in. Okay, now what was that number? Can you remember it? I think it was 320, and then the rest I can't remember it. Oh my god, you wrote it down. Okay, 342. Thank fuck. Thank you, bro. 342, 02, 30. Yeah, shit just breaks every now and then, which is a bit unfortunate. I think it should be back in now. Good. And I think if I press this, there we go, and it's ticking. Love that. Yeah, shit just fucking breaks every now and then, to be honest with you. I don't get it. I don't get it. What's that button? Don't need that. There we go. Alright, the writing is smaller than usual, no? Am I crazy? I feel like it's smaller than usual. Look at this, beautiful. Lovely. A lot of space at the bottom here. Perhaps too much space. Anyway, we're all sorted. We're ready to get rolling. The moment you started saying remember this number, I started writing it down. You're on top of shit, man. I appreciate you. It does look a bit smaller. Yeah, it feels smaller. Yeah, even like this camera that I'm in feels small. Minorly. Yeah. Huh. Oh well. Oh well. I mean, it is what it is, I suppose, right? I can't imagine it matters too much. Or at all. Yeah, we're gonna sit and wait for people to start submitting some shit in to the chat. Aspect ratio of the camera looks somewhat the same. Okay. So it's not that then. Can you see like grey stuff around the sides? I was looking at old projects to submit maybe. Yeah, do it, bro. Do it, bro. Oh wait, hang on. Bang. I did a drop edit of an old song, but it's just the drop really. Interesting. I don't plan on pursuing the remix further at the time. Gotcha. I mean, I feel like that's sort of what happens a lot of the time, isn't it? Just shit happens. What is intentionally planned is not really what happens in the end. I think that's for me at least, that's the beauty of production, of making songs. Every time I make a song, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. There's always something where I'm experimenting, and if I'm not, then it's not very enjoyable for me. It's the experimentation that I enjoy. It's the trying new things that I enjoy. For sure. All of a sudden, I ended up throwing it over a drop. Cool. I just wanted to test out a new kick pack. Interesting. So it's just kicks. Just a new kick then? Right? The experimentation is the thing that goes on for hours. Oh yeah. I mean, to be honest, look, my workflow of creating songs is I sit there on Serum. That's it. I sit there on Serum for hours. That's my workflow. Yeah, and I just make synths. And maybe it inspires me to make the rest of the song. Yeah, I'll sit there making a synth and I'm like, oh, this would be cool if I played it like this. And then I add in some drums and I'm like, oh yeah, this sounds awesome. And then I just carry on working on Serum. Like, I've got no... I try not to put any pressure on making the song. The only pressure on is just experimenting. Thanks for the follow, Colest Productor. Are you German? Hello, bro. Yeah, I ended up adding other elements to the drop. Nice. That's why it ended up becoming a drop edit. Awesome. Literally, I mess with effects on like 3 cents per hour. That's it. No Turkish. Gotcha. Cool. Well, welcome, bro. Welcome to the stream. Send demo here. Send demo here for sure. Yeah. Just drop it in the chat. Yeah. I got writing there to explain everything. So, this person's not here, so I'm just going to remove that. And this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and that, and that. And we'll go straight into yours, yeah? You're the first one to submit a song, so we're going to be listening to your song first. You ready? Are you excited? I hope you're excited. What is this? Try Halloween themes with spook. Why would I want that? Okay, Colester. ID Album? I'm not sure how... Album? I'm just going to call it Album. Because your first submission, oh yeah. Yeah, you can demo hero. You could be our demo hero for the day, for sure. Yeah, because you're the first submission. For sure. Let me just check my levels. Gotcha, you can't hear it, hang on. Alright, you should be able to hear it now. Okay, alright, let's get into it. I'm going to give you real in-depth feedback here, bro, okay? And if you got any questions, just let me know. Rojo says Turkish teas. That's all he's gonna say, by the way. He's not gonna say anything else. He's probably gonna leave. I think he gets the notification, says something in the chat, and then just dips. This master looks good. It's got dynamics for sure. Alright, let's go.
Unleash the thunder, there's no blunder, we're above, and the rest remain under. It's a wonder, it's a miracle, feel it in your bones. It's about to get physical, it's an explosion when I'm on the mic.
Okay, look, right off the bat, it's very clean. It's actually genuinely really quite a clean mix of really good stuff. You got high energy. The energy is really quite clear. I mean, this intro is obviously a little different to the rest of it. So I'm thinking in terms of DJs, how they're going to transition this, right? This seems like it starts off chill and then it goes into a hype sort of intro. Do we need this chill entry into the song at all? Probably not, right? That's my guess, right? This track's not finished. Gotcha.
Unleash the thunder. There's no
I would actually genuinely say just fucking start it there. You don't need this intro because that's just gonna it's going to make it a little more difficult for DJs to play your song because that is just pure melodics. There are no drums there at all. If it was pure drums, that's a fine intro. If it's pure melodics, that's okay, but at the same time, one, it's not congruent with the theme of the song, the vibe of the song so far, and then secondly, it's going to make it a little more difficult for DJs to play your song onto any other song because if any other song has any melodics that they're going to be playing it into, and then your song is just pure melodic, it has to be a key matching situation, which kind of limits it, right? And we don't want to be limiting your shit. You know what I mean? What up, Ultra Flare, and welcome Tread 1 of 1, who's just dropped 2 in the chat. All right, I sent 2. If that's cool, it is cool, bro. Don't you worry. I'll add you to the queue. Hold up, 1 moment. Sent 2 if that's cool. Yeah. Gotcha. But you got to stick around. If you don't talk in the chat, then yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah. Also, Tread, your little your person. I'm making sure that Dubstep Remix, love that. I'm making sure you produce these songs, yeah? You're not just sending me songs that someone else has made and you're just rapping over or anything, yeah? I have one finished 2 days ago. All right, cool. All right, so back to this song, Colesters. So far, so good, yeah? The intro is the only thing that I can think of so far, but otherwise, hang on, there's something here.
Unleash the thunder. There's no blunder.
Okay, so when these vocals, do you have the raw vocals? Did you do it with Hussein? As in, can it be re-recorded? That's my question. I like that classic Limlam Polo Under. So yeah, I like it. I like it too. It's comfortable, and I quite like it. Tread, tell us if you made a beat for us today in it. Yeah. Yeah. So Colester, here's what I'm saying. I think it's worth re-recording with a pop filter. The reason we want a pop filter is because if we go shit's clashing, whereas if we use a pop filter, it's a lot cleaner and it's not bursting. The plosives aren't fucking exploding all over the shit, right? And have a listen to pairs note. When he's saying there's no, it sounds like pairs note, and the reason that's happening is because of the lack of pop filter. And if there is a pop filter, he's just doing too much plosives in the direction of the microphone, if that makes sense. Yeah. So vocal compression is a bit excessive in the high end. He says, yeah, I was thinking when he said thunder, you can hear a bit of that. Right? Thunder. There's clicking already there as well. Could still be fixed though. Don't stress. Yeah. Absolutely. This is all fixable. Let's keep it moving.
There's no blunder.
Yeah, there's no blunder. It's plosives. Just needs re-recording if you can with a pop filter. Yeah. What's up, Mr. Pyro Beats? Welcome to the stream, yo.
And the rest remain under. It's a wonder. It's a miracle. Feel it in your bones. It's about to get physical. It's an explosion.
Okay, so what you should do with the claps is they're not standing out in the mix. Have a listen.
It's about to get physical.
They're a little muddy in the mix, yeah. DSD click and reapply some resonance compression on the vocals. Says Timothy over here. Here's what I want you to do with the EQing. Hang on. Does shit want to work? Hang on. There we go. All right, great. So we're going to just open up EQs. And say your clap, this is not a clap, but let's pretend your clap is peaking at around here. 2k hertz. We can see the frequencies here. So let's pretend it's peaking at 2k hertz. What we're going to do is remember that information, 2k hertz, and then on your vocals, you're going to go to your vocals and you're going to get an EQ up, and then you're going to do a gentle cut at 2k hertz. Not a cut, a little duck, right? And then sharpen it up. The reason we're going to do that is so that the clap can stand out so much more in the mix, because the purpose of that clap is getting a bit muddied. It's getting a bit muddied in the mix. Have a listen.
It's about to get physical.
It's happening at almost the same sort of frequency range as the vocal. So just choose a frequency of the clap that you want to be standing out in the mix and enhance that shit not by boosting that, but by ducking it everywhere else. Production is reduction, and that's a fantastic place where you can be doing that, yeah? Does that make sense to you, bro, Callista?
It's an explosion. When I'm on the mic, I take out any threats. Dead or alive, the flow's nasty, the flow's tight.
Okay, I think it's a snare rather than a clap, but yeah, absolutely. Cuts before boost, always cut before boost if you can. Yo, yeah. And yeah, okay, great.
This is my land. This is how
And look, it's a snare, so maybe you're boosting at around 200 hertz instead, because generally speaking, snares are boosted around there. But, I mean, it sounds like a high snare. Maybe it's up here. Who knows, right? Find the frequencies and then just duck it somewhere else, usually in the vocals, yeah?
we fight.
Okay, so this is awesome. The energy, look. Here's something that I really want to make absolutely fucking clear with you. Your composition is brilliant. Yeah, the structure of your song is amazing. The melody is really good. There's just a few little sort of mixed down issues that need fixing. But your actual songwriting is really, really fucking good. Yeah, the story that you're telling with the song is clear. It's coherent, and it's a pleasure to listen to, truly. So, but I'm sure that you've noticed this as well. Have a listen. Listen to that bass. Listen to how you're perceiving the sound of the bass. Yeah, so if you're hearing what I'm hearing, you're hearing that the second part of that bass, out of the 4 bars, let's call it, the second bar is significantly more loud than the rest of it, right? Significantly more loud. Subtractive EQ before additive EQ. Yeah, Mr. Pyro Beats has submitted a song. Hang on, Pyro, let me add you to the list. And brother, you've got to keep talking in the chat, otherwise I won't review your song, yeah? So if you stay in this section here, I will review your song. But if you don't, then I'm gonna move on to the next person, okay? So make sure you continuously chat in the chat, please, yeah? Just because I need to know that you're still here whilst I review your song. For example, this person, then they've not spoken in the chat, so I'm going to remove them from the queue. So that's moved you a little further, and then this person is also not in the chat, though I fucking love Bloons Tower Defense. I would hope that he talked in the chat. Tread is here. Well, talk in the chat then. Could you do us that favor? I've just reversed the removal of your songs. Stay in the chat, please. All right, great. Callista, so here's what I'm saying. Here's what I've noticed, right? That second bass is louder than the rest, and I'm going to assume that you probably put a compressor on that. I'm going to assume that it's not actually louder than the rest. It's just perceived louder than the rest. So here's what I want you to do. So before you EQ the bass, because I'm going to hope that you've separated the sub bass and the bass already. If you haven't, then that's something that you need to do. So to do that, what you're going to do is do a sharp cut at around 70 or 80 hertz, just like this. You don't need all of this extra shit, right? Sharp bass, sharp cut like that, bang, and then just have a sub bass, a simple sine wave following the exact same notes as your bass. Done. Happy. Everybody's happy, right? But now we need to solve the problem that it is so much louder on the second bar compared to all the rest of it, right? So what we're going to do is, if you've got a compressor or anything like that on it, you're going to do this cut before the compressor and then again after the compressor, ideally at a different place so that we don't get a resonant build-up of frequencies in this little area, right? And then on top of that, if that's still not fixing your problem, which is absolutely entirely possible, what really is happening is we've got frequencies happening in areas that our ears are more sensitive to versus not so sensitive to. So there's a few ways we can fix this. So one, this is how our ears perceive sound. If something's peaking over here versus peaking over here, we're going to be hearing this much louder than we're going to be hearing this. Even though it's the same volume in decibels, our ears are more sensitive to this frequency than this frequency, and definitely these two, which is the same frequency that babies cry at and police sirens are at, right? And so you know already our ears are fucking sensitive to that shit, yeah? Yeah, but talk, tread, good, yeah, absolutely. Say spicy, good. I've been what you mean. I sent 4 messages, bruh. 4 messages, great. Stay in this little area here, the chat, yeah? Like ultra flare is good stuff, bro, good stuff. And every 45 seconds or something, yeah, especially if you're up next, absolutely. Welcome, Satcha Mix. If you want something to share, just put it in the chat and stay in the chat for us, please. I'm really bad mixer for like complex stuff because I have basically no experience in the space compared to others, like 1.5. Don't worry, ultra flare, that's exactly why you're here. You're here to learn and you're going to get so much value out of this. That is the plan, okay? That is the plan. I'm going to help you out. Don't you worry. It doesn't matter how much experience you have. There's always more experience to have, and you're in the right place for it because I'm going to be more than happy to help you. And you've got people in the chat that's really great at helping you as well, such as his name is Timothy. Yeah, try pink noise mixing flare. Absolutely. Yeah, reference to pink noise because that's almost perfect, to be honest with you. It's equal amount of energies at each octave. Anyway, so Colester, this is what we're talking about, right? So let's say that even if you've done this, even if it's the same perceived volume at these different frequencies and you're still hearing it louder on the second bar, here's what you're going to do. You're going to choose which one of these basses you like the most. Probably the second one, and then you're going to resample that down, turn it into an actual fucking sample, and then change the pitch of that sample independently. Because if you're changing the MIDI notes, it could be that just how the waves are interacting with each other, within your synthesizer, that's causing constructive interference over here, making it so much louder, and then destructive interference everywhere else, making it perceive so much more quieter. And that's all it is. Even if the wavelengths are the same fucking heights, same amplitude, it can still be quieter, right? Or still be louder. Because there's more of them right? So all you got to do is choose one that you like, sample it down, and repeat that shit. All right, let's keep it moving. Good stuff. Okay, yeah, once again, if you're going to re-record those vocals, that's going to be really fucking helpful because there's little plosives and whatnot that need fixing. And then on top of that, yeah, I would really recommend doing my suggestion of finding certain little frequencies and then ducking them. So maybe the vocals are peaking over here, you're going to duck this main synth, the ARP synth, over here as well. You're going to find the vocals are doing really over here, but it's clashing with the bass, so you're going to keep the vocals peak here and then just duck it in the bass, if that makes sense. Say it in the chat if it doesn't make sense to you. If there's anything that I'm saying that doesn't make sense, we're going to keep moving forward. I'd say give you compression and limiting on your bass, on your mid bass of rework. Yes, but it might not fix the issue as all. Resampling method always will, depending on how they are changing the pitch. Yeah, my music is hype to Luckaba. Let you know before. Okay, yeah, good. Hype is good. I like to make the width of the EQ smaller so that I can go more into detail and not cut out other stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It doesn't need to be as wide as this. It can be thinner, right? But remember, the thinner you go, the more resonant frequencies you're going to get. So, for example, if we've got it like this, yeah, we're going to be completely avoiding this one frequency at call it 300 hertz. Now we call it 300 hertz, but that does mean over here, even though it doesn't show it, at 270 hertz, we're going to get boosting of frequencies. Our ears are going to perceive and hear these frequencies more loudly. We're going to hear these frequencies more loudly. That's just the Pultec EQ effect. That's just what happens. That's just how our ears perceive things, and that's just how audio works. So just be aware, if you're doing it super sharp, it's actually enhancing these other frequencies around it as well. So even though you think you're ducking just a very specific thing, I mean, obviously don't have it as deep as that, but I would say, yeah, if you can make it not so thin, not so thick, something like that. But yeah, use your ears to find out what works best for you and for your song. Yeah, let's keep it moving. Where is the Q? Where is the Q? Do you mean Q-U-E-U-E? The Q is up here, so there's a few songs before you, bro, yeah? But have a look on the bottom if you want to see how to skip the Q, yeah? It's good practice in mixing tread, absolutely. Do I need to do like the frequency training like you, Limlam, to be good at mixing? I would recommend doing that. You don't have to. You don't have to, but it is a fast track to getting your ears better at it. Yeah, it's because you can practice either by actually producing songs, mixing songs, or you can practice with that. By doing that, you are specializing in one specific area. By doing production, you are specializing in the whole area, but you're not going to advance in a specific area as quick as if you were to specialize. If that makes sense. Yeah, so both are good sort of options. Yeah. Kind of debating it's absolutely not necessary, but it is, as Timothy says, yeah, it's good practice. I mean, just make it sound good, absolutely. Or just keep practicing mixing, that's it. It's not hard to find the frequencies to cut. It's very true, but practice comes with it. It'll come with time. That's it. It's a practice thing. Let's keep it moving. Yeah, definitely do the EQing of these different elements so that this stuff can still pierce through the mix. Good work, people in the chat, for keeping the chat alive and still staying up in the chat. I can see Tread still here, I see Pyro still here, I see Flair still here, which is really, really good. For the cue.
Unleash the thunder, there's no blunder, we're above. Can the rest remain under? It's a wonder, it's a miracle, feel it in your bones. It's about to get physical. It's an explosion when I'm on the mic.
Okay, look, Calesta, I fucking love dubstep, yeah? This kick is not the right kick for it. There's not enough body to the kick. So it sounds like, if I'm not mistaken, it sounds like you've got a kick and then you sort of cut out the tail end. Let me give you an example. God, all these kicks are absolutely trash. But let's give you an example here, Calesta. Assuming you're still here, it doesn't look like he's here, so I'm going to probably speed run through his song now. So here, we've got that. It sounds like he's cut it really fucking short like that. Right? The transience of this kick is very nice, but there's not enough body. That's the bass that tails underneath it, yeah? There's not enough of this lovely warmth. Love that. There's not enough of that in this kick. There is none of it. On this, it doesn't sound like the mix is terrible. It's not terrible. Absolutely, it's not terrible. There's just room to enhance it, and there always will be. Calista is pretty good so far, man. Absolutely, I agree. It has to be thick and have some audible high end. Ideally, yeah, sure, always. And mid-tail, oh yeah, for a kick, yeah. It's actually not too bad, just a few changes necessary. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
This is my land. This is how we fight. We break barriers, we break the chains. Yeah, we run the game, and it's fucking insane. We fight like animals, they contain. And it's yeah, we run the game, and it's fucking like you bring the flames. It's an explosion when I'm on the mic. It's about to get physical. It's an explosion when I'm on the mic.
Okay, do you have anything, any cymbals, any hi-hats, crashes, or anything like that during the drop?
Can the rest regain and it's fucking
Do you have any crashes or cymbals or anything? But not finish and mid-tail, yeah, is actually, yeah. That lead could come down a tiny bit, yeah, sure. Kick non-existent, well, yeah, there genuinely is no kick there, that's the point. This is where the kick comes in, that's why. Might be a result of the master, could be. This kick kind of sounds like trap, maybe just me though. Okay, he's not here, so I'm going to move forward. Alright, so we're going to listen to Tread. What the fuck kind of trap are you listening to? I think he means the kick. The kick kind of trap-like. I actually 100% agree, to be honest. It's like it's the transience of thank you for the feedback. No problem, bro. Alright, Tread, are you still here, bro? Yeah, I see it. Yes, sir. Alright, let's go. I'm going to assume that you produced it, yeah? So I'm going to give you feedback on that. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at what you fucking did, Tread. I've got another pair because people like you fucking exist, you little fucking... Alright, so look, your mixdown's fucking trash. You didn't fucking produce this song. Your vocal... What the fuck? What the fuck do you want me to tell you? What the fuck do you want me to tell you? Bro, fuck's sake, Tread. Yeah, holy crap, that's a lot of lows. It's fucking disgusting, isn't it? I don't know what I just heard. I know what I just heard. It's a fucking disgusting sound. Don't like underground. This shit's not underground. This shit is just fucking trash. One instruction, man, genuinely, but it's like farting kinda. Yeah, bro, don't get trained to ears. What the fuck are you saying? Sorry, Tread. Don't apologize. Tread, please stop wasting Liam's time. I feel like this is not the first time he sent me this shit. Okay, look, yeah, here's your feedback. Your song's fucking trash. Hate it. Let's listen to your next one. Mixdown's absolutely horrendous. Your song is absolutely trash. There's no way to fix it. I'm so sorry. I wish I could give you some assistance here. All right, let's move forward. Ultra Flare, are you here, brother? Ultra Flare. Ultra Flare, brother, are you here? It's like massive clipping. It's fucking disgusting, isn't it? It's fucking disgusting. All right, Ultra Flare, let's go. Brother, I love Bloons Tower Defense battles. And just Bloons Tower Defense in general. I've never actually played BTD 6, so I'm excited to hear it. Yeah, let's go. Oh man, I'm excited then. Liking the last one, awesome. This melody reminds me of Age of War. What a banger of a game. So I don't know the original, so I don't know what you've changed to this so far. I'm going to assume you've only done like the build up, the drums, and the drop. So far, have you done anything to this song? Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm correct. Yeah, correct me. I'm going to assume you've not done anything yet. Right now, the mixdown's really good. Hi, Assam. Welcome to the stream, big dog. You've not done anything. Okay, yeah. Well, okay, great. Well, the song sounds lovely, but I did remake it from scratch. Okay, wow, interesting. Okay, cool. Very cool. Okay, the piano sound, did you make that? Because I'm going to give some feedback on that if not. Oh, don't worry, Sam, you just put it in the chat, bro. Yeah? There's no exclamation Discord. Not yet. I've actually got a Discord, but I don't know how to fucking link it up or anything like that. There we go. Great. I'll add you to the queue in a bit. I don't like ripping from the original song. Gotcha, fair enough. The thing is... in the back is a guitar, is like a Tectra Gotcha. Kick's got a nice body, it digs into the instruments a bit much, interesting. Instead of hi-hats, Gotcha, you got to the... Hang on, Sam, I've added you to the mix. I'll be listening to you in a short moment, yeah? Thank you for submitting. So your piano has got bass to it. It's got sub bass. We don't want sub bass on a piano because it's not nice. All right. Thanks for the follow, Sam. I appreciate you. Actually, no, sorry, my mistake. You're absolutely welcome to have sub bass on the piano. That was my mistake. What I mean to say is the sub bass on the piano is stereo, so it's not directly middle, and we want to keep the bass and low frequencies very middle, so mono, yeah? So if you do have sub bass on the piano, sure, what the fuck, that's fine. Keep it mono though, yeah? So one way you could do that is by, if you're using motherfucking Ableton, is using utility, and hang on, unfortunately you can't see it because my big head's in the way. But now you can. So you can use the utility and you can just turn on bass mono, this little button at the bottom, and then choose what frequency you want to be monoing. Yeah? And yeah, just use your ears for that sort of thing. Yeah? Well, thank you for the follow, Lady. Late eyes, my mistake. Okay, hang on. Let me catch up on the chat. Might want to revisit the balance. Okay, or sidechain itself, utility or multi-band stereo shaper. Sure, bro. I remember I told you last time I don't use Ableton or FL because I'm poor. Yeah, you use a very interesting DAW, right? If I'm not mistaken. Welcome, late eyes. If you want to submit, just put it in the chat, big dog. Have you heard of Vexar? Vexar. That's Feed Me's brother. I think it's Feed Me's little brother. And he also produces, though he's not produced for a little while, or at least I've not seen any songs from him for a little while. So this song sounds exactly like Vexar's style. I think you would like his music if you wanted to ever have a listen. I would recommend it. But yeah, melodic dubstep. This is absolutely beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful, and it's really well structured. And it's not modern. It's not modern by any means. This is closer to maybe 2015 sort of era. It's beautiful. It's Monstercat for sure. AU5, yeah, sure. So this is something that you could probably get signed to Monstercat, but not just yet, because there's issues with sound design or mixdown that needs addressing. So what I would say is EQ that big synth that's going on, EQ it so it's standing out from the rest of the mix, so there's a bass, growly bass going on underneath it. Just EQ those two things separately so each peaking frequency of each synth has its own place, so that you can get both of them as loud as fucking possible in the mix, because you can absolutely do that. By doing that, you're going to be able to get this mix much louder. You can already see that this isn't a fat sausage. You could get this into a fat sausage. So do those little mix down changes, and then get it fucking proper, professionally mastered. You're going to get something really fucking nice in there. You're going to get something really fucking good. Hey, Jack Spades, welcome to the stream, big dog. All right, I sent the tube. All right, great. Let me grab your link, Jack. I've got you in the queue, big dog. Okay, awesome. So I cut lows. No. No, sorry. Okay, so let's say you've got this synth playing. Say you got this synth playing, and you're like, "Oh, I love this synth," and you know, it's yeah, sure, you like the synth, everybody likes that synth, and you can see that this synth is peaking right here. But have a listen. My ears are maybe your ears are focusing more here, right? And so to me, right here, let's pretend it's the 2K that's piercing through the mix more than anything else. So you make a mental note of that, and then you come over to your bass, the growly bass, and then you play that, and then all of a sudden, whoopsie, all of a sudden this one is peaking at let's pretend this one is peaking at, oh wow, this one's peaking at 330 hertz. So I'm going to duck to that 2K hertz, because that's where the other one is peaking. We're not going to make it too super sharp. We're going to duck it a bit there, but we're going to be ducking it whilst the whole thing's playing, because if the whole thing's playing, you're going to be able to hear specific frequencies. You'll be able to hear how the upper synth is piercing through the mix through your bass, and then you know, oh yeah, my bass is peaking at around 330 hertz. So we're going to go over to your high pitch motherfucker synth, and we're going to go over to 330 hertz, and we're going to say, you know what, duck it. And then all of a sudden you're going to hear that both those synths are going together And you can hear them both so fucking beautifully. As Timothy says in the chat just above me, yeah? Basically, Lim is saying you need to separate the elements more in the frequency space. That's exactly it. Good old Serum, I love it. Absolutely. You need to shape each element to have its own space. Absolutely. Space not just in stereo, which is a good idea as well, but in frequency as well, yeah? Big dog. Gotcha. Up and down moment. Gotcha. Perfect. Speaking of, we can hear a lot of low frequencies in the stereo. So if you can, try to get the low frequencies more mono, more central, yeah? Because we've got stuff like 100 hertz, 200 hertz, and below that are stereo. We don't want that. We want to bring it more mono. By doing that, you're going to be able to make your song much louder in the end as well. Listen, melodically, your song is fucking amazing. Structurally, your song is fucking amazing. These are just the little tips in mixdown that you need to be implementing. Your snare choice is really good. Your kick choice is really good as well. So your hi-hats can be louder, but here's the problem. They're not sticking out through the mix. How am I going to make them stick out through the mix, I hear you ask? You're going to just do a high cut on fucking everything that isn't your kick, snare, or hi-hats. So pretty much anything that's not the drums. Do an extreme high cut whilst everything is playing, including the hi-hats, to extreme high cut, and then gently bring it down until your hi-hats are piercing through the mix, and gently bring it down until it starts to affect the overall sound. Maybe that's 10K, maybe that's 11K, maybe that's 12K. Who gives a shit? You, for your own mix, yeah? And you're going to bring it down until everything is coming through so clearly, the hi-hat specifically, because nothing needs to be above 12K realistically except for hi-hats, right? And if there's nothing else playing, if there's no hi-hats and you've just got a synth and you want that synth to take up the whole spectrum, you can do that. You can do that. But by doing this nice little cut whilst hi-hats are playing, you're going to give the hi-hats so much more room to breathe. You can have them at the same level and they're going to be sounding so much louder. And have a listen to your song. It's always, the majority of the time, it's the hi-hats that give the groove to the song. Have a listen. You take that cut and it's going to pierce through the hi-hats. It's going to allow the hi-hats to pierce through the mix. You're going to get so much more out of your song. You're going to get better groove. You're going to get better... it's going to get better feeling as well with the bass. Brother, that's the change that you need to be doing. Thanks for the follow. I said it once before and I'm going to say it again. Melodically, the song is absolutely fantastic. You are a fantastic songwriter. Brilliant songwriter. Really good sound designer as well. I mean, listening to all of these, they are well designed, well played out, good automation, good flow throughout everything. There's just little mix down changes that you need to be doing. And don't forget, if you can't be bothered to do your own mix downs or mastering, you send it to me. I'll do them for you because I love doing that shit. That's how people make hats sound real without boosting the volume into the stratosphere. That's it. Yes. Yeah. That's it. That's a big secret. I can't remember where I learned it from, but I think it might have been Eptic. But someone told them about it, and then I started doing it. Clears shit up so nicely. Sure. Yeah, all right, cool. That's my feedback. Yeah, so it's literally just slight mix down things that you need to be doing, but honestly, compositionally, your song is fucking excellent. Melodically, your song is fucking excellent. The story it tells is super, super fucking clear. It is a really, really good song through and through. Genuinely, thank you so much for sending it in. Send any more songs you want in, and if you need, and if you want one-to-one help, or if you literally just want me to do your mixdowns and mastering for you, just drop me a DM on Instagram. I can do that for you, no problem. Mr. freaking Pyro, let's go. 155, I love that. I'm hoping it's halftime and we get some nice more dubstep up in here, because I fucking love dubstep. Pyro, you're here? Awesome, I see that you're here. All right, great, let's go. This is not dubstep. Interesting. Okay, so I would say this little intro thing here, I think it's okay that you started off gently and then sort of built it up. I don't think it's a good idea that you brought it back down again, because you built up this energy and then you just took it away again. And what you got to remember is that if you're making these songs, especially electronic music, you are making them not just for the listener, but for the DJs, because that's how your songs are going to be getting out, right? You're going to be sending it to DJs, DJs are going to be playing it, you're going to send it to labels, whoever the fuck, but DJs are going to be playing it, and that's how the song goes out, right? So you need to make it DJ friendly, and having the volume go poof, 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 that's not DJ friendly, yeah? So that's something that you're going to need to work on, okay? Hang on, Ultra Flare, I've got you, bro. Adding you to the chat right now. Awesome. Okay, I can hear that you've got low frequencies. I'm talking 500 hertz and lower, very, very stereo. So you're going to need to take the low frequencies, make them more mono. If you're using Ableton, I would recommend using Utility and literally just press bass mono and then choose the frequency at the bottom just underneath bass mono. If you're not using Ableton, find out another way, right? But yeah, make the low ends a little more mono, yeah? If you can. And I mean, say you whatever you're using, you could literally just change the width, yeah? So decrease the width of the low end specifically. Just separate the low end, make it, the lower the frequency, the more mono it goes. So anything under 100 hertz, say, absolutely fucking mono. As it goes up, a little more stereo, until you get to above 10k hertz, where you can have it fucking as stereo as you like. Who gives a shit? That's awesome stuff. Okay, so maybe judge this next one based on everything else, because I can tell what's wrong now. Okay, good. That's awesome. Sounds like you're learning really quick. That's really, really good stuff, bro. Mr. Pyro, are you still here, bro? Is my feedback, being helpful for you? Here's another one that has the same problem. Okay, gotcha. Yes, sir. All right, great. Let's keep it moving. It sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you've got some mud on your hi-hats, right? So that'll happen. Look, at the end of the day, that shit will happen when you're using samples. Even if you're not using samples, shit will happen, right? So for example, if I'm going to take a random fucking hi-hat, let's pretend it's this one. We're not going to pretend, we are taking this one. Let's have a look at this. Okay, we've got a little bit of energy here. That's really not that bad, to be honest, but sometimes it's more. Yeah, sometimes it's more. And all we need to do is just be mindful of that. We're just going to gently roll it up whilst everything is playing, not on its own, but whilst everything is playing, we're going to gently roll this up until the hi-hat is sounding exactly how you want it to sound in the mix. Not just how it sounds on its own. We're going to be playing it in the mix, everything, and you want to remove that low end, yeah? For sure you want to be removing that low end. Could layer your mid bass with another grit layer, could do. Yeah, because that bass that you got is very compressed and it is very clean. I love this. Structurally, this is an awesome song. Ear candy galore. Good transition. Everything's looking decent so far. This sawtooth stab that you're using, it's not big enough. So it's got nice transients, but it's just not big enough. So I would assume you've already got some OTT or something like that on there, so multi-band compression, which is good. I would say add some saturation. Yeah, and when I say saturation, I mean like compression, distortion, clipper, something like that, yeah? So we're going to do saturation, we're going to DC offset, we're going to turn off soft clip, and we're going to dial it up until it's too fucking much, and then dial it down until you can't hear the problems anymore. And that's just going to make it so much louder and much more powerful. That kick is nice, but your rumbles bleeds a bit much. Interesting. I'll be honest, I don't know too much about this genre, so I'm not sure what is right and what is wrong, so I'm just giving mix down advice more than anything. Yeah, layer your synths if you don't saturate it, but you will inevitably have to saturate. Absolutely. So yeah, you could layer the synths with more stuff. That is to say, take the exact same synth that you've just done, and then pitch it down an octave, and repeat that fucker. Then pitch it up an octave, and repeat that fucker, and have those 3 layered. Put all of them together, and put a compressor on there to glue it all together, and adjust the levels individually so that they are all doing their own little things. And then on top of that, if you can, EQ duck each one individually so each one has its space in the mix. Shit's gonna be powerful. Shit's gonna be much bigger, wider. It's hard tech, okay. Hi-hats are at a good level. Most things are at a really good level right now. Really good stuff, to be honest with you. I would say EQ the clap and the vocals slightly separately so that you are ducking each individual thing. So duck somewhere for the vocals, duck somewhere for the clap so that they are, you know, they've got their own little spaces, yeah? That's what I'd recommend here. Welcome, Sheet. Love that drum fill, man. Okay, cool. My feedback still stands. Everything that I said, I absolutely agree with, and I'm hoping that my feedback was valuable for you, bro. If you've got any questions, now's the time to ask them. Sheet fan, I've added you to the list. I'm hoping that you produced this song, bro. And I'm hoping it's not crappy rap or some shit. Yeah, the prelim mix is clean so far, absolutely. You could get away with a less punchy kick with that bass, says Assam. Prob not sending any more sleepy time after my feedback. Okay, cool, no worries. What this guy said, it's all about your sidechain and mixing on the kick. Sure, I hear everything you have said, bro. Mad appreciated. No problem at all. Listen, Pyro, anytime you want, send any... Well, not anytime. And during any of these streams, send them in, brother. More than happy to give you feedback. And to be honest with you, I think we've only done 3 or 4 songs, and I've been streaming for 50 minutes. It goes to show I really do put in a lot of time and effort to make sure each song gets the appropriate feedback that it deserves. I know it's only 3 minutes, essentially, but because you were talking in the chat so much, because you were asking and you know, put in the effort, you get really in-depth feedback, so I appreciate you for sure. Okay, so we got next up Sashi Mix. Who is this? Are they in the chat? Who is Sashi Mix? Yeah, there's no vocal, says shit. Good. Jack Spades has just entered the chat again. Welcome back, bro. And so is the Late Eyes. Welcome back, bro. Am I in the queue? You are. You are in the queue, Late Eyes. If you stick around, you get to stay in the queue, and then I get to do your song. No problem, Ultra Flare, bro. Great chat so far, Pyro, absolutely. Sachi Mix is here. Sachi Mix decides to show up now. Listen, Sachi Mix, I'm going to give you in-depth feedback. All I ask for you is to keep talking in the chat so I know that you're here, yeah? That's what I'm asking for you. And same goes for you, Carlos, yeah? I've added you to the queue here. If you stop talking in the chat, I will skip your song. Yes, sir, I'm always here. Good work, Jack Spades. All right. Sashi Mix, let's freaking go. Sashi Mix is talking in the chat now. Good stuff. Let's go. Fucking love dubstep. This so far is absolutely really fucking good. The creativity-wise, it's absolutely beautiful. Really, really good stuff. Brother, listen, I'm trying really hard. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm trying so fucking hard to find something that needs fixing. Brother, this shit is so damn good. It's so clean. Everything is exactly where it should be. It's super fucking creative. The melody is clear. The story you're telling with this song is absolutely clear. I fucking love this song. And I wish it had a download option because I fucking love it so much. This is such a good song. I'm so grateful to be able to hear this. This is brilliant. I really, really wish I could give you some in-depth feedback on how you can improve this. I genuinely can't think of anything. If anyone in the chat has anything that can be improved on this, please let Sachi Mix know. But otherwise, this is Sachi Mix know. This is fucking amazing. What range of BPM is dubstep usually in? 140 beats per minute to 150 beats per minute, roughly. Yeah. I love that you know how to put your kick in phase. It's good, isn't it? I've definitely heard this style before, not for me, but it's very good, says everyone. It's awesome. Yeah, this is awesome. In between UK garage and trap, well, that's what dubstep is, isn't it? There we go. Oh, you released it 1 hour ago. That's why. Yeah, that's why. Sachi, damn, bro, it's good, isn't it? The fuck is that? Damn, what the fuck is what? It's just a good song. Levels are absolutely fantastic. If you wanted to, you could enhance the high mids on the bass if you wanted to. You don't have to. You could do that. And then, assuming that you've already got the sub bass and the bass separated as separate tracks, you could increase the volume of the sub bass if you wanted to. Sasha Mix, this is not a competition, but if it was, you fucking won. This is the best song I've heard potentially all week, and it's Wednesday, potentially all month, and it's the 29th of October. This might be the best song I've heard during my 342 hours of streaming of song reviews. This is such a fucking good song. It's a really well-structured song. Everything is so coherent. You can hear everything super cleanly. Everything is where it should be. It tells a story. It's super creative. It's still melodic. It's beautiful. sorry, I just find kind of what's so good about it. Well, I'll tell you what, it is subject to taste. At the end of the day, this maybe I'm a fraud. It's just subject to taste. This really reminds me of early dubstep, like London, Brixton sort of dubstep, like fucking real early dubstep, to early 2000s dubstep, 2004 dubstep. That's why I like it so much, and it's very clean and it's really well produced. So it's like that sort of dubstep where people are still experimenting, where people are still trying new stuff. And it's got modern sound design, modern mix down and dynamics, while still being really well mastered. It's brilliant. All right, Sashi, I feel bad for not being able to give you feedback that you can work on. It's a really good song. I gave you a little bit of feedback. You could probably increase the high mids of the bass. It's like OTT sort of thing, but you genuinely don't have to. That'll just make it a little more pop appeal by doing so, but that's about it. And then, yeah, separate the bass from the sub so that you can get the sub a little more punchy. Late Eyes says, do you have a contact, Sashi? Because they're scouting artists at the moment and they think your sound could work amazingly. So, hit them up if you are interested in that, yeah? I fucking love this, Sashi. This is a pleasure to listen to. Appreciate you. This is his SoundCloud, yeah? Sashi Mix. Sashi Mix. Uzbekistan. All right, Ducks. All right, let's move forward. Thank you so much for sending that in. Assam, I see that you're still here, bro. I saw you talking in the chat. Where are you? Assam, yeah, I am. Fantastic. Yeah, solid low kick, solid. Yeah, awesome. Shout out to Uzbekistan, says Shitfan. I agree. Vin says Jack Spade. Welcome to the stream. Disabled messages, unfortunately. Rip. All right. Let's go. Okay, so the synth that you've chosen, really good. The kick that you've chosen, really good. Here's what I'm thinking. When that kick is happening, it feels very low end. Yeah, here's the thing. So you're ducking it really well, but the synth has got a lot of high end. It's got a full spectrum, which is good, which is fine. But if you're going to be doing that, you need to do the same thing with the kick so that it's not just so empty whenever that kick is happening, if that makes sense, yeah? This says melodic house and techno, so I suppose it's that. It might even be melodic tech. Yeah, what are you saying, bro? Assam, what is this? What would you say? You could also shorten the tail of that kick, yeah? So the kick of the tail of the kick is really long. It's like fucking all the way here. And then it's repeating constantly. It's repeating like that. But your synths are coming in like here, right? Which means you've got all of this sub-bass clashing. So just shorten it. Shorten the kicks so that they're not clashing with the sub-bass, and then you're going to get more out of it as well. Interesting clapping sound, or whatever that is. So I think it's a kick 2 preset. Gotcha. Still tame the kick to remove the. I shorten it easily. Good. Yeah, shorten it. Good stuff. There is that clapping sound. I'm not sure if it fits well with the song, to be honest. I like that it's creative. I like that it's different, but it doesn't fit with the song. Yeah, it just feels out of place. Maybe some more reverb on that, but to be honest with you, I think it's just a different sample is needed. It's covering frequencies that isn't covered in the song already. It stands out really, really cleanly. It stands out too much. It doesn't fit in with the mix. This song is 6 minutes, so I'm going to skip through it a bit so that we can listen to other people's songs as well. It's a drum synth, yeah, it does sound like a shaker, yeah, but a lot of follies and effects can be used. Sure, yeah, perk, have some, yeah, there's no variation at all, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that shaker is out of place, I would say, or the perk, yeah, I would say, yeah, the percussion's out of place. I would say choose a different one, maybe. Here it kind of makes sense, but still, it's just not fitting with the mix. There's frequencies that are just a bit harsh, and it could be around here. Maybe just give it one of these, whilst listening to the whole song, to find where it's not super fucking harsh through the mix and sticking out like a sore thumb. Okay, so both synths sound very mono here. So what I would recommend is have either the a little more stereo, or have the more stereo. Have one of them more stereo, yeah, so that they are in their own stereo spaces and they can fit. They can dance with each other, baby. That's what we want. We want them to dance with each other. And in terms of frequencies, that is very low frequency, so maybe keep that one more mono, more in the middle, and then have the a little more stereo. That could be good. And then also EQ them separately so that they stand out a little more. And you can have that you can have that more loud in the mix. You can make it more powerful in the mix. You can absolutely do that. So maybe add saturation or some shit to that motherfucker. For sure. Just make it bigger in the mix. For sure. Okay, hang on. Finding sounds for the percussion side is so frustrating sometimes. Absolutely, you got to go through so many. But the same thing goes for the kicks and snares and just drums in general, synths in general. Yeah, everything. You just got to find what works. In this case, that percussion is not the one. You know, some voxes would be good. Some vocals. Yeah, absolutely, sure. But that's a creative choice, I would say. The stab, definitely, sure. I know it might sound cliche for this, but it would work. Yeah, that's a good point. All right. The snare moving around the stereo space is interesting. I quite like that. Or the clap. There's the vocals. Haven't done spatials in this track too much. I'm aware. I would say do it, bro. I can hear that you've got really big wideness for the delay on that. Put it on the whole thing. Not super fucking wide, but yeah, keep the delay wide, but have the a little more wide for sure. Is it you on the vocals too? Yeah, good question, Assam. Is that you doing the vocals? No. Okay. We're missing some frequencies around maybe like 200, 300, but it's somewhere between 200 to 500 hertz. I would say maybe boost that or have something there. I think the main that stabby synth, you could probably boost that little area here. I'm normally against boosting areas, but it's quite empty there. You could fill that up, and that's going to give that more presence in the mix. Never mind. So you got that, which has got a lot of low ends, but it's very stereo. So you can either choose low end and have it more middle, or have no low end and make it more stereo, right? So right now you've got both low end and stereo. So, I mean, I'm glad that you got that addition. It's nice, but yeah, I would say cut out the low end of that and remove that percussion for sure. Have the cymbals a little more wide, because you absolutely can do that. Speaking of wide, Vocals are nicely done. That snare needs more body. So the way the snare is right now, it's like the low end isn't long enough, if that makes sense. Yeah, so maybe choose a different snare or layer that snare with a snare that's got a longer low end in time. A longer low end in time. Missing depth. Interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it sounds like it's sort of repeating. Obviously, this is a different melody this time and whatnot, but still, you just need the spatial is what I'm thinking. But I think that's creative choice as well, Halen. The snares, that's true. That's true. Arguably, all of this is creative choices. In hindsight, right? Okay, so that is my feedback, Issam. I think I'm hoping my feedback is crystal clear. So that's what you want to be doing. You want to do a little more EQ, you want to do more spatial movement, and you want to make sure that your low end is more mono and more middle. Yeah, thank you so much for submitting that, Issam, and if you want to send anything more in, you're more than welcome to do so. Let's move forward. Jack of Spades, are you still here, brother? I don't see him in the chat. We're going to need to move forward. Ultra Flare. Okay, Jack of Spades just quickly got in. All right, let's go. Love that. Kick needs to be more present in the mix. Melodically, this is awesome, bro. Yeah, so the kick needs more body and more presence in general. So maybe you could just increase the volume. I think there's already a decent amount of sidechain compression, so I think that should be fine. It just needs more body, more bulk in general. Let me know if you're unsure of what that means. But yeah, more presence in the kick. I appreciate that you're repeating it back to me. That's really good. The spatial of everything is really good. You've got the bass in the middle, you've got the melodic guitars around the sides, really, really good stuff. Hi-hat's decent levels. You could probably make them a little louder, but to be fair, it's an okay level right now. How do you submit? Indica, just put it in the chat. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, Jack of Spades, you've done 2 vocals, one on each side. You've recorded it twice, maybe more, and you got so it's super stereo. What I'm going to ask you to do is lower the low end of your vocals. You've got a lot of low ends on your vocals, and it is very stereo. So you're going to just bring it the fuck up or bring it the fuck down, sort of thing. Drum mixes are the worst to deal with. Hang on. Let me add you to the list. Indica, this is what I ask of you. Yeah, this is what I ask of you. If you want me to review your song, you've got to stay in the chat. Yeah, if you leave this area here, I won't review your song. So right now, you're right at the top. You're going to need to say something in the chat. Issam, I'm going to add your next song to the queue as well. Hang on. All right, there you go. Your song's in the queue as well. All right, back to Black Knight by Jack of Spades. I get you. Good. Stay in the area. Good stuff. Same for you, Issam. You could make those toms louder and more present in the mix. The placement of the piano is very nice. Drums are kind of carrying the ear candy here. It feels a bit samey in the sense that, you know, there's not much ear candy except for every now and then there's a crash, if that makes sense. So I'd say maybe add some more ear candy, and what that means is have a little end of bar lick with the bass guitar. I know that you've done that in certain places. Have little areas near the end of 4 bars, 8 bars, 16 bars, whatever, where it is a little more varied and not just the drums doing it with a crash. Someone spam the chat to test them, he says. I love that. Oh, it's an arpeggiated guitar. Gotcha.
Flesh is gone, we will sanctify your life. And I cannot believe this is real. What is real must be led to your eyes. Feed the dogs and carry.
Maybe less width on the Vox. You could do, yeah. So what you've done here with the wideness of the vocals is a very creative thing to do, and it's not something that is normally done. I quite like it, but it's entirely up to you. If you want to make it less width, then that just means instead of hard panning both of them, you're going to bring it more central, more central until it's somewhere where you want. Or you could group them, both the vocals together, still with hard panned, and then just lower the width until it's where you want it to be. Okay, cool. All right, so that's my feedback. You need more presence with the kick. You need a little more ear candy. I can't really remember any of the other things, but honestly, yeah, no, it's a decent song. I really fucking love the vibe that you have with your songs, bro. It's so grungy, so dark, so yes, nice, and good melodies that you got going on throughout the whole thing, which is really good to have an underlick melody present throughout the whole song. Really good stuff. Ultra Flare is not here, so we're going to move forward. Here comes my shit show. He got in just in time. All right, I'll allow it because I do care about you very much. Is this a remix then? Because I mean, the Fat Rat. This is so your sort of thing because it's fuck. It's Fat Cat, Monster Cat. It's like the Monster Cat shit. Let's go. Love dubstep as well. Appreciate you. Indica asks if you're after this one. You are after this one. I don't know which part you've done, bro. Right now, it's perfect. The mixdown is great. If you've done this is really well done. Okay, so this second synth has got a different stereo space than this one. Try to keep the stereo space the same throughout both of them, just so that it's more cohesive throughout the whole song. But otherwise, the melody is really quite good. I like it so far. It's perhaps too wide in the sense that you want to have the higher frequencies more wide and the lower frequencies more mono. But right now the whole thing is just kind of wide and slightly askew to the listener, if that makes sense. I wanted to have some variety, that's why it's drastic. Yeah, that makes sense. This layer needs to be EQ'd differently, if that makes sense. So it's the same sort of feedback that I gave before. So you find the two peaks and then EQ it differently. The wah, the fucking duck sounding thing, you want to EQ that differently. It is a bit wide, that's what I'm thinking. So what's the sub bass saying on this? Did you make the sub bass separately to the main synth? I'm hoping you did, because if you did, then there's some sub bass things that you need to be fixing here. Have a listen to here and listen to the sub bass here. Do you hear that? There's sub-bass issues, so you just need to fix that by making another track just of pure sine wave, sub-bass, separate the sub-bass frequency from the main bass, and then just repeat those notes. I make wide personally because it's less cool mono. No, I absolutely agree. But so when it's too wide, when middle frequencies are too wide, you're going to get issues with phasing, especially when people listen to it in mono, right? So one, someone's listening to your song with one ear in because they're on the bus and they're speaking with their friends. Who gives a shit, right? They're not going to be getting a very good experience. Two, someone is playing your song out big speakers and it's being converted to mono first, and so the whole thing is already mono, and then all of a sudden your wide low end is clashing and they're just going to be hearing rather than the full song that you want to be hearing. You want them to hear a really good fucking version. So put the whole thing into mono and you're going to realize that there might be some phase issues when you've got that sort of thing going on. Yeah? Oh, literally what he's saying. Yeah. Timothy's saying the exact same thing. That's the main thing. It's a preference. I absolutely agree. I do it a lot as well. I really like doing something that's. I'm going to show you something, and I don't recommend it. It's going to make Timothy fucking cry. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll chuck on Unity. I'll invert the polarity of one ear. Say it's the right ear. Then do more stuff on it, right? And then when I'm done with the stuff, I'll re-invert the polarity so it brings it back in. So it still works mono, but but it is it's so interesting to the stereo space. Now, I'm not saying you should do this. You should absolutely not fucking do this, right? But I absolutely understand the desire to make something new. I absolutely understand the desire to experiment with sounds and do sounds that are so different to what is normally heard. I absolutely understand it. But at the same time, you need to make sure that it is compatible for the listener so that your song is enjoyable for people to listen to. That's the main thing. Depending on what your goal is with music, right? And if you're doing these sort of remixes, I'm going to assume you want to be growing your music, right? So you need to make it more accessible for the listener. This synth, did you add this? And then the rest of it is that. If you added the synth, you need to ideally lower the volume of the synth. The synth is actually standing out really nicely in the mix, which is very, very good, but it is just a bit too loud if you added that synth. If that's just part of the song, then obviously there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, so it sounds like it sort of repeats, and my feedback again continues from the last one where I say do the extreme high-end cut. My shit's just not working right now, but do the extreme high-end cut of every synth so that your hi-hats can pierce through the mix, because you got a nice rhythmically interesting song here. But yeah, the hi-hats are getting drowned out by your synth because it's got a lot of high-end. Yeah, okay, so that is my feedback. Thank you so much for submitting it, and I'm hoping that I have provided value for you. And as always, you're more than welcome to submit as many songs as you can throughout this, yeah? Really, really good stuff. Next up, we've got Shit. Let's freaking go. He is staying in the chat, which is really, really good. It doesn't say it here, but he did say something on Twitch. I can see it. He said exclamation mark, I think. And I guess that just doesn't show up on the screen here. So yeah, good stuff. Yeah, Ultra Flare, more than happy to do that, bro. Really, really good stuff. Good nighty nighty. Yeah, good night, bro. All right, let's have a listen to Shit. That means skip me in Leet speak. Oh shit, Isam, you sorry, Sheet, you want me to skip you? Go to the next song? No thanks. All right. Okay. Do you have a notepad and pen out? You got a notepad and pen out? Sheet? Yeah? I'll write it down. You ready? Okay, so the whole thing is fat fucking sausage. So you're trying to make it as loud as fucking possible, but the problem is that it's quiet as fuck. Oh, why is my song so quiet? I made it so saturated, super fucking loud. The reason is because it's too fucking saturated. Nothing is piercing through the mix. It just sounds like white noise. I wish I could show you, but unfortunately, my shit is just not fucking working. There we go. Look, are you ready? I'm going to recreate your song. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. Are you ready? Are you ready? This is going to sound like just like your song. You ready? White fucking noise. All right, so here's the problem. You've got too much distortion on everything. So you want to do more sidechain compression and you want to add a high end to your kick. When I say high end, I don't mean add more distortion so that there is more fucking upper harmonics. What I mean is maybe do some perceived volume. That's it. What I'm saying is add maybe a hi-hat or add an extra layer of kick with a more punchy beginning to it, right? So this has got, this has got a very punchy beginning, but it's arguably too long. Look at that, too long, disgusting. Ugh, I hate it, you hate it, everybody hates it. We're going to shorten it like that, bang. All of a sudden, we've got a very high frequency beginning to our kick. That's exactly what we want to be doing with your shit as well. Also, sidechain compression, sidechain compression, sidechain compression. You need more of it. Yeah, and then on top of that, less distortion on everything. And then once you do the less distortion, we're going to be EQing the individual units. What does that mean, Limlam? Let me explain it to you. So say maybe you've got one synth that's peaking around here, 1k hertz. You're going to be like, okay, that's 1k hertz. And you're going to go to your other one, and you're going to say, okay, I'm going to duck this at around 1k hertz. But this synth is actually peaking at around, I don't know, fucking 330 hertz. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to say, okay, I'm going to actually duck this one at 330 hertz. And then all of a sudden, both these synths are going to be piercing through the mix so much more nicely. Welcome to the stream, X3AS. Thanks for the follow as well. That's what we're going to be doing with your fucking sound. Melodically, this is, it's got melodic there. There's something there, bro. Are you pushing everything in a limiter? It just lowers all of your faders. Yeah. Lower your faders for sure. 500 hours stream is crazy. It's not 500 hours. It's 500 hours in the entirety of 2025. Not in one go, because that is fucking crazy. Your sub bass needs to be separated from your bass. So what you're going to do is you're going to say, okay, so this is my bass. Oh, this one's my bass. Oh, I really like it, but I'm going to actually do a fucking cut all the way up to 70 hertz, 80 hertz, 90 hertz. You fucking name it. And then you're going to make another track and make it just pure sine wave. So we're going to go over here. So let's pretend you're using Serum. Who gives a shit? And then we're going to go literally just a fucking sine wave. And then we're going to lower the octave until it's around 60 hertz-ish. And then we're going to copy those notes. And then all of a sudden you've separated your sub bass from your bass, and then you're going to be able to get more out of your fucking mix, and that's exactly what the goal is here. Yeah, you want to get more out of your fucking mix. Yeah, because right now you're not getting enough out of it. Once again, also the hi-hats is getting drowned out. Oh, what do I do about that? Well, here's what you want to do about that. Yeah, 60 to 80 hertz. Yeah, sure, that's where your sub bass might be sitting. 60 hertz is where your sub bass is. 80 hertz. Maybe you might get some fucking notes up there. Sure. Can I send something for feedback? Yes, you can, bro. Just drop it in the chat, big dog. What a time to join. Absolutely. Considering genre like this, anything, yeah, I think the kick makes part of the bass. Sure, could be. I mean, the kick might be processed like this. Yeah, I would say fucking separate it if you can, bro. Bet. Awesome. The hi-hats are getting drowned out by everything. Why are the hi-hats getting drowned out, Limlam? The reason is you're not doing a cut. So what you're going to do is you're going to take all of your synths and group them the fuck together. And then you're just going to do an extreme high-end cut. You're not going to go like this, because that's just going to boost the high-end even more. And that's not what you want to be doing, is it? Shit, you dumb fuck. No, you're going to do a cut like this, and you're just going to bring it down whilst everything is playing. You're not going to do this individually, because if you do it individually, you're not going to be able to fucking hear the changes. And that's the whole point of the song. This is a song. You're supposed to be hearing it, not looking at it. You can do this fucking blind, right? So you're going to just bring this down whilst the entire song is playing until those hi-hats are piercing through the mix so fucking clean. And I promise you, those hi-hats will be piercing through the mix so fucking clean if you do this. You're doing an extreme high cut on everything except for the drums. Except for the fucking drums. Your vocals are there. I could barely even fucking tell, because they are also too distorted to fucking hear them, right? So what we're going to do with your vocals is the same fucking trick we've done with all of the other fucking synths and basses. We're going to do a little cut so that we know exactly where the vocals, say your vocals are peaking around, I don't know, fucking 1K, let's pretend, right? Let's call it 2K, sorry, 2K. And then we're going to go to your other one and we're going to duck that at 2K. And then all of a sudden your vocals actually stand out in the fucking mix. Welcome to the stream and thank you for the follow. Hang on, let me add you to the fucking list. One moment, big doggy. All right, you're in the queue. You're in the queue, okay? Sorry, actually, before you, my mistake, XLT. My mistake. XLT, you're also in the queue, and you will be before the other person. Yeah. Because you did submit it before them. He said, fuck like 6 times. This isn't rated PG-13 anymore. Yeah, sorry, bro. Each element needs to be carved out. Damn fucking right it does. This was never PG-13. Very true. Parts need to be cut and saturated accordingly. Yeah, you can fucking saturate shit if you want, but fucking cut things out and don't fucking saturate the entire fucking mix at the end. In 3 minutes, I heard it 5 times. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Gently, some of you can hard cut. Yeah. I'm a submit this mega collab. Def not asunder. Okay, sure. Okay, I'm sorry from the beginning. No, all good. Others will want you to roll off. Don't. Okay, whatever. Let's keep moving. This synth is so fucking saturated, and it sounds like you got some sort of noise or a phaser going on top of everything, which just makes it sound even worse, right? Look, I get it. It's your brand. You're literally called shit, right? But this, you know, this. Come on, bro. Come on. Get the bass more mono. And you can get the synths more stereo as well. Because look, you've got a lot of high ends. Make that high end more stereo. You've already got like a phaser or a flanger or some shit on there. Have the high ends dancing around the stereo space. Make it go fucking left, right if you want. I don't give a shit. But have some movement in the high end in the stereo space. Love that halftime shit, bro. Okay, I think your feedback is done. I think you understand what you need to do. And that is less distortion. Bring down the faders, bring down the volume. Production is reduction. Production is not boosting everything and putting a fucking saturator in distortion and just overdrive on fucking everything, is it? It's not. I'm telling you it's not. As a matter of fact, it is not that, right? So you're going to want to bring down the levels, because in the mastering process, you can make everything loud then. That's when you do it. Do the loudness in the mastering process, not during the production, not just chucking a compressor or saturation on everything, because that's just going to fucking be unenjoyable for the listener, yeah? Also, don't forget, I do mixdowns and mastering, so if you want me to do it for you because you're too lazy, you're more than welcome to send it to me. I truly enjoy doing it. Let's move forward. Thank you so much for sending this in, shit. I really do appreciate you sending this in, bro. All right, we need cleanly produced shitposts. When completed, it will be hype. Sure, unless it's Death Step. Okay, Pacific Outcast. Okay, who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Is this Carlos? Comptine don entrant late eyes. Is this you? Damn, Lim, keep some for me. No. Hey, Tim, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Timothy does it for free, so send it to Timothy if you want. How will this be remixed? Who knows? That's me. All right, Carlos, I'm going to go into it. I'm going to get destroyed. I hope so. It's going to be good for you, because it's generous feedback that I'm trying to do. I genuinely want to help you. So if you've got any questions, you're more than welcome to ask in the chat as well. I'm happy to answer anything, as well as this person here, his name is Timothy. He's fantastic at this sort of stuff as well. So he's more than qualified to help as well. Okay, let's freaking go. It's a classical song I remade. Interesting, okay. The synth is a little to the right. You want to have it more mono. If you want to do wideness, that's fine. You've already got wideness on the delay. You need to get that synth more in the middle. Why the fuck is it on the right? You can have it on the right if you want, but I'm expecting something else on the left later on in the song. And if that's not the fucking case, then you need to sort this shit out. Melodically, this is quite nice. And you got the hi-hats to the side in the stereo space, which is really, really fucking good. You got too much pressure on the right ear, yes? You got a shaker on the right ear. You got that main ARP. I want to say it's something just repeating over and over again, but it's only on the right ear. So you're going to want to bring more stuff to the left if you can, or just bring it more middle. Yeah, just have it equal on both ears so it's not uncomfortable for the listener. Okay, I'm going to skip through this song quite quickly because Carlos has not been talking in the chat much, and I am going to skip towards Late Eyes. Late Eyes, which song is yours? Am I right in saying it's this Drive one? Late Eyes, is this Drive one yours? It's a SoundCloud link. Is this it? If not, resend it in the chat. I'll add it to the stream, yeah? Because you will be next because you're talking in the chat so much more than everybody else. I see XX brother. I'm going to call you X. You've been talking in the chat. Oh, Exit Trees. Sure. Zitries? Exit Trees? You've been talking in the chat a lot as well, so I'm going to move you forward through to the queue as well. Just like it says on the bottom here, subs on Twitch. Yeah, look, if you are a subscriber, you will be next no matter what. But if you talk in the chat a lot as well, you also get queue motherfucking priority. So Let me just move these around here because, like I say, those that talk in the chat, you're helping me by growing my stream by talking in the chat, and I really appreciate that. And by showing my appreciation, I'm going to prioritize you in the thing here, yeah? So I really appreciate that. Yeah, X is cool, awesome. I'm here, don't worry, awesome. Yeah, I see you talking in the chat as well. That's why I've moved you up as well. My name can't be pronounced. Okay, awesome. All right, so I'm going to really speed run this. Carlos, I don't think he's even here. He's not even said a damn thing since I started, so I'm going to just stop it. Let's move on. Late Eyes. Awesome, let's go. You can get that kick louder, bro. You can get that kick way louder. There it is. That's a good volume kick. So far, so good. This is actually really fucking good. The structure is really good. The sound design of everything is really good. And the mix down of everything is really, really good. So far, so good, yeah? I've got to run to the pharmacy. Okay, Sam, thanks for letting me know. I'll tell you when I'm back. Sounds good. I'll keep you in the queue, bro. Okay, so that main synth there... Let's get into this. So that main synth there is slightly to the right. You're going to want to make that more in the middle, right? There's no reason for it to be slightly to the side. If you wanted to make it louder and wider, you absolutely can. There's two ways that you could go about that. One way is the vocal doubler, which unfortunately I can't open. I've recently upgraded my computer to the latest software, which iZotope just does not fucking support. But I would recommend using iZotope's vocal doubler, which will widen your sound really nicely. It is a free plugin. And then if you don't want to do that, of course, you've got Serum 2 effects as well, assuming you've got Serum, in which case you could just use the hyper dimension and just increase just this section, the hyper section, yeah, not the dimension section. And then, yeah, because right now it's just middle and then slightly to the right, which is just not ideal, yeah? My stream froze for a sec. Okay, no worries. So all I was saying is this kick needs to be louder. And then this synth needs to be wider and not slightly to the right. Hi-hats can be louder, and on top of that, your synths are really good, your sound design's really good, your mix down's really, really decent. I'm not going to lie to you. What you need to do, though, is do an extreme high cut on those synths so that your hi-hats can pierce through the mix. So you're going to play the whole song together, and then you're going to bring this down until your hi-hats are piercing through that mix. If you bring it too low down, obviously you're going to be missing out a bunch of your song, especially because a lot of your energy is over here, and a lot of what we're going to be hearing is over here because our ears peak at around 2 to 3k hertz. Right, so we're going to be bringing this down, and maybe it's going to be 10k hertz, maybe it'll be 11k hertz, maybe it'll be 12k hertz. We're going to bring it down until the hi-hats are piercing through the mix, because that's exactly what this drop needs. I like the bouncy sub bass there, bro. Okay, so that is just pure mono, no? That growl. You can make that growl a little wider if you wanted to, so it just fits in with the song a little bit more. Love that snare, man. Okay, look, ear candy, fantastic. Melodically, this is fantastic. Structurally, this is fantastic. Sound design is fantastic. There's just slight mix down things, and that was, yeah, just do extreme high-end cuts so the hi-hats can pierce through. Have this kick a little louder. And then the same thing goes for here as well. That kick, because look, at the end of the day, yeah, okay, it's a verse. Okay, yeah, we want it to be more chill and not as loud as everything else. But at the same time, it's too quiet, man. It's too quiet for the synths that's playing. It's too quiet for the atmosphere that you've built up so far. Yeah, kick has to have kick, as X has said. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. First kick, definitely, yeah. Okay, here, this part is a bit boring. It's just sort of repeating, and like you've had such ear candy throughout this whole thing, and then this part is just, there's no life to it, and I think we need more life to it. This kick needs more body as well, I'd say. Or perhaps less high end, so it's perceived more body. Yeah, see, we've got this clap so much louder, and the reason it's so much louder, even if it's the same volume, is because it's around this 2 to 3k hertz area, which is obviously, yeah, our ears are super sensitive to it, and so, yeah, we're going to be perceiving this so much louder, and then the kick is super quiet. It doesn't make sense. I agree with Timothy. The transient on the kick is awesome. The transient on the kick is really, really fucking nice. Okay, yeah, this is awesome as well. Melodically, this is awesome. Structurally, this is awesome. Sound design, this is awesome. It's a very awesome section, but again, yeah, we just need that high-end cut to let those hi-hats pierce through, especially because we've got a very high-end synth. But look, we've got hi-hats, and that's where the groove is, baby. So yeah, let it cut through. Love these fucking ear candies. The drum fills are so fucking excellent. Really, really good. Vocals are awesome as well. Cool. All right. Yeah. Well, so yeah, there's little bits where it kind of gets a bit boring. I mean, yeah, maybe you want the DJ to DJ out of it during those sections, but at that point, it's just very melodic, and then it makes it difficult for a DJ to DJ out of that anyway. So yeah, I would say, yeah, have some more ear candy. If you want it to be just like a boring section for DJs to DJ out of it, have it less melodic and have more drums and percussion. That's my feedback. I think it's a genuinely really good song, and I'm glad that I got to listen to it, and I appreciate you sending that in for sure, Late Eyes. And I really do appreciate you talking in the chat so much as well. Really, really good stuff. If only your kick was as present in the mix as you are. Little mix down humor. The vocal effects and vocal herself are done by her. Really, Gotcha, cool. Yeah, cool. The outro and midsection might be a bit long. Yeah, yep. But I mean, in today's society where people have tiny attention spans, including myself, you know, that shit will happen. You know what I mean? That'll happen. Bro, check out Power by Nico for a good reference for your kick in 808. Interesting. Thanks, bro. Yeah, look, no worries. Thanks for submitting it, and thank you for talking in the chat so much. It looks like... Oh, okay. McKay's is still here, whereas X is also still here. All right, yeah, I see that. All right, awesome. All right, X, let's freaking go, baby. We're listening to your song Let Go VIP remixed. Let's go, bro.
Let go, jump in. Oh, well, what you waiting for? So let go, jump in. Oh, well, what you waiting for? Drink up, baby, down. You know you're in the right.
Don't abuse me too much, but I will not say no. Man.
Cause it's all going on without you. Excuse me, you're too busy. You're writing your tragedy. Your bubble wrap.
Brother, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is structurally very, melodically very, very beautiful. I really like this so much. Is the lagging... Oh shit, it's lagging? How much is it lagging for? For me, as soon as you write something in the chat, it appears above me right away. Except for Tread. Fuck that guy. Absolutely. I'm back. Welcome back, shit. Fucking troll. Yeah, fucking Tread. Made me break my headphones, little dickhead.
You know I do what you
C'est intéressant, simplifié.
Okay. To be honest with you, this is really, really well done. The bass is exactly where it should be. It's a good level as well. The kick's really good. The snare's really good. The hi-hats are very mono, whereas they could be quite wide if you wanted to. But at the same time, I am very aware that this is breakbeat, and your hi-hats, you want them to be as sharp as possible. You want them to be structured very cleanly. And if they're quite stereo, they're less structured. By having them really centered, you've got them very, 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 very clean and very structured. It's a beautiful mix, as Timothy says. I absolutely agree. And you've got the synths, you've got the vocals still wide on the high end. It's a really, really good fucking mix. Really, really good fucking mix. It's a well-structured song as well. It's not just a good mix, it's a good song. It's a really good fucking song. Your headphones was already broke, you liar? Fucking prove it. Yeah, I used 3 breakbeats on this section, so I struggled a bit with mixing. Interesting. As in, so the breakbeat samples. You didn't structure the drums yourself. You just drag and drop. Reloaded and got ads. Gotcha. Rip. Even the ads are lagging. That is so bad. That is so peak. Did you make the visuals? Yeah, interesting question. Yeah. X. I'm gonna write. X. Let me know when you're back. I'm not gonna carry on giving him feedback until he's back, or she, or they, because obviously this feedback is for them, and I don't want them to miss out. It's not fair for them. It's not enjoyable for them. So I want to wait until they're back. You should consider a warmer master and a 3 decibel increase. Interesting. That's awesome, McKay, is that you're good at making cover art. Okay, good, you're back. I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is a very, very, very clean song, and it's a very, very, very pretty song, and it's a song whereby it's not going to be easy to make it louder, to make the master louder without getting distortion because of how clean it is, and simple it is, and structurally beautifully it is. So, you could push it. I think Timothy is right, you could probably push it. You could probably make it bigger, you know? bigger, brighter, stronger, bigger. It's up to you. It's up to you. The way that this is structured right now is really nice. It would reach more ears if you did make it, if you'd mastered it louder. That's all. If you want to skip to the VIP part, it's at 3:30. Okay. Shit Fan has sent another song. Let me put that into the queue for you, brother. All right, 3:30. Let me skip to that because this is a 5-minute song. It's quite a long song anyway. By the way, this music video for some reason makes me feel like I'm watching censored porn. That's what it feels like to me. You can make the vocals louder if you want. You could definitely make the vocals slightly louder. The wideness on the vocals, very beautiful. Finally, something I can give you a little bit of feedback on. Holy shit, this song is really fucking good. Look, here's the thing. This song is really fucking good. Structurally, it's really good. Melodically, it's really fucking good. Mixed down is really fucking clean as well. You could make it louder in the master. You can make the vocals slightly louder as well. Yeah, for sure. Obviously, though, if you do make the vocals slightly louder, it will make the perceived drums quieter. So keep that in mind. Now, here at around 4 minutes and 41 seconds, there's a little clicking sound because of the samples of drums that you use. You cut it sharply without doing any fade outs or fade in. So just have a listen to that, and that's something that's worth fixing. Have a listen. Did you hear that? Clipping sound, clicking sound. I don't think it's clipping. It could be clipping, but as far as I'm aware, it's a clicking sound just from a sample. Just, you know, say this was the sample, you cut it there, which means if we were to zoom in, the synth, the waveform isn't starting flat and then going from 0 upwards. It's starting like a square wave, so it's just got a clicking sound. Yeah. The motherfucking FL Studio bugged and I don't know how to fix it. Damn, it just teared apart the audio. Fuck. You can't just do a little fade in like that? Okay, it looks like I can't do a little fade in like that. Okay, yeah, this whole thing's just not fucking working. Ever since I fucking upgraded the fucking software, man, Ableton's been a little fucking bitch. Man. But yeah, that's ask Timothy might be able to help you. Timothy's an FL guy. All right, look, brilliant song. Thank you so much for submitting it. I really appreciate it, and I think it is a really good song, and I'm glad I got to hear it. And I'm hoping that the feedback that I gave has been helpful for you, and anytime you want to send me more songs, you're more than welcome to do so. It's been an absolute pleasure to listen to it. It doesn't look like anybody else is in the chat, so I'm not sure if there's anybody else worth moving on to. Okay. X has sent another song in. Let me grab that for you, bro. Sam, you're back. All right. I'm going to grab you, bro. Okay, sorry, shit. I'm just going to do Assam first because he was in the queue before you and he just went to the pharmacy. But after Assam, we'll do you, shit, unless somebody else starts talking in the chat more than you, yeah? I really don't know what to say. I feel like you guys have more knowledge than me. Shit. Everyone excels in different areas. You excel in making shit songs. We excel in making good songs. We all excel in different areas. There's no better or worse or anything like that. This was a little joke, though. But yeah, no, look, at the end of the day, everyone, you know, we're all learning. And the fact is that you being here will mean that you are going to be learning much faster than anybody that is not here. That's just a fact. That's just a fact, especially because you've been sitting here watching me give feedback to other people's songs as well as your own, which means you get to hear, you get to learn everything, you know? So all these mistakes that other people are making, you get to skip over it. So you're getting years and years of experience just by watching this stream. So yeah, you're killing it, bro. Awesome, X. I'm excited to listen to it. All right. I sent a short edit this time. Okay, cool. So this is it, yeah? All right, let's go. This is 4 minutes and 47 seconds. This is not a short edit. All right, let's go. Okay, intro. I'm not going to judge it. Levels are good. Kick obviously doesn't have any body, but that's an intro for you. All is good. X, I absolutely fucking feel you. I changed the OS and erased everything. Brother, I changed my OS and everything's been fucked ever since. It's pissed me off. It's you and your fucking percussion, bro. The percussion that you put in doesn't fit in with the mix again. That's bouncing around the stereo space. It's awesome that you got it bouncing around the stereo space, but it's not fitting in with the mix. I would say change it if you can. You need more sidechain compression of the bass underneath your kick. Not to say the bass of the kick, but the bass separated to the kick needs more separation, so more sidechain compression, yeah? This kick is not the right kick for this song, I feel. Look, it's a really fucking nice kick. I love this kick. It's not the right kick for this song. This kick is a bit bright. It's got a lot of high end, whereas this song's quite moody. It's got a lot of low end. Literally, as shit said, the kick is out of place. Absolutely. So not in space, but in frequency, essentially. Yeah, I would say do a different kick if you can. Yo, if I send a song, could you give advice for the mix and master? Trank Lamau, it would be my absolute fucking honor to do that. Here's the rules. You send it in the chat, and you just talk a lot in the chat, and then if you talk a lot in the chat, then you get to move forward in the queue. Thank you for following me, bro. Also, all the, you know, fucking stuff is down here, yeah? So if you want to learn more about how to skip the queue and shit, it's just down there. Yeah, the reason we're doing the Psalms right now is because he's talking in the chat a lot, which is really good. Okay, so that snare, I know that you use that snare because it's relatively quiet so that it can layer nicely with the kick, which is absolutely fair. But here, you've got the snare on its own. But it's really too quiet. It's not enough power. So what I'd recommend is maybe layer that snare with something else when it's going to be playing on its own. When it's not playing on its own, yeah, you can keep it on with the kick so that it feels like it's sidechain compressed, so that it's layered together, so that it's still, you know, it gives a feeling of a snare even though it's not like fucking punchy through the mix. But when it's playing on its own without the kick, you need it to punch through the mix. So layer it with something, baby. Okay, hang on. This is the most active chat in Twitch. I doubt that. I highly doubt that. I would love it to be, though. That's to me, that's the most important thing, having an active chat. Do you think you're winning music streamer of the year? No. Is that even a thing? Also, you did the wrong yaw. I'm hearing overtone clashes. Interesting. Let me have a listen. Overtone clashing where? I can't hear it, to be honest with you. Also, I do like how you got the hi-hats nice and stereo. That's really fucking good with you, bro. That's really good stuff. I'll vote for you. Thanks, shit. I've seen this motherfucker with I've seen motherfuckers with 4K viewers and less people talking. Really, Trank? Really? That's fucking nuts. Look, that's insane. I don't watch streams, so I actually don't know what is the norm, to be honest with you. But I'm glad. I'm glad that this stream is doing well. And look, at the end of the day, it is genuinely you guys that's doing this. So I appreciate you staying active in the chat. It's really, really helpful for my stream. And you guys can ask questions and whatnot, and I will be answering any questions you have about the mixdowns and whatnot with examples. Viewbotting goes ramped on Twitch. Viewbotting goes ramped on Twitch and Kick. More viewers, more recommendation. Gotcha. I don't even know how to viewbot. I don't know a lot about Twitch. I think it's more enjoyable if everyone is giving feedback. I agree. Yeah, because then we're working together on this shit. Absolutely. Could be preset though. Yeah, I agree. Viewbotting, Twitch did a crackdown on that. Who knows, man? Twitch is always doing weird shit, man. There is. Yeah, you just need to do more sidechain compression of the bass and the kick. For sure. All right, Timothy. Thanks for letting me know. See you in a bit, bro. If you pick up any extras, just message me later. All right, will do. The vocals can be louder, bro. You can absolutely make those vocals louder if you want to. Make it more present in the mix. I like how you've got the reverb and the delay on there, and the reverb and the delay is very stereo, which is really, really fucking good. You just need to make those vocals louder because you absolutely can. Those perks, to be honest, are just sticks hitting on random stuff I recorded. That's awesome, bro. As long as it fits in the mix, then all is good. Top streamers use deadass server rooms with each unique user account. I don't even know what a lot of those words mean. Trank, thanks for submitting your song. I'm going to add you to the queue, and I'm going to be honest with you, Trank. You've been talking in the chat a lot, so you're going to be. I'm moving you forward through the queue. Okay, so good stuff. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't blame you using those perks because, yeah, I mean, it's a cool thing. As long as it fits in the mix, all is good. The synth moving around the stereo space is awesome. Nice creativity. The kick really needs changing. It's just not the right kick for this song. It's an awesome kick. I really love this kick, but it's just not the right kick. Be frank with me, this shit. I'm a minor in audio engineering, so I'm always trying to learn. Awesome, bro. Awesome. Love to give you feedback, and it's awesome that you're looking to learn, bro. It's so good. You need more saturation on that synth. You can make it much louder, much more powerful. So saturate, EQ around 100 to 500 hertz. Just do a little duck. Let's see if this works right now. No, the shit just doesn't work. Yeah, so you're going to do a little duck somewhere between 100 and 500 hertz, and then you're going to saturate it and increase the volume essentially, and then you're going to EQ it around somewhere between 100. And the reason we're doing that little EQ is so that there isn't any buildup of mud when you do the saturation, because that is unfortunately something that will absolutely be happening. So say for example we've got a sound that sounds, let's just choose a random fucking sound that I've made. Let's go with I Need to Pee. I hope it's not going to be shit. Let's have a listen. Let me put the mic down for this. Okay. I don't mind the more part. Sure. Hang on. Let me catch up. Me Too Gang always accept the critics and more. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't mind the more part. Yeah. Increase the volume by 300% and add distortion with no EQ. Sure. Don't listen to Sheet, ever. People hate without explaining. Everyone has different ideas and approach. Absolutely. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? That would be tough. Yeah, sometimes people do it. Okay. So, let's say this is the synth. This has got a lot of dynamic changes to it, which makes it a little difficult. But we don't need it to be easy, right? Because we're learning. So let's go ahead and take this, and we're going to do a little duck around here, right? Let's pretend it's there, right? This is a really wide duck. Who gives a shit? And we're going to turn stuff clipping on and then DC offset, and I'm going to turn this all the way up. It's going to be really fucking loud. Are you ready? The reason we turned it all the way up is so that we can hear all the frequencies and understand exactly what is distorting so that we can while it down, yeah? Thanks for the follow, X. Oh, you subscribed. That's more than a follow, X. That means that you are going to skip the queue. Bang. That's you. You're going to be right up next, bro. I appreciate you subbing, man. I really do. So, yeah, that's awesome, bro. Appreciate you. Throw some heavy Abbey Road saturator on Max 2. My God, Trank. Timothy said something. Be Mr. Undergrad, so you will learn what you need through in time. Don't rush, bro. All right, cheers, bro. All right, cool. So, yeah, saturate, and then we're just going to dial it down. So we know exactly what's distorting, and we're just going to dial it down. It's about there, but already we're hearing distortion over here, so I'm going to actually move that up. And then, look at that. Now I can push this even louder. About there. And then I'm literally just going to fucking duplicate this shit. So I've got it, and then I'm just going to duplicate it. And now with this one, I'm going to find a different frequency that might be peaking. Maybe it's the same fucking frequency. Who knows? And I'm just going to boost it. It is the same frequency. And by doing this, over and over again, you're going to get the sound so much more loud and so much more powerful if you want to, yeah? And I would recommend doing it because this part is a bit quiet and not as loud as you can make it, yeah? I appreciate your work and your knowledge. I appreciate you, bro. So it's like gaining more and saturating more on the higher frequencies. Well, that's exactly what saturation is. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it is. Hype train incoming. What's this? Guys, what's a hype train? Like I said, I know I've got 344 hours. I don't know what this is. Hey, shit, man, let's go. All right, you know what's crazy? You know what's absolutely crazy? X, you became a sub, and as a result, you overtook shit. But he's just subbed. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, look, I'm gonna keep the order as is, because shit. You still have skipped multiple people. These are all people that we're not going to be seeing for a while because of that. Actually, Trank, I'm moving you forward through the mix, through the queue as well. You're still behind the subs, but you've been moved forward because you're talking in the chat a lot as well, which I appreciate you. I appreciate you, man. You'll have to gift someone a sub. Oh, it means subscriptions are cheaper or something. Interesting. Okay. W-mans. Okay, I don't mind being second. Okay. I'm so ignorant to all of this. All right, let's keep moving. You can make the hi-hats louder. Okay, cool. All my feedback still stands. Everything I said, I agree with, and I'm hoping that has helped you a lot, Assam. Do you have any questions before I move forward? I agree with all you said. It's an old song, by the way. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. 14 days ago. It is damn old. Just kidding. I'm sure it's just you only really recently uploaded it. Yeah, do you have any questions before I move forward, bro? I know that you've been asking questions and whatnot throughout anyway, so just in case you do, before I move forward. All right, X, I got you, bro. All right. Doesn't look like X has any other questions. If can I send a released one? Yeah, bro. Yeah. Send a released one. Question time, says X. Absolutely. All right, let's move forward. X, we're going to be listening to your song 2233.mp3. Sure. I'm not going to lie, I don't know what I've sent you before and not. Okay, no worries. Well, right now you've sent me K-Side, so we're going to be going through that. And then immediately after that, we've got X's song, Morto Mai May Breakcore. And then we've got Trank Lamau song, Party World, sped up, which I'm quite excited for as well. Isam sent another song, I've got you, bro. I'm going to move you through the queue as well, Assam, because you've been talking in the chat, so you've skipped this and this, and a few others as well. This is just a demo of something casual I did. Okay, so let's go into it, bro. Are the others still here even? Who knows, man? I don't think so. So you need mastering on this because it's a bit quiet. It can be louder. So you need mastering on this. And if you haven't done mastering or don't know how to, either learn. Then every now and then in the morning I do mix down and mastering tutorials. I'll literally sit there and mix down and mastering my own songs and other people's songs so that you can see the exact processes that I do so that you could learn. So you could learn it that way, or you can pay someone else to do it, including me. I do this stuff as well. Actually lost this file because they hacked me. That is so sad, bro. That is so sad, man. Man, that is so sad. Yeah, so the piano as well, you can make that brighter. So there is frequencies around from here to here that needs to just be louder, essentially. So you could do that multiple ways. One way is literally by doing an EQ. In fact, a fun way to do it is by using the Fletcher-Menson curve. What this is equal loudness curve. What that really means is our ears don't hear every single frequency the same volume. By the way that our ears are structured, by the way that our brains perceive sounds, different frequencies are louder to us, even if they are actually the same decibels. So specifically, if I invert this is how our ears perceive sound. So around 100 hertz is going to be relatively quiet, but over here 2 to 3k hertz, say something is happening at 3k hertz and 100 hertz at the exact same level, we're going to be hearing the 3k hertz so much louder. And right now, the song that you're playing, the piano that you're playing, around here is where all of that energy is, all of that volume. We're going to be boosting this area and it's going to sound so much nicer. So you can do that either with EQ or multiband compression. If you put a multiband compression on there, you can use Xfer Records' OTT, which is a completely free plugin. I would recommend using that because that's actually going to flatten it out, and then you're going to bring down the amount until it just sounds good to your ears. And that's what I would recommend putting on the piano. Let me know if you hands up. Let me know if you're unsure of what that means, and I'll explain it in more detail. Sometimes I use AI mastering, listen to it, try to match what parts I like and tailor it to my song. That's really a good idea. That's a really fucking good idea. I love that. Okay, TY, I was trying to recreate the shit for working on. Cool. You can make the hi-hats louder. You can make all the synths louder and ideally more bright. So we're going to be doing this with all of the synths, or put OTT on all of the synths and then balance it out so it can sound as good and as bright as possible. Because right now you've got the kick and the bass as the loudest part of your song, which is okay, but it shouldn't be perceived as the loudest part of the song to a human ear. When we're playing it through speakers, they're already going to be boosting the loads. They're already going to be boosting everything anyway. So I actually changed the synth. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, you can make it louder and definitely perceived louder by doing this. And if you're unsure how to access that, if you literally just search up Fletcher Munson curve, then that'll literally come up. This is the exact same thing that I'm talking about. Bang. This is exactly it. This is pretty much the inverse of what I was showing you of what you want to be doing. Yeah, so there we go. So what this actually says is that at lower, quieter volumes, we're going to be perceiving the volume slightly less at different things. Yeah? At different frequencies. So if it's really quiet, that's how our ears perceive it. If it's really loud, that's how our ears perceive it. So if we get really deep into it, you can actually mix down your song so that it sounds better quiet versus sounds better loud. Why would one do that? Good question. So if you're performing songs and you're doing it on DJs and you're making it for DJs to play, then you want to master it to make it sound really good when it's loud. If you want to make it so that it's played on streaming platforms, maybe you instead want to make it sound really good quiet, because then people listen to it quietly and then they turn up the volume. By that point, they've already liked the song. What I should use for frequency in FL, I only have default plugins. Use the EQ8, or the EQ, sorry, just to use the equalizer that's built in. This is the built-in equalizer for Ableton, which I just really like. I've never used FL, but I'm fairly certain you've got an equalizer built in. Just use that. Just use the built-in equalizer. Ideally one with a spectrum like this that shows the levels of everything. So for example, if my Ableton wasn't frozen all the time, then I could sort of show you. There we go. So for example, this, we can see all the levels and stuff, and that's the sort of thing that you want to be doing on yours. Yeah. I never said this, but gmail.com could help find some plugins potentially interesting. Sounds like a pirating place potentially, eh? I'm pretty sure it depends on what version of FL you have. Oh, interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I got equalizer and I use, but does not show me the frequency. Gotcha. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, well, yeah, there we go. Yeah, use what they've said in. Not that I endorse pirating, but at the same time, I don't pirate though, but at the same time, I don't blame anybody that does. Okay, so yeah, look, it's a simple song, so there's not too much feedback needed, right? To be honest, look, your kick and your bass is good. Your selection of drums samples is fantastic. You can make the hi-hats louder. You can make the synths louder as well, and ideally make it perceived louder by doing multiband compression or OTT, or literally by doing this. And you're saying, oh, I don't have an EQ8. Well, I would hope that you do have an EQ at all, yeah? And then what I would also recommend is download Extra Records' OTT, because I know for a fact that FL doesn't have OTT. OTT is only built in to Ableton. But the OTT in Ableton is so good that Extra Records created this plugin, which is the exact same thing as Ableton's OTT. And what that is just a multiband compressor which pretty much does this sort of graph that makes it sound good, and you're going to dial down the depth. It's a completely free plugin. So this is it all the way up, and then we'll just dial it down. Without, with. This has already got OTT built into the synths, to be honest with you, because I did it in Serum. But yeah, you just dial it down. And if you've got Serum, you can literally just use the Serum effects to use OTT, because that's the multiband compressor in Serum 2 effects is that. So yeah, you could just do that as well, yeah? So that should be helpful as well. It's art, says shit. Absolutely, got to start somewhere, not gonna lie. Absolutely, the special one. If If I gross income, I'm getting all illegal. Gotcha. To be fair, I give away all of my songs for free as well because I think it's cool. I actually had an idea in the shower today to make a song about piracy. You know the song that do what you want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Do a dubstep remix of that and sell it for like £1,000. So the only way to really get it is to pirate it, and I think that's quite a funny idea. Like the song I sent before, I managed to play with the EQ a bit, but not following the frequency, but by ear. Gotcha. Yeah, do it by ear, bro. Not by frequency. Do it by ear. Absolutely. I do all by ear because I don't know how much music theory and good. Do it by ear. That's exactly what you should be doing. Still got no time for learn because I'm working all the time. Gotcha. Fair enough. But hey, you're here, so you're learning a lot, which is really, really good. Who does this in the Big 25? Oh, lol, that would be fun. Yeah. Good stuff, bro. Good stuff. All right, let's have a listen to K-Side by Shit. And then we're going to listen to X's song. And then in the queue, we've got Trank. And then we've got Isam. But Isam's not in the chat, so we'll see. All right, so Shit with Guardian. Let's freaking go. There's a lot of sites that can help train your ears for EQ. Absolutely. In fact, I have an app called Train Your Ears 2, which I really recommend. Train Your Ears 2. It's not a free app, though, but it is a really good app. And it's an application on computer. I don't know if it's on mobile or whatever. All right, let's go. I'm here, fingers activated. All right, great, Isam. That's fantastic. All right, Shit, you ready, bro? Shit, you ready? Yeah, all right, fantastic. Let's go. I don't really know how multiband compression works. Oh, cool. Let me really, really quick explain what multiband compression is. All right, so multiband compression is compression on multiple bands. Does that make sense? So, for example, from 0 to call it 200 hertz, this section is being compressed separately to 200 to 2k hertz, and that's being compressed separately from 2k to 20k hertz. So all of these different bands are being compressed separately so that it balances out or has whatever sort of balance you want it to be, and that's multi-band compression. Multiple bands being compressed. Does that answer your question, Isam? Let me know if you're still unsure, and if you are, give me a specific question. I'll be able to answer it for you, bro. There was an ad. Sorry, no worries. Okay, so yeah, let me. Okay, so multiband compression just does compression on multiple bands. What that means is, say it's from 0 to 200 hertz. That has compression on it separately to 200 to 2k hertz, which has got compression on it, and then separately from 2k to 20k hertz, all has compression on it on different ways, right? So maybe we want to compress the low end more than the high end. We can do that with multi-band compression, and you can choose where the bands are overlapping as well with that, and that is multi-band compression. Another question, why you need multi-band compression? So that you can get frequencies where you want it. So say, for example, you've got a song. Look, we've got sounds, but the shit's just not fucking working. Ah, there we go. Okay, so say we've got this sound, right? This is a sound I made before, and say I've got multi-band compression on there already. Now we don't. Oh my god, it's so quiet. Now we've got no multi-band compression on there at all. Have a listen to it. Terrible, super quiet. But right now we've got the high end, mids, and lows. And maybe the high end is just super fucking loud, but the mids are just not loud enough. But if we did EQ, then that means throughout the entire sound, which is already a complex thing, you can hear the movement of the sound. Right now, actually, it's the low end that's too much, right? But there's not enough high end. If we turn this on and we can change the mix and we'll be able to hear the differences. Are you ready? You can see there's not much high end, but that's going to be upwardly compressed. That is to say, the volume of the high end is going to be increased and the volume of the mids and the lows are going to be decreased to bring it into an almost flatter version. I've also got a bunch of gain on there in total after it. And so that's really what multiband compression is. It's allowing you to reach the full spectrum more equally and allowing our ears to perceive it more comfortably as well. You get it now? Fantastic. Happy to help, bro. Like getting the bass out of the way without using sidechain? Not quite, but it's like taming the bass. So maybe the bass is too loud. We use multiband compression so that the whole synth is at an equal level. We still have multiband compression, still have sidechain compression, so when the kick does come, the whole synth goes down. But multiband compression allows it to not be like wonky synth, flattened out synth, so that it can be louder and perceived louder in the long run as well. I guess I need to learn which knobs do what on OTT then. You could do, but to be honest with you, OTT, this is literally OTT, the multiband compression in Serum is OTT already. You don't need to touch anything. If want to, you can fuck with the ratio, attack, release, sure, but these are actually the default settings. I've only fucked with the gain, and I don't even fuck with the mix. You can fuck with the mix though, if you want to. So if you're using OTT, you're going to be fucking with the depth only, yeah? If there's not enough highs, you increase the highs. If there's not enough mids, you increase the mids, you increase the lows. Don't fuck with the downwards or upwards if you don't want to. Don't fuck with the in or the out if you don't want to. Don't fuck with the time, just the depth. And that's pretty much the wetness, yeah? That's the amount. That's what I would recommend fucking with if you're going to fuck with anything. And then fuck with other stuff. But already the default section of it is really good. For me, I find around somewhere between 20 to 40% of depth is usually quite good on OTT. Yeah, 20 to 40%. But use your ears. Maybe it's a 70% situation. Maybe it's a 100% situation. Maybe it's a 10% situation. Maybe it's a 5% situation. Use your ears for sure. So basically, EQ all the bands on the same level for basically have equality. You could do that, but the problem with that is if it's a complex synth such as this, you can hear there's a lot of movement, right? Whereas if you do a multiband compression, that means that when the highs are loud, then it's decreased. Whereas when the highs are quiet, then it's increased. So throughout the synth, it's being brought into a nice level. Whereas if you're doing EQ, when the highs are loud, it's getting even louder. And when the highs are quiet, then it's also being boosted. So it's being boosted the whole time, which just can get irritating. But a multiband compressor keeps everything at a nice level. It levels it out. That's exactly right shit. Or for different sounds, you need less mid and more high. Well, that's it. Fuck everything basically and you will get it. Yep. Fuck it and then hope for luck with it. Sure. Depth. Just fuck with the depth, bro. Happy to help, bro. Okay, so you've sent me this one. I remember that you sent me this one. The reason is because you've got a bass going left, right, left, right. I quite like the creativity of doing that, and I don't think it's a bad idea to do it. Generally speaking, though, you do need to remember that you want to keep the bass and the sub-bass definitely in the mono. But the creativity of moving that left, right is absolutely a-okay, to be honest with you, as long as you're doing it on purpose and you're aware that you want to be keeping the bass generally quite mono, yeah? So really good stuff. I also do panning. Good. And there we go. Right there, we've got stereo bass, which is not A-OK. The reason we don't want stereo bass is because if we're playing it in mono, which many systems will do, for example, radio and many other sort of speakers and whatnot will force it into mono. If we've got low frequency stereo, when they come together, they're going to do constructive or destructive interference. What that means is, that's right, we've got fucking boards to show you. If it's a low frequency sound, then maybe the waves are going to be looking like this. Right? And then that's the left ear. I don't have a mouse, I'm using a trackpad right now. And then maybe the right ear looks like this. Right? Because they're two different fucking ears. And then if you can see, well, look, when this one goes down, this one goes up. So that would cancel out. When this one goes up, this one goes down. So that would cancel out. And then as you go across, all of a sudden it's fucking cancelled out. But maybe at one point, this one goes up whilst this one also goes up. And then all of a sudden, whilst it's all flat, it goes fucking like that. And so all of a sudden, you've got a bass that when it's in mono, it goes... That's what you're hearing. It's completely silent, and then it goes really fucking loud. And it's not going to be like that. It's going to be much lower. It's going to be like... It's going to sound like that, and that's not what you want to be sounding like. That's not what you want your bass to be like. So you want to make sure that your low frequencies are ideally more mono. Phasing is absolutely correct. That's absolutely right, bro. Phasing is what it is. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. So they hit each other. That's it. It cancels out. It's destructive interference, and then this is constructive interference, and we don't want any of that. We don't want any of that. We want a nice, clean song. Still writing better than me. Man. So you can make those vocals louder. The reason that we want to be making those vocals louder is... Well, we could make the vocals louder. So also what you need to remember here, shit, is that we want to be cutting the extreme highs on the vocals and the synths so that the hi-hats can pierce through the mix, because we've got a lot of clashing high ends right now, and we don't want to be having the clashing high end. So we're going to be doing a big cut at the top, somewhere between 12k to 10k. We're going to listen to the whole thing and slowly bring it down until there's something that is nice, right? What map is that in the album cover? Yeah, what map is this? Shit. Let us know. Why not what? Why not what? Why not what? Sorry, what was your question? So it sounds like you got stereo delay, or sample delay rather, on the bass, and that's why it's super wide. So yeah, you want to bring that in. It wasn't a question, it was a response. Gotcha, why not? Bring up the vocals. Gotcha, yeah. The good thing about this song is, one, it's not too distorted, so really good stuff. Two, there's not that many elements. It's just a bass, simple synths, vocals, and then drums. Perfect. That allows us to do a really simple mix down. So if I had the stems, this is what I would be doing. I'd be keeping the bass where it is, maybe decreasing the volume of the bass. The synths, I would increase the volume of. The vocals, I would increase the volume of. The hi-hats, I would... keep the hi-hats where they are, but do a big cut on everything else, on the vocals and everything. I would make sure that the bass is completely mono as well. It's K-Side. Oh, gotcha. Well, that would make sense, right? It's a random city called K-Side. Gotcha.
Pussy a tar, I got a semi, feeling real gnarly. I got your bitch, feeling real naughty. Turning my clothes on, like to the party. I'm sipping a walk in the drink. I was walking at 5.
So what you've got on the hi-hats is a lot of mono and it's a little bit of distortion. So maybe take away the distortion on the hi-hats. You don't need them. What distortion does on hi-hats is it's going to add extra frequency and just make it sound muddy and messy and not nice and not a clear hi-hat. You want those hi-hats to be clear as fucking day. You don't want it to sound like... You want it to sound like... Remove the distortion, remove the compression, or whatever the fuck you've got on those hi-hats, right? And once you do that big cut on everything else, those hi-hats are going to pierce through the fucking mix like a fucking dart. It's going to be absolutely delightful, and I'm so excited to hear what you do with it. And then those vocals, you can make those louder as well. Maybe decrease the volume of the bass, and that's going to allow you to make the vocals louder as well. And the hi-hats, you can make them louder as well if you wanted to. But I would say leave the hi-hats where they are, but make them stereo, bro. What you're doing with the bass is making the bass stereo. Don't do that with the bass, do that with the hi-hats. So as we go higher in frequency, they go wider, and as we go lower in frequency, they go more mono, like a triangle, right? So if we look at a drum kit, this is a perfect example of how it should be done. The reason a drum kit is structured like this is because we've got the bass, kick, drum right in the middle, exactly where the bass should be. And as we go wider, it goes higher in pitch. So yeah, we've got the bass nice and low right in the middle. We've got snares a little bit to the side, a little bit more mid-frequency, and then we've got the cymbals, which is really high frequency, really wide, and that's exactly what we want to be doing with our song. So if you ever forget, just think about a drum kit, and that's going to help you remember exactly how you want to be structuring this.
I gotta move on, I think her name Kate. I gotta move on, leave my fucking lane. I gotta get back, I got a date, I poured in my rain. Look at my diamonds, came in a cake. I get it all to stay in LA.
Okay, look, this song, especially because it's not got many elements, can easily be fixed. We can make such a fantastic sound out of this song. Genuinely, if you do everything that I've told you to do, you're going to get such a fantastic sound out of it. Such a fantastic sound out of it. Thank you for your knowledge, Master. No worries, X. Here's the thing, shit. So you can either do it yourself or you can send it to me. In fact, if you wanted to, we could even hop into a fucking video call where I do your mix down for you and tell you exactly what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, so that you can learn. That would be really fucking awesome. I've never done that before, but I would love to do that for you, especially this song because it's relatively small. There's not many elements, so I could do that quite quickly for you, and it would be easy for you to absorb the information that way as well. All right, let's move forward. Thank you, Shit, for sending that in. I really appreciate you coming on in. All right, next up is X. X's song, Molto Mai Mae Breakcore. That would be really cool. Yeah, it would be really cool. I think so too. I'm quite excited for that sort of thing because I love that. Look, people also say, look, AI will kill music. Here's my thinking, to be honest with you, in terms of AI. I think AI will only... because look, AI can only do what has already been made. So unless you're not creative, then yeah, your job will be replaced by AI. But if you're a creative person creating new things, AI cannot do that. AI will never replace you. So that's that. Yo, sorry I'm late. Welcome to the stream, 7 digits, brother. I'm Italian. Sorry, no worries. This does look Italian as fuck. That would be good stream content too. I'll tell you what, Trank, it's interesting you say that. I do morning streams where I do mix down and mastering live on stream and explain my process throughout it. So I do my own mix downs and I do mix downs for other people as well during that time. But I do my own mix downs and mix downs of people that have sent their song to me to do mix downs for. Like that's a paid service, that one. That's not just to send your song in on the stream. That's my language. Awesome. AI is rehashed. I don't even know what that means. I'm not gonna lie to you, Sam. How do I send music in the chat? You just put it in the chat. Do I send music in the chat? Yeah. You put it in the chat. All right, X, let's go. Thanks for the follow, Sound of Phineas. So X, you can make everything. You can make everything much louder. You can make the main synth much louder. You can make the main piano sort of thing much louder. The structure right now and the melody is really nice though, but you could absolutely make it louder. And just like we talked about, multi-band compression is going to be helping you with that. You're going to be boosting these sort of frequencies that will help you with that. I know that you want to keep the dynamics of your piano, which absolutely makes sense because it is really fucking nice. Yeah, it's really, really nice, the dynamics that you got, and I absolutely understand that you want to keep those dynamics. Yeah, I've added you to the queue, Crinus, big dog. I've added you to the queue as well, Sounds of Phineas. Breakbeat, lovely. Okay, so here's what I'm hearing, X. 1, the structure of your song is absolutely fucking lovely, right? Sorry, 7, you sent another video. Which one do you want me to do, or do you want me to do both? A fucking short, goddamn. All right, so yeah. Melodically, it's absolutely beautiful. Structurally, it's absolutely beautiful, and it's very clear what you're trying to do with your song. Really, really good stuff, X. Here's my feedback, though. If you listen really closely, you can hear lots and little clicks going on. So 1, it's either clipping, which I don't think it actually is. I think it's number 2, which is every single sample you've dragged in, you've done a sharp cut of it. What does that mean, Lim Lam? Good question. What that means is instead of doing that fade in like we talked about, you are doing just a sharp fucking cut. So for example, I know this isn't a hi-hat, but right here it starts from 0 and goes up and then goes back down to 0. There's not going to be any clicking sounds. But if we go over here, then all of a sudden, if we look in, it's not starting from 0, it's starting from a random fucking area, right? If we go like that, no clicking. If we keep it like that, there will be clicking. And so that's exactly what we're hearing. We're hearing lots of little clicks, and we want to not have that. Have a listen. It's not the easiest to hear because obviously it's breakcore, but have a listen. You can hear it stereo clicking. You talking about drums? I think it's the drum samples that you've been using that have been cut like that. Yeah. I would assume it's the drums that's doing that, right? So for example, look, if I have this, and I'm hoping that this example does work, have a listen to this. It's not super clear, the clicking. Hang on. Let's make this clicking the clearest fucking clicking the world has ever fucking heard, right? You ready? Listen to this. There we go. So that's quite clear, right? And maybe it's not super clear, but what we're going to do is we're going to compare it. So this one is going to have a little fade out and a little fade in. You don't need to fade in on the beginning of the drums, depending on the drums. Generally speaking, it's not bad to have a little click there, but unless you plan to keep it there and have a reason for it, I would say fade it in, right? So this is with the clicking, and this is without the clicking. You hear that? Smoother. With the clicking, without. So now you know exactly what it is you're listening to. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. So for other people, now you all know what I'm talking about. So when you're listening to the song, you'll be able to hear those clicking. So when you're making your own songs, you can make sure that you don't have those clickings in. Also, big up Shit and X for being first in the chat. You got a lot of stuff there. SSYTSM. To get feedback, you just put it in the chat, big dog. Just put it in the chat. Just literally just paste it in the chat. And welcome, Renata, and thank you for the follow, bro. All of the tips and stuff is below here on this banner if you want to skip the queue or anything, because the queue isn't massive. Renata, buddy, just put it in the chat. Oh, Spotify. I don't know if I can do Spotify because I'm not logged into Spotify. If you've got a SoundCloud one, that would be better. Let me check if I can do Spotify. I'll have it open just in case, but if you've got a better one, then I would recommend sending that, yeah? That is to say SoundCloud. Okay, this is really, really clean. You can make those synths louder though. That's definitely my feedback here. Okay, cool. You've sent it on SoundCloud. Thank you very much, system. You are in the queue now. Everything you need to know is in this banner at the bottom, yeah? So read that for sure, because it will save you some time because the queue is quite long, but you know exactly how to skip the queue now because it's in the bottom now. Thank you for the follow, system. If you have gentle sidechain compression of that main synth with the kick, then you're going to be able to get the song much louder, and that's going to help you in the mastering process as well. Can I send one, but I don't want to skip Trank? Yes. Okay, so here's my feedback, X. I'm going to be honest with you. Look, compositionally, this is absolutely fucking beautiful. Melodically, this is absolutely fucking beautiful. You have composed this song beautifully. Here's my feedback. You can make the synths louder, literally just louder. You can increase the volume, or you can put multiband compression on there to give it a perceived loudness, which is really, really fucking good idea, because then in the mastering process, you're going to be able to push everything much more. Especially if you do some sidechain compression underneath the kick, then you're going to be able to push the whole thing much more, and that's the name of the game. Especially if you're going to be doing breakcore, you want to make everything much louder. So that's one big thing that I would recommend. Number two, do the fade in, fade out, like I suggested, on the drums, because there is lots of little clicking, and when you do the mastering process, when you push everything to much louder, everything is going to be much louder, including the clicking, and everybody's going to be able to hear the clicking, and everyone's going to be like, oh man, this guy's got a lot of clicks. Right? And come on now, exit trees, X, look man, you're not trying to click farm, are you? Aha! All right, let's move forward. Look, really, really good song though. Thank you so much for sending it in, and I appreciate the sub as well. I'm glad that you sent that in. And anytime you want to send in any more songs, more than happy to give you feedback, bro. And if you want me to do your mix sound and mastering for you, just fucking send it to me. I'll do it for you, bro. Yeah, just DM me on Instagram. All right, next up we got Trank. Let's go. Assuming Trank is still here. Cookie Clicker. How much do you charge? DM me. We'll discuss, because it depends on quite a few things, to be honest with you. But I mean, I do it for a living, and I'm I'm not going to cut corners. So keep that in mind when it comes to the pricing. Yeah, got to go now, X. All right, cool. No worries, X. Thank you so much for coming down, and I hope you have a lovely time. Need to eat sometimes. I've got dark chocolates covered peanuts. That's my fucking eating for now. TY for the beautiful stream. Yeah, thank you for coming down and making it beautiful, bro. And for the tips, absolutely. Look, I do these streams once a week. I try to give as much value as I can during that time. And near the end of the year, I'm going to be doing fucking loads of these. Trank, are you still here? Because if not, yeah, I see you, bro. Yes, sir. Let's fucking go. All right, so just to give everybody an idea of the queue, I know those two people that just joined, they've not been saying much in the chat, so they're not going to be skipping the queue right now. But here's what we've got in the queue. We've got this, then Shit Song, then we've got Isam, and then we've got whoever this is, then we've got this, then we've got this, then we've got this, then we've got this, then we've got this. That is the queue right now, and if anybody leaves during that time, we're going to be skipping you in the queue. Anyway, Trank, let's freaking go. Hip-hop/rap, let's freaking go. Party World sped up. Love to hear it. I'm excited. Let's go. I feel like my mix is good on nice headphones, but not so much in the car. Well, Trank, do I have news for you? Do I have news for you? I'm glad you said that. So here's what you need to do. Go fuck yourself. Just kidding. No, here's what you need to do. So if you go over to, this is a free plugin. It's really, really good. It's by Rocket Powered Sound, and it's called Car Test. And all it is, I know it's a little bit of fun. All it is you press a button, and that's all it is. You turn it on, you can choose the level, and it makes it sound like it's in a car. So whilst you're doing your mix down, if you want to, you can have this on your master and do your mix down so it sounds decent in a car. This is a completely free plugin. It's called Car Test by Rocket Powered Sound. Let me put it in the chat for you. Rocket Powered Sound Car Test. Completely free plugin, and I really, really recommend it. It is very, very helpful, and it gives you the perceived sound of, listening to something in a car. It's got fucking stereo bass. It's fucking disgusting. And for songs that you've done a beautiful mix down on, for it to sound shit in a car, well, this is your way of helping it sound not so shit in a car. Yeah, so absolutely do that. Installing now. Fantastic. All right, let's keep moving forward.
I know that we do.
Brother, this mix down is beautiful. This is really, really clean. Really, really clean right now.
Better.
And also, 7 digits. I see you're talking in the chat a bunch. I'm actually going to bump you in the queue. So really good stuff. I appreciate you talking in the chat so much. Looking for Crynus. Looking for Crynus. Oh, there we go. Crynus, you got moved forward, bro, because you're talking in the chat so much. Appreciate you. Okay, Trank's got an ad. I'm going to wait until Trank is done with the ad, and then I'm going to give feedback. Let me know when you're back, and I'll keep giving you feedback. There we go. There we go. There we go. I have a 1-minute ad. I can't hear what you're gaying. I don't know why that's funny. Let's just correct his yaw. Not correct his gaying, just correct his yaw, because I think that's funny to me. Not I think that's funny to me, it is funny to me. Yeah, it's good stuff. A 60-second ad, man, that's mad. Bruh. Says 7 digits. Oh yeah, Crynus, I don't know if you were here when I said it, but because you're talking in the chat so much, 7-digit numbers, I bumped you in the queue, so you're closer to the front. Yeah, I appreciate you.
Body on body, we stuck to the red leather. Name in her mouth, you know I'm a trendsetter.
Okay, I'm back. Great. So, Trank, you can make the vocals louder. The vocals are a bit quiet. You can absolutely make them louder. How do I make them louder? You just turn up the volume, or you do this with the EQ. I wouldn't say do this because that's a little extreme. So, okay, so this one's not a free plugin, actually. But this is such a good fucking plugin. Such a good fucking plugin. I so recommend it. Waves' it's a plugin by Waves. It's literally called Silk Vocal. Just use one of the fucking presets. You don't need to touch anything else. I would use Raw to Pro Male. I know that you're using high pitch, so maybe do this before the pitch change. Silk Vocal, really fucking good, and it's just gonna make your vocals sound professional, right? Alternatively, multiband, baby. Just put a fucking multiband compressor on that. Now, what I am going to do is I'm gonna go a bit above and beyond for you here, brother. I'm going to give you an exact blueprint on what you can do to make your vocals sound even better completely for free, okay? Are you ready? Though I must admit, what I just recommended would be better, yeah? Silk Vocals does all of this in one. You use Silk Vocals, and then Reverb, and then Vocal Doubler by iZotope, which is a free plugin, Vocal Doubler. But you can use Vocal Doubler, or you can use Exva Serum's Dimension Expander. Just use the Dimension section. That works as well. So first we've got gain. So as the vocals go, we're going to literally just automate the gain. So say for example, the vocal is quiet here but loud here. We're going to make it louder there and then quieter there. And then we're going to listen back to make it sound like it is flat, yeah? We're literally going to automate every single little bit of those vocals, yeah? We don't need to do it super fine because you're doing it on rap, which is absolutely understandable. That's a bit long, right? Assuming the vocals might already be treated, but they're a little quiet. So yeah, we're going to Vocal Doubler, multiband compress. That's the main thing, right? And then we've got Auto Tune. This is a free version. This is M Auto Pitch, completely free. I'd recommend it. Next, we've got Broad Strokes EQ. What that means is, generally speaking, maybe there's not enough lows, then I just increase the lows. Right? Increase the lows. Maybe there's not enough mids, I increase the mids. Maybe there's not enough highs, I increase the highs. Right? I can't increase it because I've added it all here, yeah? Next up, multiband dynamics. This is literally just a multiband compressor, which I really recommend, and then a compressor on top of it, which I really recommend, and then a surgical EQ. Oh, I really don't like this build-up of frequencies at 300 hertz. Great, you just duck it. Right, not like that, but even finer, right? Bang, right? Next, we've got a de-esser. I'm using a de-esser by using a multi-band compressor, but you can truly just download a free de-esser online. De-esser, that's perfect for vocals. Next up, saturator. You don't really need that, but that's just helpful to make it a little distorted and a little louder if you wanted to. Then we've got gain at the end just to make everything to the volume that you want. Then we've got delay. Then we've got reverb. Then we've got flanger and phaser if you wanted to use that as well on top to give it a little extra color. But the main two things that I would recommend, Waves Doubler 2. I don't know if that's free, but you've got it already. Okay, great. You got the Waves Complete Bundle. Fantastic. Yeah. Use Waves Doubler 2 because that's literally the same thing. That's so good. Yeah. Use Waves Doubler 2. That's going to make the vocals nice and wide, within reason. And then chuck some reverb on there and multi-band compression. So you want to use, ideally, multi-band compression before the delay and reverb. You want to do the delay and reverb at the end. And to be honest with you, here's a delay and reverb that, I mean, a lot of people talk about that delay and reverb, like, oh, this is the best one, this is the best one. This is my favorite one, personally, is Dear Reality's Exoverb. This is super drowned out, super strong. You can be here, and that's enough reverb, yeah? It's really powerful reverb. I don't change any of the settings. I don't change any of this. I just move this around to where I want it, yeah? I'd recommend this one completely free, Exoverb Micro. But of course, your DAW probably already has that, so you can just use whatever your DAW is using anyway. Okay, sorry. You can skip the first one I sent. Is quite bad. 7 digits. Crinus. This is the first one you sent? Which one's the first one you sent? You want me to do the shorts? You want me to review your short? Is that correct? Antra is my go-to autotune. Gotcha.
In her mouth, you know the pussy wet. Plan it out. I can't even plan it now. I can't even bring it back. She can't even make a count. Bank account, large amount. I can't even fuck.
Okay, so the vibe is really, really excellent. It's a very clear vibe. I would say put some hi-hats in there. You don't need it to be a crazy hi-hats, but you could just have a little... Give it some groove, baby, some rhythm.
Gotta keep on moving back. She can't even stack it down, stack it up. Shawty,
Sam likes the song, huh?
tapping out. Giving good brain, sucking semen, then I'm tapping out. Shawty woke up and I'm geek, now I'm lacking out. Gotta keep
Sam, because you're in the chat, you get to move forward in the queue. Let's see where you are. You're here. You're going to move forward in the queue because you're talking in the chat. And Crynus, you've also moved in the queue. You can skip the first one I sent. Brother, I don't know which one is the first one you sent. So I've got this one, which is In a Heartbeat by Crynus on SoundCloud. And I've got this Shorts. So I don't know which one you want me to not play. Let me know, please.
so I'm blacking out. Woke up, fucked up, thought it was a dream. Never gonna pop a perk, maybe sip the lean. Gotta hit the bang, yeah, you know I crashed.
Hi-hats have come in. Very nice. You can make those hi-hats louder, bro. The first one, probably the video, I think. You want me to play that or skip that? Sorry.
It's a Hummel in the scene, no, I never stay clean. Eating fine cuisine.
Okay, just do both. Okay, I will do.
Never gave a fuck, it's a party world.
Come on, we'll be all alone.
I told you, I know that we do better. Body on body, we stuck to the red leather.
Okay, look, genuinely, Trank, you've structured this really, really well. Look, you've got your highs nice and wide, you've got your lows nice and center. Everything is really, really quite nice, to be honest with you. But yeah, you could just make those hi-hats a little louder, and you can make the vocals a little louder.
Naming her mask, you know I'm a trendsetter.
And then, yeah, maybe so the vocals aren't clashing with the synths because they're in the same sort of frequency range. You just do some gentle EQing so that they are in different spaces, if that makes sense. Yeah, not in different frequency spaces. So maybe the vocals are peaking at sorry, this whole thing is just fucking glitchy right now. It's nothing's fucking working. Hang on, I can move it. There we go, shit's working. Okay, so say you know your say your vocals are peaking around here, you're going to duck there on your synth. Maybe your synth is peaking over here, you're going to gently duck there on your vocals. And so they've got their own sort of thing. Yeah? Average DAW. I know, it's so sad. It's literally ever since I fucking upgraded this OS. It's pissing me off. Anyway, let's move forward.
Dick in her mouth, you know the pussy wet. Turn it out, I can't even plan it out. I can't even bring her back. She can't even make a count. Bank account, large amount. I can't even fuck her now. Gotta keep on moving back. She can't even stack it down, stack it up. Shawty like it's large amount. I can't even fuck her now. Gotta keep on moving back. She can't even stack it down, stack it up. Keep on moving back. She can't even.
Can you hear that little bit of distortion on the right ear? I think it's clipping. I'm not actually sure what is clipping because it doesn't sound like anything is super, super loud. But have a listen on your right ear. Have a listen to that little bit of clipping sound, the clicking, crunchy clipping sound. Have a listen.
Gotta keep on moving back. She can't even stack it down, stack it up.
You hear that? What is that? Is that the vocals? Could be low. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it needs addressing. Yeah. So I think it turned out decent considering I used a $30 USB mic in a car. Yeah, bro, it sounds awesome. Wait, replay it. Yeah, we'll do. Probably microphone clipping. Gotcha.
Gotta keep on moving back. She can't even stack it down, stack it up.
Yeah, there it is again. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, just fix that. If you need to re-record it, then you need to re-record it. But that's worth addressing for sure. Could you hear that sheet?
Seeming up, capping out.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. You know what to listen out for.
Shawty woke up and I'm geek, now I'm lacking out. Gotta keep up making money, so I'm black.
Yeah, this is really well done. Look, you've got sidechain compression on the bass. You've got sidechain compression on the hi-hats even. Everything is exactly where it should be. Really, really good stuff. You just need to re-record a little bit of the vocals. Your hi-hats can be a little louder. If you want to make the hi-hats a little more stereo, you can, but you don't really need to be honest with you. Everything is in a good place.
Woke up, fucked up, thought it was a dream. Never gonna pop a perk, maybe slept, thought it woke up.
What I might recommend is these cymbals where it goes tss. I think maybe you got some delay on there, and it sounds like maybe the frequencies are overlapping as a result. Maybe carve out EQing the hi-hats and that crash cymbal so that they can stand on their own. So when that crash is coming in, you can still hear that those hi-hats still grooving its way through the thing. Does that make sense? Let me know if that doesn't make sense.
Thought it was a dream. Never gonna pop a perk, maybe sip the lean. Gotta hit the bank.
Awesome.
I'm a limousine. No, I never stay clean. Eating fine. Cuisine.
Most of this broke with my master. Gotcha. Well, look. It's good, man. It's good. Look, compositionally, it's really good. Melodically, it's really good. The vibe is congruent throughout the entire song. Really, really good stuff. It's a fantastic song, and I appreciate you sending it in. The hi-hats, you just need to make that a little louder. You can fuck with the vocals to make that more present in the mix, and then you need to re-record some of it as well, so you remove that clipping as well. Do you have any questions before I move forward, Trank? Trank Lamau. Another ad. Okay, let me put it in the chat. Let me put it in the chat so we can see it. Do you have any questions before we move forward? Oni-chan says, "Sheet." Well said, bro. Shit, you know you're next. My bad. How exciting. No, I appreciate it. All right, cool. Look, Trank, thank you so much for sending it in. Hi-hats, make them a little louder. Vocals, multiband compression, and do the doubler as well so it's more present in the mix. Maybe increase the volume if you're feeling frisky with it. You got sidechain compression all over the place. It's really, really good, really well structured. You got the lows where it should be, the highs where it should be. Everything is really well done, to be honest with you. Very clean mix. Re-record some of the vocals so you're not getting clipping. And if you want to send it to someone else to do it for you so you don't have to do it yourself, send it to me. More than happy to do it for you. Let's move forward. Shit, my bad. Let's have a listen to that song because I'm so kawaii and cute. Damn right you are, shit. All right. Let's freaking go. And then after this, we've got Isam, but it doesn't look like he's been speaking in the chat recently, so we might need to skip it. Let's see.
It's like, oh, that's key. I got a Hellcat, Springfield, shoot from the front and hit 3D. You catch me in the F, bitch, too funny.
You can make the bass louder, but I would say make more presence in the body of it. So that wide synth that you got, it's in a good place. I like that it's wide, and I like how there's not bass on it.
You can't see me.
My mistake, there is bass on it. So you want to cut the low end of it. Oh man, please let me just teach. Do you know how much nicer this would be if shit just was not broken? All right, fuck it. Just imagine that you're going to take the low end and you're going to remove the low end from that synth that's really wide. And that sub bass, you can make it more present. You can make it slightly louder, and then you're going to have something to fill up this. Because right now you've got that stabby sound, that ding, 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 which is really nice, but that's over here, right? That's over here, and you've got a bass, which is over here, and then you've got fucking nothing over here. So maybe have something over there. Maybe you could double up that sub and add some slight distortion onto it so that it's getting some of these frequencies, which will add warmth to the bass if you wanted to, and then still cut out the extreme lows around here so that sub still has its own place in the mix as well, which could be quite nice. Does that make sense? I had nothing to say on previous track, fair enough. I actually have a plugin from iZotope called RxD Click with remove that picking noise. That's crazy if that's the case. That's awesome. Are you inspired by Funeral? I don't know who that is. Oh, I also don't know who that is. All right, great. That's funny. I wasn't even reading what you said. I don't know who that is. I was just saying I don't know who that is. Okay, let's go.
You try me and what it will get a shit battling right on the scene. I going up in my prices. That nigga pussy as fuck. Get him on tape like he ISIS.
Okay, the vibe of this is really cool, really interesting, really creative. You can make that down. That synth is covering this low mid section that I was talking about, so that's fantastic. You can make that one a little more mono, a little more central. You've got the bass, you can still make that sub bass a little louder, and you can make that ding 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 synth a little quieter, because as we can see here, this is where our ears are peaking, and that's where that stabbing sound is, which is just a really quite high frequency sound. It's arguably competing with the vocals. We don't want it to compete with the vocals. This song is all about the vocals. This specific song is all about the vocals, so we want the vocals to be standing out more. So we're going to increase the volume of the vocals. We're going to decrease the volume of that stabbing synth. And we're going to EQ each one individually. There we go. To get it so it stands out. So that down. Maybe that's peaking over here. So we're going to go over to the stabbing synth and we're going to duck it slightly over here. And then we're going to go to the vocals and duck it slightly over here. And then we're going to go to the down, down, down stabbing synth. And we're going to see that, oh wow, it's peaking over here. So we're going to go to here on the vocals and duck that slightly. And on the down, we're going to duck that slightly over here. And then we're going to go to the vocals. Oh wow, the vocals are peaking over here. So we're going to go and duck the stabbing synth over here, and we're going to duck the down synth over here as well. And then all of a sudden, every single element in your song has its own place, and without increasing any of the volumes, everything is clear as fucking day and sounds super loud. So that's what I would recommend doing. Yeah? Does that make sense? Let me know if that is something that doesn't make sense yet. You give feedback so fast, you have a sharp ear. Yeah, I try to. I mean, look, I've got a big queue, so that's why I've got to be quite fast. But in general, I'm a little speedy little bitch, to be honest with you. So that is just me as well. And I mean, look, Sheet subscribed, so he gets to skip the queue as well, and I want to give him as much value as I can. I try to give everyone as much value as I can, to be honest with you, but I've got a lot of love and respect for Sheet because he submits a lot of tracks and he's always here, and like I said, he subbed as well. So yeah, I want to give him as much help as I can, for sure. Oh, this motherfucker! This is shit. Okay, this is a funeral. That's not to add to the list. My bad, 7 digits. All right, let's keep it moving.
These nigga broke as fuck. All in a mud by an ISIS. Sipping a walk got me slow as fuck. Look at my cup of these spices. I know these niggas gon' spite me. You say that I'm
You can make the hi-hats louder and you can make the clap louder as well. So the clap is actually competing with the vocals, but that's a-okay, right? Once again, we're going to do the little EQ trick. Oh, wow, the clap is peaking over here. Okay, we're going to do a little duck over there on the vocals. And then all of a sudden, everything is punching through the mix so beautifully. Lovely.
pussy and fight me. These pussy little niggas just bite me. She can suck on my dick, she a size queen. If she look at my fist, I don't quite clean. If she want a man, I can't be that. And that boy run up on me, get it beat at. It's 100 for the freedom, that's pre-tax. See, bitch, be talking in my class. I made a whole cry, it's my bad. And I'm rocking the leases for my ass. My baby said she can't watch it on my bed. Cause she
Look, you've got the bass right in the middle, which is really, really good. You see this structure here? What that means is that the mastering isn't done. What I mean by that is, if the mastering was done, there would be much less dynamics. You've got the kick and the bass much louder than the rest of the song, and we know that that's the case because we can see it right here. We can see that these peaks are from the bass and the kick. And you're thinking, oh, but I want the bass and the kick to be louder. You don't. Here's the thing. If people want the bass and kick to be louder, they'll just turn up the volume and they're going to play it through good speakers. You can either make it perceived louder by adding distortion and having more frequencies up here. If you add literally distortion to the bass, it's going to give you the idea that it's here. Here's something really interesting. I'm gonna go on a little bit of a tangent here, but I think it's really, really interesting for you to know, right? Here. Look, have a look at this. Let me go back to init preset. Something nice and simple. A simple motherfucking sawtooth wave, right? So I'm just gonna play the sawtooth wave. And we can't hear it because I've not soloed it. But there we go. Look, sawtooth wave, right? But we can see this is the loudest peak, and then it goes quieter, right? Right now, you've got the loudest peak at the beginning, and then it goes quieter. But our ears know what the note is. I mean, right here, look, we can see the note over here by holding up the frequency. If we hold it here, we can see that this is E, whereas this one is, this one is also E. This one is B. This one is E. This one is G sharp. But this one, E, if I take that and go all the way the fuck down, this one is now the most prominent one, but all of a sudden we can still fucking hear it. That's because this sawtooth waves gives upper harmonics, right? So if I were to go to a sine wave and just go nice and low, this is a sub frequency. This is the sub that we're talking about, and this is what's too loud in your mix. We got the sub. Now, if I were to, and I'm going to, if I were to take this sub, still playing just this note, and turn on the distortion, and turn up the distortion really fucking loud, we can see that we've got all of these extra frequencies. This is upper harmonics. That is what distortion does. It gives you extra upper harmonics, right? Now, if I were to go ahead and remove that initial harmonic, literally ducking that sub bass, we can still tell the note. We can still tell what the note is. I can do an extreme cut, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do an extreme cut. that isn't even there anymore. We can still tell the note. We can still tell the note. That's because the fundamental frequency, that's what that note was. The fundamental frequency isn't even there, but our ears recognize it. By using this method, we've got more body without adding more sub-frequencies. What that means is we can layer that sound that I just made on here and make it perceived louder without adding extra loudness on those sub-frequencies, on those frequencies that are already too loud in the mix. Yeah? Let me know if that makes sense. And Hellride King, sorry about the slow response here. No, the song I sent Sean was again. Yeah, Gotcha, what's up, man? Yeah, I filmed the reactions of foreigners to Russian music. Do you want to participate? No, thank you. I'll send you 3 songs. No, thank you, bro. I'm sorry, bro. This motherfucker sent a whole ask paragraph. I'm sorry, bro. The reason I'm saying no is because, like, I think it's a really interesting idea. It's just right now I'm focusing on giving feedback to people that have sent songs. I love the idea. It's just not the right time right now. That's all. I really appreciate you. Maybe another stream, yeah? I genuinely would love to. Just right now is not the time, I'm afraid. I remember seeing this somewhere now. Gotcha. Good. Interesting. Yeah, it does a lot. Awesome. I really like the song. Good. It takes less space. Well, that's it. That's it. All right, let's keep it moving. Also, good work from 7 Digits and Assam still talking in the chat. You guys are absolutely, yeah, you're ahead of the queue. So Assam, you're immediately next, bro. And then we've got Krynus immediately after you. So yeah, we've got people skipping the queue simply because they're talking in the chat. Really, really good stuff, bros.
I go ain't nothing that's stopping me. Rocking the this and I'm popping me. That nigga wanted this fee for free. In my DMs, that's a block to me. Bitch, if you gone to shop for key. Show him my home with the lock and key. I'm trying to kick this shit, Bruce Lee. She trying to fuck your hit, bitch, please. I'm going up in my prices. That nigga pussy as fuck. Get him on tape like he ISIS. These nigga broke as fuck. All in them up on an ISIS. Sipping the walk, got me slow as fuck. Look at my cup, it be spices. I know these niggas gon' spite me. You say that I'm pussy and fight me. These pussy little nigga just bite me. She can suck on my dick, she a size queen. If she look at my fist, and I'm quite clean. If she want a man, I can't be that. And that boy run up on me, get a beat ass. It's 100 for free, then that's pre-tax.
Okay, so I can actually hear that you do already have some saturation fuzz on the bass. I don't know if you did that yourself or if that was part of the sample or if that's by accident, but you do already have some there, yeah? So that's great. But yeah, look, we've got absolute clipping, we've got absolute to the top of the peaks here. We can make everything much louder, and so that's what we're going to be doing, yeah? So in summary, that sound, we're going to make that a little quieter. We're going to make that stabbing sound a little quieter. We're going to EQ everything so everything's got its own place, and we're going to make the vocals much louder. We're going to make the hi-hat slightly louder as well because we fucking can. And you might as well. If you can mix it down to a pink noise sound, which looks like that, that's what the spectrum needs to look like. Like that. If you do that, it's going to sound absolutely fucking perfect. Brother, this is really, really creative though. Really fucking awesome. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it's really fucking good. Yeah, look, if you want me to do your mix down and mastering for you, just let me know. DM me on Instagram, I'll do it for you. No biggie, bro. This is fantastic. Thank you so much for submitting it, shit. And yeah, anytime you want to submit more songs, brother, put it in the chat, yeah? Avia, welcome to the stream. I see you. You sent this. I'm just curious. Have I reviewed your song before? I know that I've reviewed one of your songs before. Have I? Have I or have I not? Hyper pop. I guess not, right? I guess not. I mean, it's not showing up. I guess not. All right, cool. So I've added you to the queue, Avia. To know how to skip the queue and stuff, everything is just on the bottom here. Right now, this is the queue. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then there's you. But there is ways to skip the queue. For example, Assam and Krynus have both skipped the queue because they've been talking in the chat a lot. The person that we just reviewed, we got Shit, who skipped the queue entirely, skipped everybody because they subbed. So big up Shit as well. I'm surprised at how much hype that track got. I basically recorded Sigalus from south of France and put it in there as a hi-hat. Interesting. Course. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, look, you got 8K plays, almost 9K. That's awesome, bro. Not this one. Awesome. I just made this whip last night. Okay, gotcha. All right, cool. Cool, Avia. That's fantastic. All right, great. So we're going to be listening to this techno, dark, industrial techno. Very exciting, Assam. Let me make sure you're here, Assam. You ready for this feedback, yeah? Oh, and shit, do you have any... I'll be right back though. Okay, no worries. I was going to ask if he's got any questions, but I don't think he's here right now. That's fine. Hell yeah. All right, let's go, Assam. You've got 2 mods on the low ends, yeah? So that boom, boom, boom. You're looking at literally low energy, you got too much, and around here you got too much, right? That's the mud area, you got too much. You could literally fix this, and it's a really fucking simple fix, by just give it a little duck, right there. If you got distortion or anything on the kick, give it a little duck before the distortion, and it's gonna feel much nicer. And now you got it coming in, which is great, but it's clashing with the sub bass of that kick, yeah? So you're going to need to choose either the or the sub bass of the kick. Most people would do sidechain compression, and that's going to solve your problem. So either sidechain compress or shorten the length of the kick. Maybe the kick is... Oh, buddy, shit's frozen. All right, maybe the kick length, the bass is too long. Shorten that fucker. Yeah, just give it a little fade out. Shorten it. And then you'll have space for everything, and you can make everything so much louder as well. Can you tell me what makes the track success? I'd like to recreate it or make it better. Look, at the end of the day, here's the absolute fucking truth of what makes this song so successful, right? Most likely, the reason it's so successful is because it is a enjoyable song to listen to. What that really means is it's got good songwriting. That's it. It's got good songwriting. The mixdown and mastering is the polishing off of a product. If you had a perfect mixdown and mastering, maybe instead of 9K plays, you'd have 20 or 30 or 50 or 100 or 500K, But if the songwriting was absolutely fucking trash, but the mixdown and mastering was perfect, you'd have 2 plays. If you had a trash song, you're having 2 plays. It's a trash song with a trash mixdown, you got 2 plays. Trash song with a perfect mixdown and mastering, 2 plays. Great song with a trash mixdown and mastering, you will have decent plays because the songwriting is the most important thing, right? Mixdown and mastering is the polishing of the product. That's all it is. It's the polishing of the product. If you're already fantastically making amazing writing songs amazingly, then the mixdown and mastering is what you need to be focusing on next, or you can pay someone else to do it for you to get it to the perfect standard and let your song be as good as it actually is. And that's the goal here. Oh yeah, shit, welcome back. And do you have any questions about your track, by the way? I feel like I've got the arrangements down. Awesome. And mixdown and mastering is the next step. Awesome, bro. We are in the right place. Yeah, so I'm going to double down, and I really need you to understand this. This kick is really, really distorted and not in a nice way. So it's a lot of mud. So around these, somewhere around from 100 to 500 hertz is somewhere you're going to need to be ducking a little bit. And I'm going to assume that when the kick is hitting, it's going to look like that. We just need to duck around the muddy areas and separate the bass from the kick, yeah? No 2 basses should be playing at the same time ever, right? Ever. There's not an exception about that. That's not like you creative difference. Don't have 2 basses playing at the same time if you want your song to be louder and more powerful and sound awesome on big speakers, which I'm going to assume that is exactly what you want, yeah? Oh no, not about the track, but it's about distortion. How do I know when it's too much or too little distortion? I'm going to be honest with you, but that's just an ear thing, all right? So yeah, that's the only way really to test that is by using your ears. So for example, let's have a listen to this. Oh, I've got reverb on this motherfucker. All right. So let's just choose a random sound that I've made. Let's go with I like C2. So that's an example of too much distortion, right? So we've got the saturator right here. Let's bring the saturator over here so you can see it a little clearer, right? And that's too much distortion, and this is no distortion. Already that's a little distorted in the low mids, right? So we're going to, you're deaf already, I'm so sorry. We're going to gently nudge it up, and the best way to do this is to nudge it up, find where the distortion is, and then dial it down. So here we can hear the distortion, that's scratching sound on your ears. Then dial it down. There we go, no distortion. A lot of distortion, much less distortion. And so that's what that's what I'd recommend. You push it all the way to its limit. You push it past its limit so that you can hear the distortion very, very, very clearly, and then you dial it down. And I would actually recommend doing this with every single fucking plugin. Anything that you're unsure of what it does and how it affects it, you dial it up. You go fucking nuts with it. And then you dial it down until you find where you want it. When I'm doing my mastering, that is actually exactly what I do. In my mastering, I will always dial up the loudness knob all the way to the max so that I can hear exactly which frequencies are getting dirty and disgusting and distorted, and then I dial it down to where I want it to be. I do the same thing with the thickness, with the cleanness. This isn't a dial, but yeah, I do it with the thickness, I do it with the clean, I put it all the way up and then dial it down. I do it with every single button because it allows your ears to get used to and identify exactly what it is that you want to be doing. You could do the same thing with volume even. I actually start with the volumes all the way down and then dial it up to where I want it to be because I already know what it sounds like. That volume's a different thing. But the majority of the time with wetness, you want to have it all the way up so that your ears can identify exactly what it is that you're moving, and then you dial it down. And that's going to allow your mixes to be chef's kiss. Chef's motherfucking kiss, yo. Yeah. Okay, great. I do it on BandLab. Perfect, Krynus. That's exactly it. All right, let's keep it moving to some. So your snare is really good, but you can have more energy in the high end. Yeah, so with the snare, you want to be boosting here. Because there's a lot of space there. You can absolutely be taking this up. Adds. Okay. Okay, let me know when you're back. Ads. Hey, I appreciate the ads though, obviously, because that's helpful for me, man. My damn ass was thinking you were talking about me. Talking about you about what? Yeah, I were. Yeah, you said you do it on BandLab. Yeah, that is good stuff. Sorry, I was listening to music. Gotcha. Back. Okay, welcome back, Assam. Okay, great. So, what I was saying is with this snare, it's a good snare, but you can make it more powerful and more loud and more present in the mix. All you got to do is boost this area here from 2K to 3K, this area, 10K to 1K. Do a gentle boost. Have a listen to it and boost, 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 boost. Oh, wow, it sounds good here. And then we're going to dial it down. So what I would say is literally have a big peak here, have the whole thing playing, EQ just your snare and bring it down. Oh, wow, here sounds really good. And then you're going to bring it down. Bring it up and find a place where you want. Always moving stuff around. Always do it with the mix. When you're EQing, have the whole thing playing so that it stands out on its own. And that's what we're going to be doing with that snare. Because the snare is already punchy. It's really, really good. Not the master. Oh, just the snare. Yes, just the snare. Guys, if you sub, you get no ads. Interesting shit. I've actually no clue. Like I said, I don't use Twitch, so I didn't know that was a thing. But that is helpful. So you're subbed for a whole month, right? So you're getting a whole month without ads. That's quite good, huh? That's really quite helpful. I stream obviously a lot. I mean, I'm trying to do fucking 500 hours. So yeah, that's decent value. Do I have Instagram? Yes, my Instagram is @limlamofficial. It's It's somewhere on the screen, probably. It's somewhere on the stream. But if not, let me know, and I'll type it in the chat. But it's at Limlam Official, so should be quite straightforward, hopefully. Everyone should sub. I agree, shit. Limlam, that's it, Assam. That's exactly it, bro. Am I saying your name right, by the way? I had a friend once called Assam. Good guy. I fucking love him to bits. I really miss him. And yeah, I used to call him Sam, but yeah, I know that his name is Assam. All right, cool. So it's a fun name to say. I'm going to be honest with you. I really enjoy saying your name. I don't got that money, bro. Fair enough, 7 digits. You can make those hi-hats louder as well. Bro, this mix is going to be so fucking loud and powerful once you're done with the mix down and mastering. If you were to revisit it, you don't have to. I always like the idea of moving forward and being aware of what you've done and moving forward. Welcome, Kingo. Welcome to the stream, big dog. Okay, so once again with the snare, you've got a lot of low subs. You got bass on the sub, you got bass, motherfucker. You got bass on the snare, yeah? Sub bass specifically, and maybe we don't want that, right? So we're just going to go like that, and so if you don't cut out the subs, which is A-okay, you don't have to cut out the subs, but here's some things that you need to remember, right? All right, see you in a bit, Crinus. Here's some things that you need to remember, right? I guess I've got to EQ stuff more. Well, that's it. Ideally, and this is not an exaggeration, every single track ideally has an EQ. The only time I personally wouldn't put an EQ on the track, and there's only one reason. Actually, on kicks I don't EQ a lot of the time because you don't need to, and snares a lot of the time you don't need to EQ unless the snare is perfect. This snare is not perfect, and this kick is not perfect, so it needs EQ. It's rare that kicks and snares are going to be perfect anyway. Hi-hats you always need to EQ because there might be some low energy rumble, and every single synth you want to EQ, and every single sound effects you want to EQ because you want to be removing the sub, because there should only be one sub playing at any one time. So that's why the exception to EQing is if 1, the sound is already perfect, and 2, nothing else is playing at the same time. That is to say, the whole song is going and that is the only thing you wouldn't need to EQ, because when that's happening, nothing else is playing, right? We've got the bass, we've got the kick, we've got the snare, everything's playing at the same time, and then all of a sudden there's a big gap, and then there's just that nothing else is playing. We don't need to EQ that. It's okay if that's got a little bit of sub on it, because there's nothing there to clash with it. Does that make sense? Let me know if that doesn't make sense, and I'll break it down a little further. I'm more than happy to, yeah, definitely need to EQ everything. Can you review my shit? Absolutely, Kingo. All the rules are just on the screen just below here, yeah? So you just need to put your song in the chat, and then read the rules, and you'll be able to skip the cue. That's a big cue. Skip it, baby. When I use EQs, it's to cut highs or lows. Perfect. That's a lot of the sound. That's a lot of the main things. If the sound is already perfect, then you don't need to EQ. Except for the subs. Always remove the sub if you can, yeah? Because you don't want multiple subs playing at the same time. Even if there's a sound that you're like, oh, it's a clap, it doesn't have sub. There's sometimes a lot of sub energy underneath, and that kind of ruins it a little bit, yeah? So just keep that in mind, because it adds up, especially later on in the mix. Thanks for the follow, Kingo. I rarely add or remove, fair enough, but it's rare that it sounds perfect. Well, that's it, Avia, that's it. Good formulation, absolutely. Welcome to the stream, Slake. Slake. Brennelol. Thanks for the submission, bruh. Alright, I've added you to the queue, Kingo, and Brennelol. I've added you to the queue as well. Thank you, both of you, for submitting. Followed you on Insta. Thank you, Assam. I appreciate you, bro. Back to your song, let's go. And the reason I'm using your song, again, for those that are new here, that don't realize, the reason I'm reviewing Assam's song right now is because he's talking in the chat a lot, and so you get to skip the queue if you talk in the chat. I mean, all the rules are here. Look, subs on Twitch get to skip the queue entirely. Super Chat members on YouTube get to skip the queue entirely. It is in-depth feedback, and yeah, look, talk in the chat lots for queue priority, and that is really important, I think. Queue priority, because this queue, I'm not joking, there's a lot of people in this queue. There's maybe 10. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 now. So there's 11 people in the queue. So yeah, I mean, if you want to be skipping that queue, just talk in the chat a shit ton. I promise you, I want to be prioritizing people. I want to be getting people out of the way, and I want to be helping those that are, staying in this chat, because one, it's helpful for you because you get to learn if you're sticking around, and then two, yeah, I mean, it's helpful for my stream if you're talking in the chat a lot. Make that 12, and I'll be honest with you, shit gets priority. So shit, you're actually going to be next in line, of course, because you have subbed to me. So I appreciate you, bro. Let's go. Did you notice the crickets or the cigarellas in the mix? I don't know what cigarellas are, but let me listen to the crickets. Are the crickets the ones that sound like the hi-hats? Because I thought they were just hi-hats. I literally can't hear any cricket sounds. Which one's the crickets? Oh, the hi-hats. Gotcha. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. I love the idea of using different things in songs. Beautiful, beautiful use of creativity. I would say I feel bad for the guys behind me, but I don't. Damn shit. Welcome back, Crinus. I don't think they're on right now. Yeah, potentially not. Probably not. Oh, Kingo is. Let's go. Good work, Kingo. Because Kingo spoke in the chat, I'm moving him forward 1. Let's go. Let's hope he talks more. I think many in the queue has already left. I agree. That's why it's important to talk so that I can move people forwards. So you see how you got that symbol, ting, 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 ting. It's on the left ear only, which is fine because it's a high frequency thing, really, really cool. And the fact is that you've got that so much louder than everything in the mix. And the reason is, that's around here, yeah? So it's literally this region right here that our ears are most sensitive to. Open the fuck back up, boy. Our ears are most sensitive to this region right here. And so even though it might not actually be physically louder, we're perceiving it as louder. So that's perfect. That's exactly what we want to be doing. So really, really good stuff. I want you to be doing that with the hi-hats, but the hi-hats are going to be peaking around here. Boost the volume of the hi-hats. Not the EQ, but the actual volume, because you can. You absolutely can, bro. Okay. People need some patience. True Lonely Playboys put a song in the chat. Let me add you to the list, bro. And good work, Slake, for talking in the chat. Good stuff. I don't think you've submitted a song yet, though, bro. If you want a song to submit, you're more than welcome to do so. Got to keep talking till I reach number 1. I just pressed it. LeMail. Okay, gotcha. Bit harsh. Is this a loop? The song, potentially. By the way, the song I sent is similar to the one you hated before, to let you know. Great, thank you. Sounds like it. Okay, great. Okay, gotcha. Thanks, brother. Awesome. And Avi is now in the chat. Good. Very good. Slake is still in the chat. Brendan is now talking in the chat. Good stuff. We've got some movement in the chat again. And good work, Kingo. If you can reach number 1, brother, that's going to be very impressive. That's going to be very impressive. I'll project. My project is a bit large, so FL takes forever to render it. That shit happens, man. Oh, I see you're bouncing it right now. Well, I'll tell you what, because you're talking so much in the chat, if you continue talking in the chat, I'm gonna make you skip a lot of the queue, yeah? So I appreciate you. My music is Arabic, though. That's good. That's fine. I'm not going to be able to judge lyrics anyway. That's not my forte. But I will tell you about the mix down of your song in there, which is very, very awesome. All right, let's keep it moving, Assam. Okay, once again, this snare, you can absolutely boost it around here. You could literally this exact region from here to here, you're going to play the whole thing together with your snare. You're going to go, oh wow, it sounds really good here. And then you're just going to choose the volume. Oh, that's too much. Oh, that's perfect. And then all of a sudden, you've got your mix sounding absolutely fucking sexual. Thanks for the follow, Blessville. Okay, hi-hats, you really need to make those higher, louder. And what I would recommend to clear things up even more, this one is really fucking awesome idea here, yeah? Oh, sending music. All right, let me add you to the queue. And Blesville, I want you to know that the queue is quite long, so I would really recommend reading this banner at the bottom so that you can skip the queue, okay? Skip the queue, because it is very important for people that are just trickling in now to be skipping the queue when you can, yeah? Sidechain when? Yeah, good point. There's not a huge amount of sidechain, but as long as you can make it push, then all is good, yeah? All is good. To be honest with you, it's not too bad. With some heavier sidechain, yeah, look, if you want to do sidechain, I would recommend it because you're going to be able to make the mix louder or perceived louder. I'm going to move you forward throughout the queue here, buddy. Hang the fuck on. Shit's glitching. All right, there we go. Yep, I've moved you through the queue. You've skipped a lot of people, Slake, because you're talking in the chat a lot. If you keep talking, I'm going to be able to keep you nice and far forward. I appreciate you, yeah? Seagulls are some sort of cricket like bugs from south of France. Interesting. Sounds yummy. Not even like sidechain for loudness, but sidechaining to make the song more aesthetically pleasing or like audibly pleasing. Yeah, absolutely. Like... Give it more groove. Yeah, absolutely, you could do that. Lonely Playboy, it is not lucky. Read the stuff on the bottom. You'll see exactly how to skip the queue. It's very clear. No luck involved. You could, yeah, look, experiment with sidechaining, but to be honest with you, look, I would say this is actually quite decent, but I would say there is a little bit of distortion on there, and it's not distortion that is ideal, right? What do I mean by ideal? It sounds like it's uncontrolled. It sounds like you've got distortion just because you're pushing the sound as much as it can, rather than making distortion as a flavor to the synth. So here's what I would recommend. Make sure that when you are... Brother, please let me teach. All right. Do an extreme high cut. So we're going to have everything playing at the same time. And on your synths, we're going to roll off the high end, extreme high end like that, so that we can hear the hi-hats. When the hi-hats are piercing through the mix perfectly, then we stop. Maybe it's here, maybe it's 11K, maybe it's 12K, maybe it's 10K, who knows, right? We're going to be using our ears, we're rolling this down until those hi-hats are piercing through the mix. So you don't even need to increase the volume of the hi-hats, though you should, because these hi-hats need to be louder. But by doing that, we're going to remove a little bit of the sizzle from the synth that is caused from your distortion, and then we're going to get hi-hats coming through the mix. All of a sudden, your mix has become so much more clean as well. Album cover, does anyone want it for free? 7 Digits is giving out free album covers, which is insane. Hey, 7 Digits, I'd be down for an album cover if you want to hook me up with something. I give away my songs for free, so I can never pay anyone for album covers anyway, so I would appreciate it, to be honest with you. I like how you explain things. Thanks, Assam. I'm glad. I'm going to DM you on Instagram later on. Awesome. Sounds good, bro. Hey, 7 Digits, Lim FL or Ableton? I'm an Ableton person, but I think all DAWs are created equally, except I grew up on Logic, and I fucking hate Logic. It is so unenjoyable to work with. Yeah, we can hear very clearly just how distorted the synth is. Even though you've got the volume relatively quiet, you've got it super, super distorted. So, Okay, so here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to do a gentle boost at, you guessed it, I don't know if you actually did guess it, we're going to do a gentle boost at around 2 to 3k hertz. Oh wow, that's really crazy. Why are we doing 2 to 3k hertz? Because that's the area that our ears perceive sound the most. Please fucking let me do this. Thanks for the follow. I don't know if this is going to let me do it. There we go. 2 to 3k hertz. This is literally around this area. Or you could put a OTT on there, multiband compression, or anything like that. That'll do the exact same damn thing. Absolutely good idea, right? So yeah, do that. What's your Insta at mshit? Oh, my bad. Okay, gotcha, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're going to be boosting this little area if you can. And for that distortion, I don't know if you were here when I taught you the distortion trick. So say, for example, there's this sound. Right? We're going to look for the part that is distorted. So, for example, maybe here is distorting. If I turn that all the way up, we can hear the distortion very clearly. Gross. So we're going to find the part that's distorting. We're going to do a gentle dark, maybe not that wide, but a little sharper. And then we're going to bring the drive down to where it's clean. There we go. That's nice and clean. And then we're going to repeat it. We're going to do it again and find another area that once we bring up the drive, that's where the distortion's building up. Because when we're building up drive in a saturator or a distortion, what that's really doing is adding upper harmonics on the main harmonic. So maybe the main harmonic is here. We're going to add extra distortion here, extra harmonics here, and then there's going to be a build-up somewhere along the lines. Wherever the build-up is where we're hearing the distortion the most. We're going to duck that area so that when it does build up, buddy, there's space there now. So all of a sudden, we've got space to push the volume louder. And that's the beauty of it. Production is reduction. We're going to reduce frequency so that we can make it fucking louder. And right here, this is distorted. This isn't louder. This is just distorted. And if we can keep it clean, we can make it mean. We can make it loud as fuck. All right, I see that you've sent something in the chat. I'm going to grab it there, Mackie. You're in the queue, but I want you to know that the queue is very long. The only way to skip the queue is by reading what's in this banner here at the bottom, and then just following those instructions. You can absolutely skip the queue. If you're talking a lot in the chat, then yeah, you get your name moved forward, and if you sub, then you get to skip the queue entirely. I probably will be ending the stream relatively soon, so I want to try to get through some of these if I can. For example, MAAG would do a better job and make it sound so much nicer and not harsh. Oh, parametric EQ for boosting highs is a good idea, yes. What if I like the gross part? Interesting shit. So look, here's the thing. You can absolutely like the gross part, but it needs to be controlled. It's a really good question. You need it to be controlled. If you've got distortion on a synth, but it's not on purpose, and it's because of your own ignorance, that is not A-okay. If you've got distortion on a synth, and you've carved out space for everything else, and so that synth is distorted, and you make sure that it's clear that it's distorted. You make sure that everything else is moving out of its way so that distortion can pierce through the mix. That is perfect. We want to make sure everything we're doing is on purpose, and that's the main thing. If we're pushing a synth because we want it to be louder, but actually it's just distorted and not sounding clean and nice, then that's not a good idea. And one thing you really need to remember is that a lot of the time, especially this sort of EDM genres, this is going to be playing through massive speakers. A lot of the time, people are going to be playing it through their own speakers, through their own headphones as well, and they're going to be playing it so fucking loud that it's going to be distorted because speakers aren't prepared to be playing the volumes that people are pushing it through, especially EDM, especially music that people fucking like bass music, right? So we need to not have it distorted yet, because when they push it through and it's going to be clipping, it's already going to be distorted. People are going to be DJing your songs and it's already going to be distorted. You don't need it distorted yet. Let them do the distortion. Have it as clean as possible so that when they push it, it's as clean as possible until it's distorted by their own means. And at that point, they've at least chosen to distort it. Does that make sense? You need to give out like classes. Well, that's what I'm trying to do, to be fair. I appreciate that. Can you send a link or something? I'm mentally insane. Hang on. Am I mentally? What if, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Please get to me before you go. We'll see, Lonely Playboy. If you talk in the chat a lot, I can move you through the list, but this is your third message ever, if I'm not mistaken. So, keep that in mind. You know what I mean? Good advice, to be fair. Appreciate you. just sell courses at this point. Look, here's the thing. I love the idea of selling a course, but here's the thing. I'm not trying to make a shit ton of money. My goal is to teach as many people as I can. And the problem with a course is that, yeah, I can teach a lot of people, but I'm not teaching a lot of people exact fucking things on how they can improve. I prefer one-on-ones, right? There's only one of me, but I prefer one-on-ones. It's so much more valuable. That's why I say at the end of every single one of these, if you want a one-on-one, and if you want me to teach you exactly what your mix needs, or if you want me to do your mix down and do your mastering for you in a live stream so you can see exactly what I'm doing, I can tell you exactly why I'm doing it. You can ask me questions, exactly what's happening. We can get the best mix out of your song. We get the best mastering out of the song. We get your song polished, perfect, ready for radio, ready for DJs playing, ready for streaming, ready for everything. People are going to be able to listen to it and it sounds exactly how it should be sounding, exactly how you want it to sound, and exactly how the listener wants it to sound for their own ears. And you get to learn from it. Not only does it get done for you, but you get to learn from it. And that's, you're absolutely right. Selling a course would be helpful, but I want to help more deeply than a course can actually do. In my opinion, courses are just, it's surface level and it's broad and there's too much to learn. And I don't know what your actual problem is. I'm just telling you things that you might know and then you might skip over it. No. I want to help you exactly what your actual problem is and help you through it so that we can get your absolute perfect fucking result. That's the goal. That's why I don't want to do a course. I hear what you're saying. I want to help more than a course can actually do, right? Yeah, you know what you're talking about? I try. I do a lot of research. I'm an absolute fucking nerd. I can send it if you can't follow me. Okay, good. Right, I got you. This is genuinely fucking good. I appreciate you, Kingo. All right, let's finish off Sam's song. Issam's song. Okay, so the ending just kind of clicks at the end. You're going to need to have an actual outro so it doesn't just end like that, and that's going to help DJs to DJ your song as well. But otherwise, all the feedback that I gave, I stand by, and I'm hoping that was helpful. And I'm hoping you can remember it because I said a lot and I can't really remember everything. Do you have any questions before I move forward, Issam? I'm glad. Do you have any questions before I move forward? I focus on the tricks. Awesome, bro. Awesome. And keywords. Good. The track was fired. The track was fired. That's what I mean. Look, this is why it's got 9,000 plays. By the way, it had 8.9 something plays when I first started. It's gone up to 9K now. Crazy, right? The track was fired. It worked really good. Really good. It's a fantastic song. Songwriting-wise, like I say, it's a fantastic song. It's a sign. Damn right. Okay, great. All right, let's move forward. Next up, we've got Sheet's song because they're a sub, so they've got to skip the queue. And I would like to move forward some names. So we've got Kingo, Slake, and Brennan, who are talking a lot in the chat, so I'm going to move you forward. I'll DM you later on Insta. Please do, Issam. It would be a pleasure. So that's not... Who Blazefair, they're not here. Lonely Playboy, he's not talking in the chat much. Brennan, we're moving you forward because you're talking in the chat a lot. Really good stuff. Kingo, we're moving you forward because you're talking in the chat a lot. Really good stuff. Hey yo, that me. Yeah, correct, it is you. Who else? Who else was it? Crinus, I mean 7 digits. You will be next. You will be next because you've been in the queue for such a long time and you've been talking for such a long time. But this is what we've got, and Kingo is there as well. Okay, so this is what we got. We got Shit, then we got Crinus, then we got Brennan, then we got Kingo, and then we got a bunch of other people. Lonely Playboy getting skipped. He might be. He's just really far back. Oh yeah, Mackie. Remind me, buddy. Which one is yours? Because your name is Mackie, but I don't know what your artist name is. Is this you? RVSS Russ? I think it's Russ. Is this you? Yeah. The problem with Lonely Playboy. Big love to him. He's just not talking in the chat as much as anybody else. That's it. He's not talking. My general rule of thumb is if you're still in this area here. right here, you know, above me, then you get to skip. But Brennan, he just not, you're Russ? Okay, I'm moving you forward as well. You get to skip a lot of the queue as well. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, bro. Big skips. Big skips. All right. Big jumps. All right, cool. All right. What did he say fuck me for? Who knows? Don't skip my boy. I'm skipping other people. All right, don't worry. Okay, shit. Let's go. Shit. Are you here, bro? Before we move forward. You're here? Yeah, I see. Talk more, Lonely Planet. Well, that's it, innit? Okay, don't skip my boy. All right, who is your boy? All right, let's go. Oh, wait. Slake. Which one's yours? I don't think I've got you here, do I? Yeah, Slake, which song's yours? Have you submitted it yet? Brother, this is really good. Shit, this might be your best song yet. This is so fucking good. Structurally, it's really good. Songwriting, it's really good. Melodically, it's really, really fucking good. This is absolutely fantastic. Genuinely, really, really good. Here's what I'd recommend. Do you remember my little technique that I taught you where we do the high ends cut? We're going to need to be doing that because we've got a lot of synths that have got a lot of high frequency energy. It's covering up your hi-hats. We don't want to be covering up those hi-hats because through the rhythm. So we're going to do this extreme high end cut. We're going to cut out the extreme high ends. We're going to have everything playing. We're going to roll it down, roll it down, roll it down, roll it down. This is too much. I can't hear the synth as much. Roll it up, roll it up, roll it up. Okay, this is probably the perfect area. Now I can hear my hi-hats piercing through the mix. I can hear the synths piercing through the mix, and everybody is fucking happy. That is what we're going to be doing. Absolutely. Good. I'm glad you remember that. That's what we're going to be doing. I don't know what frequency it'll be. Maybe it'll be 10K, 11K, 12K. Maybe it'll be 9K. Who the fuck knows? Only you know, because it depends on where your frequencies of the hi-hats are piercing, yeah? It's the one called Ekelov. Ekelov. Okay, so let's have a look. So it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. Oh, it's probably over here then. Can go Ekelov. Oh, good. Yeah, you've already skipped the queue. All right. Yeah, you're exactly where you should be. All right. Great. You're nice ahead. Appreciate you, bro. Yo, Lim Lam, I'm gonna switch to YouTube. All right. Cool, bro. Oh wait, speaking of YouTube, we've got someone on YouTube. My bad. I completely have been Bros also live YouTube. Yeah, I am. I completely fucking skip YouTube. I'm so bad. I'm so terrible at reading both chats, to be honest with you. But yeah, I am live on YouTube. Is it me? But the stream is lagging? Oh shit, I hope not. Is it lagging for anybody else? Mine too? Fuck. I don't know how to stop that. I have no clue how to stop that. Shit, team. Oh shit, yeah, my Wi-Fi is dragging. Okay. Let me turn my phone's Wi-Fi off. Maybe that will help. Hang on. I would like to fix there we go. This should work. There we go. Look at that. Bang. Bang. Speedy. All right, let's keep it moving. Okay, shit, I don't mean this lightly. This song is fucking sick. This song is so fucking well done. And I stand by what I said before. Look, structurally, the song is amazing. The song is so fucking good. Structurally, rhythmically, melodically, really fucking good. It's a really well-written song. And to be honest with you, even the fucking mixdown is really decent on this song. I don't know why you've been sending me such trash songs. This song is brilliant. This song is amazing. This song is a fantastic song, brother. This is a fantastic song. I appreciate you sending this in. This is really, really fucking good. Yeah, to be honest with you, the only thing that I can think of for you to fix is the extreme high-end roll-off so that the high-ends can pierce through the mix, you know? The fucking crashes and whatnot. Ray, for real. For sure. For real. It's much better here, you say. Interesting. Why do you think YouTube's better? I'm curious, Kingo. Why do you think YouTube is better? You can't paste links in YouTube, but you can do it on Twitch. Oh, rip Avia. Okay, so this part is getting a little bit repetitive. This part is awesome because it's got the vocals. It adds an extra layer to it, but here it's getting a little repetitive. Does that make sense? It's a bit simple. We've just got the bass kick. I don't know if they're separate, but the bass kick and the synth. And the synth is repeating, and the bass kick is repeating. So yeah, it's a bit samey, so you need some extra sort of things there, if that makes sense, yeah? Damn, that's so unlucky. Damn right it is. Let me switch to YouTube too. Oh yeah, shit, there's no ads on YouTube. Oh, well, there probably would be, but I guess not as much, right? Not my type of music, but it would go crazy on subwoofers. It's not my sort of music either, but I can tell it's a really good fucking well-made song. There's no two ways about it. Hella smooth and not a bit of lag. Well, to be fair, there shouldn't be lag on Twitch anymore anyway, to be fair. For some reason, I keep my stream at around 5,000 kilobytes per second, and when people were talking about lag, it dropped to 1,000 kilobytes per second. So, yeah. And in fact, there's actually more delay on YouTube than Twitch. What's up, my dudes? Welcome, Brennan's on YouTube as well now, huh? I'm going to paste links in Twitch and get back to YouTube. Smart, Kingo. Smart. There's this thing called a melody. You should try it. Damn. Brother, do you know this song is genuinely so good. Look, here's I normally rip into you. I normally give you as in-depth feedback as I can, but here's the problem. Here's the problem I have with this song. It is genuinely really fucking good. Structurally, it's really good. Melodically, it's really good. Rhythmically, it's really good. The actual composition is fantastic. It is top-notch. Songwriting-wise, it's really good. We've got a little bit of repetitivity here. There's because it's just two elements, it's not that unique, it's not that exciting, and there's a lot of frequencies that's not being covered up, if that makes sense. Yeah, there's frequencies that are just feeling empty, it just feels really basic, it's just two exact sounds at the exact same volume, there's no dynamics, there's no movement, there's no change, which means it feels quite empty, quite sterile is the exact word that I want to be using. Sterile, very clean, too clean, and not clean in the sense of, it's a really clean mix, clean in the sense of there's nothing dirty, there's nothing exciting, there's nothing moving, that it's just a blank white hospital wall. Yeah, that's what that section is like. Otherwise, high cut, that's it. That's all you need, brother. This song is so fucking fantastic. Let me see how it ends. Hang on. Yeah, I fuck with that ending. Fuck it. It's a bit of a sharp ending. Who gives a shit? It's good. It's genuinely really fucking good. Yeah. Empty is the right word. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, awesome. Now it's fucking smoother. Damn right it is, Kingo. Okay. Now I'm going to switch to Twitch then. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, we've got some change. Yeah, Brennan. Yeah, I quite like the idea of having people on both Twitch and YouTube, but it's more difficult for me to stay up with the chat. Silly enough for me. I really appreciate it. Brother, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for submitting them. Let's move forward. Crinus is not here right now. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to say something in the chat, Crinus. If you're not here, we're going to skip you. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It looks like there's less delay on YouTube, by the way. Interesting. That normally, YouTube has much delay, though. You guys got to choose one. You gotta choose one. He said, "Be right back." Okay, I'll keep him in the queue. I'll prioritize him when he comes back because he does stick around in a lot of my streams. I've seen him multiple times. He is a good guy. He even comes to my Minecraft streams. You know what I mean? He's a good guy. So yeah, I don't want to ditch him. YouTube doesn't have a delay over here. There is a slight delay. You can see how much delay there is by when you type something in the chat, how long it takes for it to appear on my screen for you guys. That's the delay that you have. Yeah, that's the delay. Yeah. Okay, Brennan. Brennan's here, right? Yeah, he's on YouTube. All right, Brennan, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, bro. You're a regular as well. I know that you've sent me multiple songs as well. You have Minecraft streams? I do. I'm a little fucking nerd. You like Minecraft? Yeah, come down to my Minecraft streams. I'm starting to do Minecraft streams where I play with subs. People that subscribe. So yeah, you literally get to play with me as well, rather than just watching. So I've never done that before, so it would be quite nice. Minecraft, good. I fucking love Minecraft, man. I fucking love it. All right, Brennan, let's fucking go. Brennan, you're here, right? See, we gotta see if he's here. Minecraft is tough. Damn right. Come on, Brennan, say something, buddy. You see this delay? Yes, I am. You see that delay? He says my YouTube's faster. Ah, it's not faster, man. All right, but I got you, bro. Let's go. Brennan, this sounds just like the other guy's song. Just kidding, it was the other guy's song. All right, let's go. But because we had that other song playing and we can compare it to this, we can tell right off the bat that the mastering of this song is significantly different. Now, what we need to remember is that this is R&B and soul. We're not trying to be aggressively loud with this song, which is fair enough. We want a nice, clean mix. So that's what we're prioritizing here. Yeah, we want it loud. Yeah, we want it to be clear as day for the listener and for when people to play your song, for it not to be ridiculously quieter than the song before. True. But at the same time, we don't want to sacrifice cleanliness for loudness, especially with R&B and soul. So this is something really, really fucking nice. 176 submits left. What does this mean? Okay, I'm gonna go eat, but it was nice being here. Awesome shit. Have fun eating, bro. I would love to eat sometime. What does the queue look like? I can show you actually. Hang on. Hang on. I'm fucking up here. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Hang on. Wait. Chill. Wait. That's what the queue looks like. Hey E10, I think you would like this song. So Brennan Cooper, here's what I'd say. You need to make this song louder. The mastering is not loud enough. That's all it is. Sounds of Aeneas, I'm going to be honest with you. For you, the queue is quite long because to skip the queue, all you got to do is talk in the chat lots. You've not been talking in the chat lots, and so there's going to be quite a few people in front of you. If you want to know who's in front of you, just look in the chat, yeah? Hey, Ethan, how you doing? Still taking submissions? Oh, I see there's a queue. There's a fucking massive queue, bro. You absolutely can, and if you keep talking in the chat, you'll be able to skip a lot of the queue. In fact, you could probably be fourth if you talk a bunch in the chat. And of course, I'm prioritizing people that are subbing on Twitch or Super Chat and members on YouTube as well. Did I get played? No, you have not. Not sure if you responded to my question earlier because I've not played you yet. No. But you are now talking in the chat a little more, which I had. You know I get to move you up now, Avia. Bang. You've moved up in the queue. Let's go. I'll up the volume. Yeah. Up the volume.
Focused on you. 20 on 20. Love my points of view. If you would have seen, you would have seen it through.
Okay, so I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not quite sure what the problem is here, but it doesn't sound right. If it was my mix, I would experiment to try to see what the problem is. Here are a few options. One, it might be out of key. That is to say, one of the vocals is singing one note, another vocal is singing another note, and those notes are clashing to create notes that aren't fitting with the song. Does that make sense? Ethan says, lol, I'll submit and see if I can skip and talk. All right, let me know when you submit and I'll open it up for you, yeah? The tuning needs some job, Lamau, in my opinion. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm fucking spamming at this point. Rightly so, Kingo. And that's the reason why you're literally second in the queue. I appreciate you, bro. This tune needs... Yeah, that's it. So it's literally just the tuning, the pitch right now. Okay, so the perceived volume of your vocals, they're all sitting around here because that area is super, super loud, right? You're looking around here, right? Especially the harmonies, the stereo harmonies specifically. And so people listening with headphones or any stereo equipment are going to be hearing the stereo stuff more than anything else. And so this area over here, this is what we're hearing the most. 2 to 3k hertz is where our ears peaking anyway. And that's exactly where your vocals in the stereo are sitting. So what we're going to need to be doing is reduce those volumes ideally. Reduce the volumes just slightly and have the middle vocal louder, but then also the middle vocals, we've got a lot of mud, low energy. We're going to do that. You can still keep a little bit of boominess, but having all of this shit there, no thank you. We don't need that. And then also at that point, now the vocals are a little cleaner. You can now boost the drums because that kick is not loud enough. Have a listen. Those hi-hats can absolutely be made louder. I can barely hear them. Hang on. See, there are hi-hats, but they're almost non-existent. You absolutely need to pump those hi-hats louder. Just make them much more loud, please. The original session is from BandLab, but I tried to move it to Logic. Gotcha. Cool. I'm going to try to keep you fast as hell, Kingo. Yo, yeah. Can keep up? Yeah. Would also tone down the dubs of the Vox so it doesn't take that much room? Dubs. Oh, like when you say dubs, do you mean the stereo? Okay, submitted. You heard this before, but I added some stuff. Awesome. Hang on. Let me add yours to the queue, E10. One day I'm going to eat. I'm so excited for that day. I'm so excited to eat. Oh boy. Dubs of the vocals at a pan to the side. Gotcha. Yeah, the stereo stuff. Okay, sure. Assuming he did it, that of course it sounds like, yeah, it's clean, it's beautiful. Look, I like the stereo of the synths. Everything is in a good place, to be honest. You can absolutely make that kick louder. Subs in a good place. Snares in a good place. Hi-hats need to be much louder. Whack. Okay, so yeah, and my advice for you as well, with many others, is do an extreme high-end cut, yeah? Do that on everything, including your vocals, almost especially your vocals, because you've got a lot of air in your vocals, right? And that gives that nice, beautiful, airy sound on the vocals. It sounds absolutely beautiful, but it's clashing with the hi-hats. If you had them, put the fucking hi-hats up, man. My God, please put the hi-hats up. So, yeah, you're just going to bring this down until you can hear your hi-hats and then just increase your volume of the hi-hats, please. I would mistake this for mainstream shit. Absolutely, yeah. It's absolutely mainstream, for sure. You heard this before, but I added some stuff. Awesome. There are mixed issues overall. Let me know what you think. Or I will do E10. Big dog.
Big T, baby, you don't have to run. 'Cause this one won't just fuck.
Okay, I think we get the picture, and I'm hoping that my feedback was helpful. Brennan, do you have any questions before we move forward? I see that Brennan's kind of stopped talking in the chat, so I'm not really sure if he's still here. Really like the idea here, though. Absolutely. Look, songwriting-wise, absolutely fantastic. Melodically, absolutely fantastic. We do have some pitch issues here.
20 on 20, love my
So maybe auto-tune, I don't know, something to fix that sort of thing. Maybe re-recording, who knows. Feedback was super helpful. Awesome. Brendan, any questions before we move forward? Kingo says he would listen to it. Sorry, I'm taking my notes in my app. Fair play, good idea. Eaton loves the songwriting, and that's really, really important because Eaton's songwriting is ridiculous. I would argue his songwriting is potentially, melodically, probably the best I've heard in these streams. It's not an exaggeration. When we get to Eaton's songs, you'll absolutely understand. All right, look, Brennan, Eaton, your songwriting is fucking amazing. You shouldn't be surprised. How do I balance the vocals and the beat? Good question. Good question. Okay, so here's a really, really ridiculously simple way of doing this, and it's gonna make you sick just how easy this is. Yeah, pink noise. If you use pink noise, you will get a perfect mix down every time. And this, I'm so glad that there's other people here to listen to this because it is so fucking important. This is going to take every single one of your mix downs from here to here. This is like the game-changing piece of advice that brought my mix downs from here to here. It's so fucking important. Pink noise. Pink noise. Let me show you what that means, right? So I literally keep pink noise on me at all times. As an actual fucking synth, right? Why would I do that? Good question. I know you didn't ask it, but it is a good question. The reason I do it is because pink noise is the perfect sound. Pink noise has got the equal amount of energy at every single octave. What that means is it sounds fucking good to human ears. So that's what pink noise looks like in a spectral analyzer. What that actually is flat with a slope of 3 decibels. That's it. Flat with a slope of 3 decibels. Oh wow, damn right, oh wow. So for example, if we were to open up Span, which is just a spectral analyzer, and we were to change the slope to 3, in theory, pink noise would be absolutely flat. Let's have a look and see if that's correct. It is. It's absolutely flat. Yeah, we've got thinner lines up here, but it is. It's you know, it's all peaking at the same sort of thing. In fact, this might be, yeah, it's RC Max. Yeah, fantastic. All right, so that's what we're looking for. 3 decibels of slope, but if you literally just play pink noise, we're going to get it fucking perfect. We're going to get it fucking perfect, yeah? So all you've got to do is have pink noise playing, see where it looks like on your EQ, bring your vocals up to peaking at the same place, bring the rest of your song peaking at the same place, bring your hi-hats peaking at the same place, bring your bass peaking at the same place, bring every single fucking one of your elements peaking at that same place. Pink noise is better than white noise. You're absolutely right. If you do it to white noise, it's going to sound disgusting. In fact, maybe I've got an example of white noise. Actually, you know what would be better than that? We can literally just grab pink noise in here because I keep pink noise. It's in Serum as well. So let me show you the different noises and how nice they are to the human ear. If you mix to pink noise, you will 100% of the time have a nice sounding song. It's not a maybe situation. This is just how our ears work. Equal energy at every single octave is what Michael Jackson songs were referenced to. This is what the majority of the industry standard is. Pink fucking noise, yeah? So this is white noise. It's going to sound disgusting. Blech. Imagine your song sounds like that. Harsh as fuck, disgusting. No thank you. Now imagine your song sounds like this. Pink noise. Beautiful. fun for the whole family. And then there's other noises like brown noise, which, sure, yeah, I mean, blue noise. There's lots of noises, but pink noise is the absolute main one that, yeah, you use that as your reference. You can use a reference track, but if you use pink noise, it's got every single fucking frequency shown very clearly for you that you can use as a reference. Pink noise. Assuming he did that though, of course, but it sounds like it. Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, I would mistake this for mainstream shit. Yeah. I really like the idea. I would listen to the pink noise is better than white noise. Is this purely for R&B or soul, or is it it's replicable for electronic music? Absolutely. It's every single genre of music. But what we do need to remember is that maybe if it's like old school deep dubstep, maybe it's going to have a little bit different of a graph. But I'm going to be honest with you, no. That's what some people might think, but in the industry standard, even if you're doing old school deep underground fucking dubstep, pink noise, you still match that to pink noise, it'll still sound fucking perfect. Not only will it sound perfect, but during the mastering process, you can get the most out of your sound. You can push it louder than you would if you did it to anything else. Yeah? I don't care if it's rhythm. I don't care if it's bro step. I don't care if it's drum and bass. I don't care if it's deep dubstep. I don't care if it's lo-fi. I don't care if it's soul and R&B. I don't care if it's fucking classical music listening to fucking Tchaikovsky. If you do it to pink noise, it will sound so nice. Yeah? Dopeness, you review songs? Sure, yeah, I do. You can use it for everything, absolutely. It's nice to have a noise floor. It makes everything sound better. True, sure. Can I just post a link to my track? Yes, you can. Yeah, I need to start using pink noise and I don't. Absolutely, Etan. Holy moly, I'm about to try this. Please do, Brennan. Please do. All right. So, that is my feedback for Brennan. Lovely. Kingo, let's go. Sorry for the delay there, Kingo. But yeah, let's freaking go. Oh, Alienite, I'm gonna add you to the queue, but do you have SoundCloud? I'd recommend sending a SoundCloud link rather than a Spotify link, yeah? And E10, because you're talking in the chat so much, I am moving you forward. Not past Russ, because they're also talking plenty, but you've skipped a lot of people in the queue, yeah? Appreciate you. All right, Kingo, let's freaking go. Trap, love that. Your song sounds just like Isam's song, Kingo. Just kidding. Okay, so right off the bat, it's really good that you got the bass in the middle, you got the hi-hats out the side, really, really good. Everything is where it should be, except you didn't take out the lows of your hi-hats. Right now, I can hear your hi-hats have got a lot of low energy. Unfortunately, my Ableton's frozen, so I can't show you, but all you got to do is just cut out the low ends of your hi-hats, yeah? Does that make sense? I have a listen. You can hear the hi-hats. Even though they're stereo, they've got bass, they've got punch there. Same track, but on SoundCloud. Awesome. Let me grab that. Yeah, I know. All right, cool.
هاتلي أمارة أنت كويس ولا أنت من الناس الغدارة دنيا عطلانة والعيشة عايزة شطارة شغلتي دماغي وكبتي الناس. Okay, look, this is really, really well structured. Really well structured. Like I said, you got the bass in the middle, which is really good. You got the kick in the snare, really decent levels. Hang on. Yeah, maybe you could work on the snare, but I'm going to be honest with you, it's not bad at all. Really, really good. Structurally, it's really good. The way you've mixed the vocals into the song is really, really well done as well. Really polished, really well done. Sick, nice concept for a stream. Hey, man, I apparently it's a regular thing. I didn't know this, but yeah, I'm glad that you like it, and I'm glad I'm able to help a lot of people. لسه ما بدأتش لسه بماشي لسه بسنس لسه بقيسها لسه شوي برقص عليها زي البنسة أملاك وراء من عيال لسه بتروح مدارسها يا فندي انت تعبان وما جبتش حاجة من عندي يا فندي ودي محشورة في الحيط مش عايزة تعدي يا فندي بيتي جريئة وكمان بيبوسني في خدي يا فندي هي تنظيفة بيجيب من غير ما نعلي وانا نازل فيهم ضرب هم نازلين ضرب في الشيري جابي مشهور لا يرولي معاش فلوس الكوكايين اخرتها تناموا على الرصيف الحمد لله علي ماتي عايز نديك السكة امين هاتلي امارة انت كويس ولا انت
Brother, this is really well done. I would love to give you more feedback. This is really well done. To be honest, look, the main thing that I can think of is the hi-hats. Remove the low end from the hi-hats, because obviously you don't want low end on the hi-hats. If there was no bass playing, you could keep the low end in the hi-hats. I don't think it'd be too much of an issue. Combine that shit. Who cares? Who's going to stop you? You know what I mean? But yeah. Oh yeah, you can see the stream. You can see the chat. Good. YouTube and Twitch talking. That's really good. I'm guessing this is Arabic. Yeah. It's Arabic Egypt. I need you to sing on my track In It. Yeah. Really fucking awesome vocals, by the way. He's got a solid voice. Yeah, but not only a solid voice. Here's the thing. Look, he's got a really fucking good voice, but he's done a really fantastic job with the mix down. Perfect fitting into the song. Good compression, good multiband compression, good delay and reverb, good everything. It just fits so well. Good space, good everything, bro.
الناس الغدارة دنيا عطلانة والعيشة عايزة شطارة شغال في دماغي واكب في الناس المهكارة شغلة دي مش سالكة الشغلة دي متدفرة كلها تحك لما تعرف مين الرايس كلها تركب نصك دي مش فيريفاي كلها تقع لو كانت ماشية قولوا ماي كلها بتستغل بس مش انا مش طايق واخد بس مش انا مش طايق واخد الرزق لابس الحتة النايك لسه على المبدأ وما قلتش عشان لايكس على مزاج انا ودي في اي تايب عكسك بتشيب وبرضه انت مش تايب كله منظر كله سك قلت انزل اخد لي لفه ملقتش واحده بس سالكه كلها بذر مفيش مانجا معرفتش اقبل بالقليل صاحب حته بجيلي ماركه كل مميز لغه درجه اتقل حبه اديكوا حبه
Okay. Look. Yeah, blends in nicely, sounds quality. Yeah, good ad-libs. Yeah, awesome. To be honest, I kind of copied Cardi, but it sounds good. I don't care. Yeah, fuck it sounds good. Who cares if it sounds good? Well, that's it. Okay, so here's my feedback, Kingo. And it's going to have to, unfortunately, be brief because, one, there's not a huge amount of elements in the song. And two, you've mixed it really well. The composition is fantastic. The melody is fantastic. The vibe of the song is congruent throughout the entire song. It's clear what story you're trying to tell. Yeah, I don't understand the lyrics. It doesn't fucking matter. The vibe, the story that it's telling is so fucking crystal clear. It's brilliant. The mix down is very clean. You've got the bass in the middle. You've got the hi-hats to the side, really good. The only thing I can genuinely think of is, at this point, remove the lows from the hi-hats. That's it. That's literally it. Really fucking good song. Kingo, if you've got any other songs you want to be submitting, you're more than welcome to. I'm more than happy to give you any more feedback to sort of help you get better. But really fucking good song, bro. Do you have any questions before we move forward? And then we're going to move on to Her Prada V's song. I can't remember who this is in the chat. Fucking appreciate it. Yeah, I fucking appreciate you, bro. Thanks for submitting, bro. Slake. All right, cool. All right, Slake, let's go. Big tail here. So we already know that's something that you need to be working on, right? Yeah, I've been there. I've been there. Especially when you just fucking, bounce it and then you're just like, I kind of can't be bothered. Like you upload it to SoundCloud, you see it and you're like, I kind of can't be bothered. But look, the track's private so you can fix it. You know exactly what the problem is. You just need to not do that. You need to shorten it, innit? All right, let's go.
Dette er bare å nyte. Fesjan scener utover de skal bryte. Vet så, ja dette var på tide. Mengden alko gjør den invalide. Så gass og klar, på vei til å bli hard. Til en mange skoleutstyr, bare bundet på vikar. Størst på I fart, vei for hele Norges ny.
Slap my fart?
På vikar. Størst på I fart, vei for hele Norges nyhetsar. Up on
Ah, finally. Okay, so I say finally because there's something that I can actually give feedback on. So this intro, everything so far, very, very good. The biggest by far in Norwegian. Gotcha. Yeah, it's really, really fucking good. As Ethan says, nice harmonies. The structure is really good. The story is very congruent. Everything is clear as day what you're, trying to tell the story with this, yeah? Really good. The drop there needs some work. Let's work on it. Too much sidechain compression on the vocals. I know. You want to be doing a little bit of sidechain compression, but you can't have that much sidechain compression on the vocals underneath the kick just because it just feels too low quality. It doesn't feel right. Do a separate sidechain for vocals. Yeah. I mean, if you're doing it already separately, you're absolutely right, Avia. I completely forgot that that's a thing, that they might be doing it grouped up with everything else. Have separate sidechain for the vocals and just do less. Make it less than the instrumental sidechain. That's it, yeah. And I want you to make the tail of the sidechain shorter. So just decrease the release of the sidechain if you can on the synths so that they've got more stabbing potential. So when it's coming in, it's like... You know what I mean? Fucking punches and shit. You know what I mean? I think maybe we don't take any more submissions. I'll take Kingo's, because I have big love for you, Kingo. But from this point forward, no more submissions, okay? Because I'm gonna go eat soon. But I'm gonna keep this on the banner at the bottom so that people know, talk in the chat to go past the queue and all that sort of fun stuff. It's on purpose, but I see where you come from. Yeah. Okay, cool. Also, my classic idea that I think everybody should be doing, and something that big artists have been doing, and it's something that's gonna help you with your mix downs, is, if Ableton would like to allow me, is on all your synths and your vocals. I love you too, Kingo. Do a high cut. Gently bring it down with everything playing until your hi-hats are piercing through the mix. That'll probably be around somewhere between 9K and 12K, chances are. But yeah, just bring it down. All of your synths, everything going down, not your kick, but all of your synths, bring it down until your hi-hats are piercing through your mix. And then your hi-hats will be there. Okay, welcome back, 7 Digits. You're going to be up next, okay, brother? And then, because right now I can barely hear the hi-hats, and your synth has already got a lot of high frequencies, we're going to be cutting that out because it's not adding to the song. But the hi-hats do. The hi-hats give you the groove. Yeah, my apps. So yeah, three things right now is very, very fucking clear here. 1, you need to do less sidechain compression on the vocals. 2, you need to cut out the extreme highs so that the hi-hats can pierce through the mix. And then 3, you need to decrease the release of the sidechain compression so that, because the tail is just so long, It's like... And we want it to be more punchy in the mix. We want it to be bigger. If you shorten that release time, it'll be bigger, baby. It'll be bigger. Add a feminine hey sound for rhythm or something. That would be fun if you want. So here, it just feels a bit confusing. It sounds like maybe you've got an FM synth and it's just too out of tune, especially in relation to everything else. What I would recommend is give each synth its own space in the mix. The old classic way is, like your... Yeah, it's formatted. Yeah, that's it. Fucking, yeah, formant shifted, formant modulation, short, whatever, right? So say it's Maybe we want that, and it's peaking over here at fucking 5k. We're going to go to the other synths, and we're going to duck it slightly at 5k, and that's going to allow that synth, the synth, to pierce through the mix. And then you want your to pierce through the mix, and that's peaking at around 500 or 600k, 600 hertz, sorry. And then you're going to go to all the other synths, and you're going to duck around there, and you're going to do that with every single synth, and then all of a sudden, you can hear every single synth. So that's what I'd recommend here as well. Welcome back, Lonely Playboy.
Får litt fortgang på damer, de står så våt i kø og maser. Gutta kaller meg halvrara når jeg hopper over baser. I kantina ligger fatso og blir mata drueklaser. Popo catcher aldri bussen, den alt for treg for laser. Vil du bli med på eventyr, man, jeg popper nå. Ta meg friheter alle steder, let's fuck it up. La meg vise deg nesprøy, er de fucking nok. Jeg har drukket siden store fri for hver og en har. Så jeg så klar, på vei til å bli hard. 13 år med skole, husker bare bomba på vikar. Flest by far, tre for hele Norges nye far. Opp og ned for hele fans av regler. Det ikke lov, det ikke lov å stoppe nå. Alt lille sprit, jeg tenker bare nå. Les på, det nye regler nå. Det stammer over for det bare i ditt.
Okay, cool. All right, so it's very clear. Okay, great. Look, structurally, the song's fantastic. Melodically, the song is fantastic. But yeah, all my feedback still stands, and I'm hoping that you sort of remember them or made a note or something, because I'm going to be honest with you, I can't remember it. Do you have any questions before we move forward? Eten really loves the harmonies. He said that rapping part sounds kind of familiar, like the rhythm of the syllables. I feel like that too, actually. But I do love those harmonies. He fucking loves it, huh? Yeah, any questions? No thanks for the feed. No problem. Yeah? No problem, Slake. Thank you for coming down. And yeah, anytime you want to submit any other songs, more than welcome to, yeah? We'll be doing this plenty. Sorry, Avia, I know that you're here. Big love to you. We're going to be doing Crynus first because he submitted it a while ago and he has been talking in the chat a lot. It's just he had to go something for a bit, but he's back. You're very educated, so I will be back. I try to be, but so are you. You know what I mean? We all are, and that's the beauty of these streams. Every single one of us have advantages in different areas, and combined we're going to be able to give each other pointers on how we can improve as well. I know that Avi has been talking a lot in the chat about things that you could be improving as well, so really big up to everybody. That's, yeah, music nerd for real. Yeah, that's it. Big up fucking music nerds, and I think we all are. That's the beauty of what we've got going on. All right, 7 digits. Are you ready for some motherfucking feedback? Eaton says, I'd marry those harmonies and have little E-harm offspring. Good God. Good God. Goodness gracious me. Ads. Oof. Ooh. Yes, sir. All right, cool. Let's go. Okay, so right now the guitar's on the right side, which is absolutely fine as long as there's a reason for it, so let's keep it moving. You did cause indigestion, E10. A lot of you are talking about intro. I want you to understand we're halfway through the song. Okay, I was waiting a long time for something to happen. I think that is the thing that is happening. All right, so here is my feedback, Crynus. The vibe that you've set is so fucking clear. It is so fucking clear. So beautiful. It's really, really clear what you're trying to say with this song, and I really quite like that. So here are a few things. In terms of mixdown, it's tough to say because you've got a distorted sound. Every single synth that you've used is distorted, especially when you play multiple notes of distorted sounds. Those distortions, those harmonics that have been added will add up and add extra harshness, extra distortion on top of everything. But because of the way the song is made, I cannot tell if it's on purpose or by accident. So thanks for the follow, Riggs. Hey, Riggs, welcome to the fucking stream. How have you? I thought you already followed me. Anyway, I'm not doing Minecraft right now. What are the fucking chances? Welcome to the stream, bro. All right, yeah, so I could have this playing whilst I'm talking, to be honest with you. So if I'm not mistaken, this is this for film? The goal of the song will determine what I think about it. Well, that's it. That's it, right? So that's what the music streams are like. This is what the music streams are like. Maybe not always like this. You came at a strange place. It's on purpose. Sorry. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. Yeah, what's the overall goal? Eaton asks. So yeah, this is, it's super creepy. The images it shows that it's trying to be this sort of way. And the images match it. Yeah, it's very artistic, absolutely. I think it's a wonderful idea. Well, that's it. That's it. It is distorted. It's on purpose. I've got no notes. This is, I'm going to be honest with you. This is, it makes me quite happy. This is, when people say, it's going to get a bit deep here. I'm genuinely coming into tears right now. When people say that, you know, music is a form of art, you know, a form of self-expression. A lot of people, when they make music, they're making it for other people, right? They're making not just songs that they want to make or songs that they like, but songs that they think other people will like. It's the same thing with a lot of other art forms, and they're just trying to make pop music. Even if they're like, oh no, I like dubstep, you're still trying to make popular dubstep. You still are trying to get other people to like it. This is pure self-expression. This is pure art. This is genuinely very artistic, and it is a pleasure to listen to it. Thank you so much for submitting it. In terms of feedback, I can't give feedback on this sort of level of artistic expression. To say anything is right or wrong on this would be incorrect of me. My job is to give mixdown and production advice for people that are trying to make music that is for everybody to enjoy. This is music. This is art that you have made for you. You've done it perfectly. You've done it perfectly. If you're happy with it, brother, you've done it perfectly. It's a fantastic, fantastic song. And I'm glad that you're doing truly artistic music. This is fantastic. Fucking fantastic. People in the chat are agreeing. People are in the chat are, that's it. That's it. Like, it's not a club banger. Skrillex is not going to be playing this. Yeah, yeah, you know what I mean? This is not something that probably clubs aren't going to be playing this, but this is something that someone will sit down and like. This isn't background music. Do you understand? This is music where it itself is an experience. That's fucking beautiful, bro. Do you understand how fucking nuts that is? This isn't something that people fucking work out to or fucking do the dishes to or have in the background or drive to. No, this is something where people sit down and experience. You've created an experience with this song. It's truly art. You've got the video that goes with the experience. You're inflicting emotions in the listener, and it's not just, oh, this is a nice song. Brilliant. Brilliant. No notes. No notes. Thank you for submitting. Do you have any questions? I don't know what questions you might have, but do you have any questions before we move forward? And then, because next up we've got Avia's song. Do you have any questions before we move forward, Seven? How do I build off this kind of idea and make more like it? Good question. Here's what I'd recommend, and this was a tip given to me about sending a song to Seven. Do you have ads? Play around. It's true. Let me know when you're out of the ads. Seven. Assuming Seven is in ads, I don't know. Well, that's the thing about YouTube. You're not going to get ads on YouTube, but at the same time, I get more money from Twitch. So big up the people on Twitch. Yeah, big up Twitch and the economy on Twitch. I think in the long run, having a video on YouTube, if it blows up on YouTube, then, you know, I got a fucking ad, bro. Yeah, I know, Seven. Ad. Yeah, Let me know when your ad is over, bro. This guy, then. Ad's over. All right, cool. Okay, Avia. Oh, yeah, so Avia, your song is exactly next. I'm going to have your song open so that, you know, we're ready for it. I'm excited for your song, bro. Hyperpop, let's go. Just going to wait for 7 digits, because he asked an interesting question. Bruce sounds like the South African chat. Yeah, it does sound like it. Of course, you got to make the bucks. Yeah, big up fucking Twitch. Big up Twitch. Okay, it's on. All right, cool. So 7, here's what I'd say. So this is an advice that I got about making an EP, to submit an EP, right? So, and this is extrapolated and helpful for you here as well, right? So the advice was, make a bunch of songs and then find one that just sounds the best, better than everything else, and then make 2 more like it, right? You're asking, how do I make more songs like it? If you want to be congruent with that sound, right? Here's what I'd say. Open up that project, save it as a copy, right? So you've got that project, you've got that song, that's done. You're not changing anything to that song. Next up, you've got that song. All you've got to do is, you've got those exact synths. You've got that exact BPM. Change something. Add something. Do something different with this next song, but you're still keeping the majority of everything else the same. Yeah, so you're still keeping the beats per minute the same, maybe. You're still keeping the melody the same. Not the melody, I take that one back. You're keeping the synths the same, maybe. So the vibe is going to still be congruent with both of these songs, and then save as a copy and make another song. That's how you do it, yeah? I have a new whip for the stream. Sorry, Chakra, we are not taking any more submissions. But I'll tell you what, I do these streams every single week, and I try to give as much value as I can. I would recommend, if you are interested, don't worry, I'll still go through the submissions that have come through. Relax, Lonely Plain Boy. If you are interested, Chakra, and I would love to review your song, I'd give you in-depth, detailed feedback. That's my main thing. In-depth, detailed feedback that you can actually fucking grow from. Here's what I'd recommend. Follow me on Instagram. You could do it on Twitch, but follow me on Instagram and you will see on my story exactly when I am being live on Twitch. You will see exactly the exact fucking minute that I'm going to be live on Twitch with a song feedback stream. You will not miss a beat. Okay? You will not miss it. If you're the first in, you're the first one to get reviews. That's it. Oh yeah, I got that album cover for you. Damn right. Fuck yeah, Crynus. Love that. Oh, I'm excited. Your album covers are fucking creative, you artistic little bitch. I say that lovingly. All right, Avia, you ready, bro? I'm tuning into every stream from now on. I love you, Mackie. I appreciate you. Let's go. All right, Lonely Playboy, you are not Avia. Avia is. Okay, great. All right, let's go. Drum and bass? Oh, hyperpop. Okay. Okay, I'm not quite sure why, but your kicks are changing in volume. There is change in volume when there shouldn't be. It could be a phasing issue that's causing this. It could be a compression issue that's causing this. But in this build-up, it's going... Right? Have a listen. Right? The whole thing's got that. I would say look into that. I don't know what the problem is. It could be a compression issue, but that it shouldn't be like that. There is a time and place for adding volume changes to make it sound more human. This is not the place. Okay, cool. So my feedback stands with the same as all the others. You're going to be doing a big high cut at the high end. You're going to bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down with everything. Everything is there. The vocals, the synths, everything except for the drums. The kick, the snare, the hi-hats are not on this. Everything else, that's what I've got here. Look, so I've got the kick, snare, hi-hats. Percussion would also be here. Just everything but the drums. And then duck. Everything's on sidechain compression and everything's going to have this extreme high-end cut. We're going to have everything playing. We're going to bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down until those hi-hats are piercing through the mix, and then maybe we leave it there. And then all of a sudden we've got something good, yeah? You need to send me an invitation on Instagram to DM you. I shouldn't have to. Try just DMing me, bro. It should send me a request if you DM me. Give it a go. Give it a go. As far as I'm aware, AFAIK, it should be fine. It says that. Are you sending me a message or are you sending me a link? Are you sending me an image? If you send me just a standard, I've got a request. You're not trying to add me to a group, are you? If you feel comfortable to do so, put your Instagram in the chat and I'll message you. Okay, Avia, if you're still here, here's my feedback. High cut that motherfucker. Just sort out the compression. There is movements all over the place. I think it might be just compression with a really long attack and really long release, and it's causing everything to go all over the place. Your sub, make sure that the sub frequencies, the sub bass is mono, because it sounds like it might be moving all over the place as well. The vocals, I know that's about... I mean, as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, the vocals, you want the vocals to be understood, or do you want it to be a... Or do you want the vocals to be a texture, right? Because if the vocals are a texture, are those break-ins, folks? I'm not sure what that is. Avia? Crynus. Okay, gotcha. If you want the vocals to be a texture, then it's perfect, right? Because I don't know what the fuck they're saying, and it's a texture, it's a vibe with it, yeah? cryness. Yo. Okay. Yeah, so it's a vibe, right? But if you want the vocals to be understood, you're going to need to bring them more present in the mix. You don't need to know what they're saying when it's hyperpop. Okay, cool. So it's a texture. They're an instrument for not a vocal. Okay, great.
It's automatic, you ain't even gotta ask. You can have it when I'm dancing with you. I'm in the trance, sipping champagne, waterfalls. You can say I got it on, money falling to the floor.
Do you have like a phaser over the whole thing? What is causing this? What is causing this movement over the whole thing? What do you have on the master bus? What's happening here? What is happening? Like a fucking phaser or like ridiculous compression? A flanger? I think it's a stereo wide, and I think you're right because the sub is fucking stereo wide. You need to turn that shit off. Turn that fucker off. Look, put a stereo widener thingy on the synth only, and then put a utility to mono the bass of the synth. Put the stereo widener thingy on the hi-hats only. Don't put it on the whole fucking thing, please. Sharks with friggin' laser beams attached to their heads in the mix, yeah? It's a good song. Structurally, it's a really good song. I want you to understand that. I truly mean this. Structurally, it's a really good song. Melodically, it's a really good song. The stereo widener thing fucks everything up. This is what we talk about in terms of phase cancellation. Yeah? That's fucking Q. That's exactly what has happened in your mix. Yeah? We've got phase motherfucking cancellation. It's a bit of an unfortunate event, but that's what happens. You understand phase cancellation, do you? Or would you like me to explain it? I'm happy to explain it if you're unsure. Until you answer it, I'm going to explain it, okay? So phase cancellation is, say, you got stereo wideness, right? Okay, thank you, Seven. I'll check it out in a moment. I really appreciate you, bro. Say this is the left ear, and this is the right ear. Right? Low frequencies, that's what suffers the most with stereo wideness, right? This is the left ear, low frequency. This is the right ear, low frequency. And then all of a sudden, what that makes is this is going up, this is going down, and then that's flat. This goes up, this goes down, and so that's also flat. This goes down, this goes up, that's also flat. And then so on. And here, right here, we've got this going up, this is still up, and so that's what's going to happen. This is destructive interference because they're both going the different ways. Destructive interference, both going so different ways, so it's quieter. And then this is constructive interference because they're both going fucking the same way. And so all of a sudden we're getting this exact same thing that we're hearing right now. It's quiet parts, it's loud parts, and that is what's causing it. It's the stereo wideness thingy on your low ends. This is why we always try to keep the low ends as mono as possible.
Got a tab at the bar, and I'm running it up. You need the name and the number, I got nothing but love. Fill my cup to the top, cause I wanna get lit. Better watch what I'm doing, you don't wanna miss this.
Destructive interference, then constructive, yep, wave theory. Fucking love wave theory. I am back. Welcome back, Kingo. But yeah, wait, that's it. Wave theory. I mean, that's one of my favorite fucking things to study. Literally, the waves of there's fucking sound waves, waveforms and shit. It's weirdly enough something that I find really interesting, and that's why. Well, that is mad interesting. That I understand saturators and EQs by how it affects the waveform, and that sort of stuff helps me get cleaner mix downs, but. Luckily for you fuckers, it helps me to help you get cleaner mix down. So you don't even need to understand the little nerd shit that I know. You just need to understand the words that I say. And if you don't, just let me know. I'm more than happy to keep explaining it until you understand it in every which way, because it only makes me a better teacher, and that's my goal. I love teaching. I want to be able to teach as much as I can. Teaching music production, teaching DJing, teaching mix down and mastering, everything, yeah? So, absolutely more than happy, yeah? So, anything you're unsure of, you let me know. I don't understand a single word in your explanations, but your explaining is so interesting. Oh, shit. Oh, but you don't produce music, do you, Sergeant Riggs? You are a Minecraft guy. If you talk about Redstone, or in your experience is fucking gaining loot really quick, then I'd get drowned out. My favorite is Redstone, as we've discussed. Your favorite is getting OP loot really fucking quickly. I've seen you play, bro. Teach me how to DJ. Ethan, DM me on Instagram. I'd love to. This is literally something that I love to do. Weirdly hypnotizing. Cute. I appreciate you guys. Okay, Avia, I'm going to be honest with you. The main thing that I can think of is that stereo widening thing, because it makes it so difficult for me to hear everything else and understand the levels of everything else, because everything is going up and down, up and down, up and down, which is a fun thing, but it's not what you want in a mix where you want to be pushing it or mastering it, right? You can't, right? So yeah, you're going to need to remove that. You want to do the high-end cut as well, and then... Oh, well, yeah, that's it. That's actually the main things. Those two main things are actually the main two things. Yeah, once you do that, golden, man, golden. You let me know. Do you have any questions before we move forward? Is there something called a turntable? I don't think so. There is a turntable, but the T is not near the M on the keyboard, so there is no turntable as far as I'm aware. There is Mabel, but this is a different thing altogether, to be honest with you. And this is her turning, but yeah, this is it. That's I don't think that's going to be helpful for you to learn to DJ. Or is it Merntable? Brother, I have no clue what this is. Alright, Avia's not saying anything in the chat. I'm going to assume that they've got no questions. Let's move forward. Oh, looky here. It's motherfucking Etan, who is talking in the chat. Oh, that's what it's called. Right, turntable. Thanks, you're welcome. More than happy to help. Alright, let's go. Guys, I want you to listen to this, because this is Etan's song. And Etan... he's in the chat, he's on YouTube. He's fucking fantastic when it comes to melodies. Really fucking fantastic. So let's go through this, and we're just going to be listening to his song more than anything, because the feedback that I give him is the same fucking feedback every single fucking time, isn't it, Etan? Isn't it? Would you like to remember it? You need to do a mix down, because he doesn't do mix downs. You need to do mastering, because you don't do mastering. Everything is generally at a good level, but you don't do sidechain compression. Alright, so that's my feedback done for Etan. But let's have a listen to it. Structurally, his songs are amazing. His melodies are amazing. He's a fantastic songwriter. Fantastic song. I don't mean this lightly. Songwriting, amazing. Let's have a listen. Brother, I just hyped you up. What the fuck is... I'm kidding. Let's have a listen. Awesome. So it sounds like you got some reverb on the bass now as well, which is really, really nice. And it's not reverb on the low end, which is perfect. That's exactly what you want. If you're going to have reverb, because it's quite a wide thing, reverb, you don't want to have it on the low end. And that's exactly what you've done, which is really, really good. Now, I was worried a little bit in the beginning, because you got the here, which is the underlick melody, and it's only in the right ear, which is a bit worrying. And I'm thinking the left ear's feeling a little lonely, but now you've got the extra melody coming in, and that's mainly on the left ear, and so everything is balanced out perfect so far. fuck, those drums are fucking wide. Fantastic. E10, look at the chat. This is what people have to say about it. Really cool stuff. Sergeant Riggs says, I like this one actually, implying he doesn't like the rest. Kingo says, ha, da-da-da-da. Lonely Playboy says, ha ha ha, I love this, not gonna lie. He says, I feel like my cat would fuck with this. He says it sounds like a pussy. Elaine Knight says, sounds like could be in a video game almost. Gingo says, I would definitely listen to this. And he did. Mackie says, that's actually 6. My ears are being blessed. You hear this, Ethan? Lonely Playboy says, me and the boys could ride a magic carpet over the desert to this shit for real. Kingo says, sounds like Arabic culture. You hear that? Live percussion. It's beautiful, bro. E10, it's beautiful. Thanks, guys. Yeah, bro, it's absolutely beautiful. Thank you for submitting it. As always, E10, it's an absolute pleasure listening to your songs. You need to do some fucking mix downs and mastering. But here's the thing. E10 actually sends it to a friend to do mix downs and mastering, but this has not been done yet. Though I must admit, the levels are already really good. I would say the live percussions are perhaps too loud in the sense that it's kind of uncomfortable. Sergeant Riggs says, I don't like music, but I liked this one. Riggs, how the fuck could you not like music? That's like not liking any sort of art. Music is like the easiest art because it's just listening. It's like saying, oh, I don't like the taste of food. What? Oh, I don't like eating food. That's a taste. That's a sensation, brother. I prefer quiet, brother. That's fair play to you. Meditation is fucking sick. I know. I'm not even gonna hate, bro. I respect that. Thanks, Lame. Appreciate that. Yeah, not yet. No, it's really, really good. Yeah, I mean, look, if you want a mix down to be done faster, nah, don't give it to me. I'm not gonna take it away from Timothy. He's a good guy. And his mix down and mastering is fucking fantastic as well. You're in really good hands. Really good hands. Sergeant Riggs, yeah, I know, mad. All right, let's move forward. Let's see. We've got Russ. Who is this? Mackie, is this you? Who's Russ? Let's go. Ah, cool. Mackie, let's fucking go. All right, Deep House. Interesting. Generally speaking, I'm not a huge fan of house. If I'm going to listen to any house, it would probably be Electro House. Deep House, I kind of fuck with. It really reminds me of old school deep dubstep, but in standard time instead of half time. If it was brought down to half time, it would sound better, in my opinion. But hey, he's still working on my last one. Damn. Look, you're in good hands. He's probably putting in a lot of effort, that's why. I just speedrun making 3 album covers. That's fucking 7. Off to a bad start. No. Look. My opinion on the genre is literally irrelevant. I could listen to a genre I hate, but I can give you helpful feedback. So don't worry, bro. It's going to be fucking fire. Let's go.
To the beat, take it back. 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 To the beat, take it back.
Okay, so, and to let you know that you are really in good hands, I've made 2 tech house songs in my life. I know this is deep house, but you're fucking house songs that I've made. I've made 2 house songs, tech house songs in my life, and both of them have been signed. And I genuinely, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I fucking hate tech house. And so, you know, you're in good hands. I understand it. I just don't enjoy it, yeah? But I can give you good advice. This clap isn't loud enough, and you don't need to actually increase the volume. The beauty of this clap, let me have a listen again.
To the beat,
Yeah, the beauty of this clap is, one, you've got a fantastic transience already on the clap. That means the very beginning of the clap has got a good click to it, really good. Of course, I get 3 ads as soon as it starts. Oh shit, hang on. Let me know when you're out of the... Okay, they're out of the ads. Okay, great. So. The clap... You need to make that louder, more present in the mix. There's 2 ways you can do it. 1, the transience already of that clap is fucking perfect. The very beginning of the clap is good, very punchy, which is really, really, really good. I'm not sure if you did that or if that's just the sample. It's really, really good. Here's what you need to do. Number 1, you can literally just bring up the highs. It sounds silly, but that's literally something that you could that I would recommend. You literally just bring up the highs. You're going to listen to the whole song with the clap going and bring up the highs. Maybe you go this way, maybe you go this way, but you're going to go like that, and you're going to, oh, it sounds good here, and then you're going to bring this down, and then you're going to bring it up until it sounds perfect. And then maybe it'll look like that. So that's one way you could do it. Another way is you can use a saturator. Literally just saturate the fucker, and that's literally just going to add extra harmonics at the top anyway, so literally we'll do this almost the same sort of thing as well. And then the third way you could do it is the third way you could do it is, instead of doing a full shelf, is literally just doing a singular peak. So it'll probably be around here. You're looking at 2 to 3k hertz. We're going to be listening to the song claps and shit. They're normally around 2 to 3k hertz. It's a really nice fucking frequency, and then you're like, okay, yeah, okay, it sounds good there. And then you're going to dial it down until it sounds good, and then you're going to fuck with the Q or the resonance until it sounds good. Thanks, Weed Sack. What the fuck is that name? But thanks for following me. I'm not taking any more submissions right now, though, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. Submission time is over, but I'm going to say this really quick so that I can stay giving good feedback to Russ here, to Mackie. If you want feedback, I'm more than happy to do it, just not in this stream. I do these streams quite often, at least once a week. And I mean, this stream has been 5 hours long. They're normally quite long. So here's what you got to do, Weedsack. Follow me on Instagram, because every single fucking day I put it in my story when I'm streaming and what I'm streaming. So for example, this stream, I put it in my story that I'm doing at 1:30 p.m. UK time. And all you got to do is, if you're here on time, brother, you're going to be the first in the queue. Right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people in the queue. In fact, Weedsack, I'm going to give you a special deal right now. Special deal right now. Have a look on the bottom here. This is in-depth feedback. If you talk in the chat lots, you get queue priority. That's why I'm doing Mackie over here. Have a look in the chat. Mackie's all over it in the chat. Really fucking sick. Yeah? Super Chat members on YouTube get to skip the queue. Twitch subs get to skip the queue. Here's my special offer, Weedsack. Yeah? You sub right now, I skip the queue, you're next. But otherwise, yeah, I'm not doing any more this this stream. I'm sorry, bro. I need to fucking eat. I've not eaten for... I mean, look, I've not eaten for a while. 5-hour stream is crazy. I'm not actually sure if it's crazy, because I don't watch streamers, so I don't know how long a normal stream is. But I do find that I can give lots and lots of value if I do streams 4 hours or longer. If it's 1 hour, it's not as much value to people. But I can help a lot more people if I do longer streams. So I try to do longer streams if I can. But at the same time, as silly as it sounds, it's fucking draining. And I really need to pee, but I don't want to leave. So I might need to get a piss bottle at some point. I'm joking.
Take it back to the beat. Take it back to the beat. Take it back to the beat.
Okay, Kingo, I appreciate you saying that in the chat. Have a look at what I say, though. You spelt "you're" wrong. But yeah, big love moi to you as well, bro. Okay, so here's what I'd recommend here, Mackie. So these claps are fucking perfect, but they're the exact same time every time, which is, hey, that's okay, brother. But when you're doing little things where it goes... You're gonna want some slight variation. So there's a few ways you could do it. I'm just telling you to do slight variation. You could do volume changes. You take them a while back. That's fair enough. You could do volume changes. So the second one is quieter. You could do sample delay so that it goes, and the second one is wider. You could literally just EQ it slightly so that there's less high end on it, right? You could pitch it down. You could add and I'd recommend this one because I think it's a really cool effect, a phaser or a flanger on there. So every time there is a clap, it is slightly different, but really fucking subtle, man. Really fucking subtle, but just something so that it's not so sterile and clean. Like, clean is good, but it's too sterile. It's the same fucking sound every time, yeah? A flanger sounds so cool. Okay, cool.
Take it back to the beat.
But the reverb and everything so far structurally is fucking fantastic. The levels of everything is perfect. We just need that clap a little louder.
Take it back to the beat. Take it back to the beat.
You could make the hi-hats louder, but I'm going to assume that they get louder when it gets to the drop, so we'll see.
Take it back to the beat, to the beat, to the beat, to the beat. Take it back to the beat, to the beat.
Hi-hats can be louder. Yeah, just literally just make the hi-hats louder. That's all you need to do. You don't need to fuck with anything else. If the hi-hats are already at like 0 or at the fucking roof, saturate. Just add a saturator and get it to a more perceived loudness.
Take it back to the beat, to the beat, to the beat. Take it back.
I always fear of making them too loud, so will do. I absolutely understand your fear, and it's very easy to do that sort of mistake. Pink noise reference, yeah? Pink noise reference, and you're always going to be in the fucking clear, yeah? If you're not sure what I mean by that, let me know. Because I did explain it, but I'm not sure if, you might not have been here during that. Or if anybody is unsure about it in the chat, you let me know. Pink noise, absolutely, yeah, it's the GOAT. All right, cool. Yeah, the drums you've used, the structure of the drums, fucking delightful. Really nicely done. The percussion, the hi-hats, everything, moving around the stereo space really nicely. The levels in relation to each other, the percussion and the hi-hats is very, very good. You literally just can move it all louder. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been listening to music for 5 hours, like I've already discussed. I'm going to have to take back what I said. I think the hi-hats are a good level. You're going to need to use Pink Noise as a reference. My ears might be fried right now because I just played it again and it sounds perfect to me. So, I mean, you're going to have to... I'm so sorry. You might just need to take my fucking advice with a pinch of salt now. Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm glad it's great though. Okay, so there at that breakdown, there's a little pss, there's a punch, there's a transience to it that shouldn't be there. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's just a side chain to a kick, to a ghost track that's causing the issue. It kind of feels like that acid bass has been cut off right at the beginning, so it might be worth looking into that. Internet just left me. Rip. Does that make sense, Mackie? Yeah, have a listen. It's a bit abrupt. It's just like a sound or feeling. Yeah, sound. Okay, great. Cool.
To the beat. Take it back. To the beat. Take it back. To the beat. To the beat.
Too much bass being layered up there, yeah? So that's around this area here, 100, so call it 200, 300, 400 hertz. Too much build up, especially with that new addition of that bass. That one. Yeah, so what's that causing? So what that means is, I mean, you could even see it in the waveforms. That's the peak here. You don't want that to be the peak. Oh shit. Okay. Let me know when you're out. Lol. Fucking ads, huh? Damn. 10 more seconds. Damn. And we're back. All right, great. So here, what I'm saying is, right here, there is a build-up of frequencies at somewhere between 100 and 500 hertz. Yeah, sorry about that. No, it's literally not your fault. If anything, I appreciate it. Because one, I get money from ads. That's actually it. It's just a good thing for me. It's inconvenient for you, but I will always wait for you to come out of the ad. I'm not going to give you advice, or you're not going to miss anything. Yeah, you are literally the priority here. Yeah, so don't worry. Don't worry. It's good that you let me know. I'm more than happy to repeat myself and wait for you. Yeah, so don't you sweat it. So here, this little section here, right here. When that FM acidic bass comes in, fucking lovely bass, it is massive build up right here, and I'm hoping that there's no sub frequencies in that bass when you just brought that in. I could watch a 30-minute ad for them. Kingo, you fucking sweetheart. You know what? I take back your correction. You can spell your however the fuck you want, brother. Okay, so yeah, it's just too much of a build up in the low energies. Yeah. And we can tell because look, we can see that this is literally the loudest part of the track, or like one of the loudest part of the track. And this is deep house. This is EDM, my guy. We can make all of this much fatter, much louder if we tame these sort of things. If we make sure there are no building up of frequencies anywhere. And that's what we've got here. We've got to build up of frequencies when we don't need it. Because here's the thing. When they build up like that, it can make it seem louder, but at the same time, you are sacrificing the loudness everywhere else. But more so, when they're built up like that, a lot of the time, you can't even perceive it. So what you actually want to be doing is enhancing the part that you can perceive. Right? So if you want that sound, then one, it's too loud, but two, you find that sound is literally up here, and you don't have much frequencies up here. You don't have much information already. So just EQ the low end. And what I would say is don't do it super sharp, but do it gentle, and then have that part repeating. Oh, we've gone too high. Perfect. You're going to have the whole song playing when you do this EQ so that it's got its own space. And you're asking, should I EQ out the bass for that sound? Yes. And I mean this. I mean this sincerely. You need to EQ the bass out, the sub-frequencies out from fucking everything except for one element. There should only be, throughout your song, at any one time, one thing with sub-information. What that means is information down here, yeah? So cut everything somewhere between 70 to 90 hertz. Have everything cut there. Don't have everything cut the exact same place, because that's going to build up frequencies. Because when you do sharp cuts like this, you might not be able to see it, but there will be a build-up of frequencies right where the cut ends. So, for example, if I cut it here, there's going to be a slight build-up around 100 hertz. And if I had this same EQ on every single thing, that's a lot of build-up. And then all of a sudden, that's going to be peaking at around 100 hertz, and that's going to not be nice for the mix in the long run, yeah? So lots of different placements of this, and ideally have it where it works for that specific sound, yeah? So for example, that's a relatively mid-high sound that our ears are locking into. It's not the bass that we care about there. It's the which is, it's relatively high up. That's it, yeah? So we're going to do a nice gentle cut, and we're going to bring it up and find where we want it to be cutting, whilst the whole thing is playing, so that we know where it can stand out in the mix.
Take it back to the beat. Take it back to the beat. Take it back to the beat. Take it back. Take it back.
That's interesting. Thanks. Oh yeah, more than happy to help. And so when I say there should only be one time, so you need to remember that the kick will have sub information, and that's why we do side chaining. That's exactly it. So there's only one sub frequency happening at any one time. So the kick has got that sub information. As soon as that kick's done, then we've got the bass. And as soon as that bass is done, we've got the kick. And they are dancing with each other, but they're not happening at the same time ever. It's the same thing with every single element. There should be no two things doing the same, having the same low energy, so same low frequencies playing at the same time. Never. The only time you can avoid using EQ on something, because you should be cutting out the lows of every single thing, and then ideally cutting out the extreme high end of everything at the end, so that the hi-hats can pierce through. The only reason why you wouldn't do it is if there was a sound happening completely on its own. So what that might mean is maybe at some point you got to, brother, maybe you got to, right? And so it goes, right? And then in that instance, that little droplet sound is the only thing that we wouldn't EQ unless there was something that didn't sound right on it. But otherwise, we wouldn't EQ it because, one, what are we going to EQ it against? There's nothing else playing. What is it that we want to be removing? What is it that we want to be enhancing? Well, there's nothing, because it's already standing out in the mix because there's nothing around it. And there is no sub-frequencies interfering with it because there is nothing else playing. So it's just that sound on its own. So you wouldn't need to EQ it unless it doesn't sound nice. Unless maybe you want the high ends to be louder. That was fire. I'm happy to help, Lonely Playboy. I'm here for you, brother. Okay, so I like that you got sidechain compression, and I like how you removed the kick for the sidechain compression there, but the problem is that we're getting clicking sounds, which is fucking normal. It just sounds like you've got a very short attack on your sidechain compression. Very, very normal. Have a listen. Can you hear that little clicking sound? All that is because you've got the attack too short on your sidechain compression when you removed the kick, right? So you got it on the trigger track or the ghost track or whatever the fine. That's great. That's fucking fantastic. I love the idea of doing that. Or maybe you don't even have a ghost track. Maybe you've just got that pumping going throughout the whole thing. I think in that little area, you're going to need to increase the attack, increase the slope of when that comes in or when that comes out, so there isn't that clicking sound. Does that make sense, Maki? Have a listen again. That's what I'm talking about. I'm hoping you understood that. I see you're not speaking in the chat right now. Okay, good. I didn't even notice that. Okay, good. Well, that's why you send it to other people, because we're being more critical about it, and we're listening for these sort of things. I'm actively trying to find something that needs working on, whereas you might be listening to it and enjoying it. I've got no emotion involved in this. You know what I mean? So I'm truly just trying to make it as good as fucking possible. I'm actually learning a lot. Good. I'm glad, bro. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help you learn as much as you can, and that's exactly the goal for this stream. So I'm glad you are learning a lot. Stereo panning the kick is bold. I'm not against it. Normally it's a no-no, sure, but it's a creative choice and I quite like it. Okay, so yeah, you need to you need to sort that one out. Okay, so look. Here's the thing. So the reason that this isn't a fat fucking sausage is because your mastering can't get to the absolute limit that it wants to achieve because of your mix down, because you're not cutting out the lows and everywhere, because it's just getting a build-up of lows. It's getting a build-up of sub-information. That's all it is. Enhance the clap, increase the fucking presence of the clap by, just increasing the part that we hear the most. Saturation, EQ, whatever you want, however you want to do it. And then yeah, cut out the lows of pretty much fucking everything except for just the sub. Yeah, I think. I mean, you can hear the clicking sound here as well. So that's another sort of thing. Anytime there's that sort of thing as well. Yeah, anytime you've got the sidechain compression, you're going to need to look into that. Like, I need you to understand that's not the worst thing in the world, yeah? I'm being picky because this is a very good song, yeah? I need to find something to help you out, to give you value out of this. It's a really good song. It's a really good song. It's well structured. The story is clear throughout the entire song. The vibe is clear throughout the entire song. It's very congruent to the vibe throughout the whole song. It's a good song. It's a good song. The vocals are a texture rather than, you know, something to, you know, be piercing through the mix. Everything is sitting quite nicely. Yeah, it's really fucking good. Welcome back, Assam. What's up, bruh? Appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it too. I've been producing for only 4 months. That is nuts. How long are you going to be on? I don't know. I'm going through these last bits. I'm not taking any more submissions unless someone subs, and so hopefully I can be done in the next half hour, but I can't say for sure, to be honest. Russ, do you have any, or Mackie, do you have any more questions before we move forward? And then we're going to move forward to people that are still in the chat, so it's only people that have already submitted that are still in the chat. That's all good, dude. All right, so if you do get any more questions, you just let me know. And Assam, I know that you messaged me on Instagram, if I'm not mistaken. I've not checked it yet because I'm streaming, but I'll check it in a moment. I'll work on it and send it next week. Oh yeah, please do if you can, bro. Here's what I recommend. If you want to submit more songs, I think it's a great idea. You're already, I think you're following me on Instagram. If not, do that, because you'll be able to see on my story when I'm streaming, and you'll be able to be one of the first in. You can submit your songs before anybody else, and you could submit fucking 5 songs. Who's going to stop you? Literally nobody is there to stop you. So it could be worth it for you. Okay, so I'm just going to go through these. If anybody isn't here, then I'm going to skip through it. Okay, so yeah, I mean, whose is this? Are you here? If not, I'm going to move forward. You've got 10 seconds to say something in the chat. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's move forward. Okay, this looks like it's Mikazi. Are you still here? You've got 10 seconds to say something in the chat. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Love that. Anus? Brother, whose name is Anus? All right, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. If you're here, let me know in the chat. You've got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Lonely Playboy, is this you? Fire name. Yeah. Aeneas. It's probably Aeneas. Lonely Playboy, is this you? You kind of just said yo, but I'm not actually sure if it's you. You know what I mean? Because you just said yo. Anus goes crazy. Okay, so it's not you. All right, let's move forward. Crinus is not here because that's 7 digits. Though... No, okay, great. System. I don't think they're here either. Oh, it's dubstep. Oh, I fucking wish they were here. 10 seconds, 10. Oh, Anus is here. Sorry, my... Anus. 7 digits, you are here. Let's go. Okay. Once again, no notes, because how can one say art is good or bad, or what can be improved on such an artistic thing? One thing I would like to talk about, though, which I think is quite funny, is the closed caption reading is on the Wiggly Wiggles. And it's just like, oh yeah, they were saying, I don't fucking know what that is. I don't know why it's in Hindi. Yeah, Hindi, auto-generated. Brother, auto-translate. What do you think it's, what's it saying? Is he gonna auto-translate for me? Come on, auto-translate. Auto-translate, no? Bro doesn't want to auto-translate. All right, no, I quite like it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, look, good song. Good song, it's artistic. Fish. Ah, well said, brother. Well said. System. I take it you're not here. I'm going to give you 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Say something in the chat if you're here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh man, I am so close to going to get to go pee. I am so excited. Because I'm curious, I'm going to listen to this just for a bit. It's actually quite clean, but there is some feedback to be done there. Okay, Neon Acelerado. Whose song is this? If you're here, you've got to say something in the chat. You've got 10 seconds, otherwise I'm going to skip your song. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Thanks for the follow. 4, 3, 2. Oh shit, we got 200 followers. Let's go, Lightning. You are a fucking... You know what? Because of that... Listen, Lightning, here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. Here's the thing. I'm actually done giving feedback for this session. But because you're the 200th follower, I'm going to make a little exception for you. Send it in the chat, bro. Send it in the chat. I'm going to give you feedback. Normally, the only exception would be people that subbed, but you're the 200th follower. This is massive. I really appreciate this, bro. And I appreciate all 199 other followers. I'm going to be honest with you. The majority of the followers, I would assume, are bots or people trying to sell me things. But you're not. You're trying to get something out of me, but... Lonely Playboy, are you still here? You got 10 seconds to say something in the chat, otherwise I'm going to skip your motherfucking song. 10, 9, 8, 7, what? 6, 5. I said 4, 3, fricka 2, 1. Brother, they've been here this whole time. I'm going to keep them there just in case they do come back, because they have been here for such a long time. Whoever the fuck this is, Blesfee. If you're still here, you got to say something in the chat, otherwise I'm going to skip your song. You got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, what? 7, 6, motherfucking 5, 4, motherfucking 3, 2, motherfucking 1. Skipping there. Let's go. Alanites. You've been here for such a long time. I'm hoping that you're still here. If you're still here, you got to say something in the chat, otherwise I'm going to skip your song. You got 10 seconds. 10. Hey, lovely. Can you delete chat if you get link? I've got the link. You can delete it if you want, yeah. I don't know how to delete it, to be honest with you. I wish I could help you, but I don't know how to delete it. Yeah, I'm sorry. But Alanites, let's go. So you got 660,000 plays on this thing, so surely it's really fucking good, right? What is it specifically that you're looking for feedback on, my brother? I'm happy to give you feedback. What is it that you're specifically looking for? I just sing/songwrite. I use YouTube type beats and have a friend mix and master it. Illionite. 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 What the fuck is the name of the stream, Illionite? What the fuck is the name of the stream, Illionite? This is live song feedback session. Submit your song link in chat. In-depth song feedback, song review, mix down and production feedback. My guy. I use YouTube type beats. Brother, you just sing / songwrite? Brother, you just write lyrics. You just sing. Someone else has done everything else. Someone else has done everything else. You've done one thing. They've done everything else. You want feedback on one tiny little thing. And I'm going to be honest with you, brother. I'm not fucking qualified for that. I'm not a singer-songwriter. Yeah, I've got a guitar. Yeah, I can write lyrics. Sure. Are you ready? Alienite can't read or write because you can't fucking read the stream title. You fucking... Maybe song structure or fucking song structure or songwriting. Alienite, look, I get it. You've been waiting for so long. You've been in the chat for so long, and I appreciate you waiting, and I will review your song. But brother, you got to read the fucking stream title. You got to read the fucking room. All right? I mean, I need to write it on fucking big letters behind me so you can genuinely read the fucking room, right? Song feedback, production feedback, mixdown feedback. You didn't do the production, Alienite. You didn't do the fucking mixdown, Alienite. Thanks for the follow. You didn't do fucking anything. Oh no, I sang. Brother, somebody else created the fucking instruments from scratch. Someone else fucking put every single fucking note of every single fucking instrument and placed every single fucking drum and chose the fucking volume on everything. Someone else put everything together to make everything in the right place. You didn't even fucking make your own fucking instruments. Somebody made their own fucking instruments. Every single fucking synth, every single fucking thing made from fucking scratch. And you're just like, oh yeah, I just use my own voice, yeah. Brother. Yeah, no, it's not a big deal. I'll review it, no worries. Yeah, it's alright. I'll review your shit, don't worry. Thundy. Unfortunately, submissions are closed right now. I'm only accepting submissions from subs. But I do these streams quite often, so you're more than welcome to come to another one. Yeah. If you follow me on Instagram, you'll be able to see in my story when I do the stream, so you can get first in the queue and skip everybody else as well. But yeah, on this occasion, yeah, no more, I'm afraid. I thought all of the above. Lol, you can skip it. I'm not going to skip you, don't worry, bro. Maybe song structure or songwriting? I'll give it a go, was what I was thinking. Didn't mean to intrude, lols. No sweat. I appreciate you sticking around in the chat, though. Genuinely, I do appreciate you. I don't understand what's going on, bro. Why are you so mad? I just thought it was general feedback. He's got a point, but this crash out is justified. Apologies, Home Slice. Big love, bro. By the way, where do I... yeah, you can skip in favor of a producer. I'm not going to. If I sub, could I submit? Thundy, if you sub, you can absolutely submit, and you get to skip the queue. That's all good. I'm enjoying the stream regardless. I appreciate you, bro. Let's go. I'm gonna skip this part because you didn't do this part.
Push on the beat.
Yeah, maybe we could both explore this. Maybe we could both explore this. Maybe we could both explore this. Explore this time just.
Yep, those are lyrics. Good singing. Thank you for submitting. Do you have any questions before I move forward? Thundy, thank you for the subscription. For that, I'm going to literally just paste it in the chat, bro. Literally just it in the chat. That's all. That's literally it. All good, brother. Appreciate the time. I'm sorry, bro. Look, if you produced the song, or you did the mix sound or production, I can actually give you feedback. I'm just not qualified for giving you feedback on rap or vocals in general. It's not my forte. And yeah, like I said, I'm not qualified for that. So it's not fair for me to tell you how to improve there, because it's not something I'm good at. You know what I mean? Kingo. Hey, this is you. Dundee, let's go. All right, here it is. Be sure to read the description. I did everything, composition and production good, no lyrics. This is an instrumental. Fucking delightful. Fucking delightful. Okay. Lovely, lovely. All right, I'm going to read the description. Oh, the many wonders of our great big universe. We sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star and wonder what the stars even are, not even knowing just how enormous our galaxy is. Sorry, I just burped. Let alone the span of the universe. Let this song spark a great curiosity that awakens the awe factor within you. Oh, I like that. The curiosity is spelt the American way, so I should have said this in an American accent. My mistake. All right, let's go ahead. I'm excited. Okay, so right now already the spaces of everything really, really fucking good. You've got instruments all around in different places, which is really, really good because it's allowing the listener to be able to pick each fucking instrument separately. One thing that you don't have is each instrument in its own place in frequency. You've got everything in its own place in space, but not in frequency. What that means is using an EQ. So for example, say you've got one violin that's peaking over here, call it 2K hertz. Then what you're going to do is find another instrument that's also around this region, so from here to here, and then you're going to duck that instrument gently at 2K hertz. Literally like that. And that's going to allow that synth or that violin to pierce through the mix. I want you to do that with every single fucking instrument. Now, another thing that I noticed is that on the right ear, you've got some instruments with a little bit of low end. What I need for you to do is cut out the low end on every single fucking thing, right? Every single fucking thing, right? What that's going to do is allow you to have a cleaner mix. And in the long run, you're going to be able to get a louder mix, and the listener's going to be able to identify every single melody from every single instrument. And look, already I can tell your songwriting is fantastic. You've got multiple instruments. It's not easy to create a beautiful song with multiple instruments without clashing frequencies. This is how you're going to do it with the frequencies issues, and already your songwriting is really fucking good. Knew something was a little off? Hey, that's what we're here for. That's why you're here. You're here to learn, and that's so fucking good. So you got some low ends, and generally speaking, every time, and I need you to remember, this is super fucking important, low end, keep it in the middle. Keep it mono. The more low in frequency it is, the more mono it has to fucking be. Anything, I'd say anything under 100 hertz, keep it fucking mono. If it's 200 hertz, don't have it fucking wide. Keep it relatively middle. And as you go higher, you can have it wider and wider, yeah? And so that's the beautiful thing. I mean, if you even look in an orchestra, you're going to see that the low stuff is normally in the middle and the higher stuff is more out to the outside. And the same thing goes for even the simplest of things, such as a drum kit, right? I mean, I use this example all the time, but I really fucking mean it. Right in the middle, we've got a motherfucking bass kick. We've got the kick drum, really fucking low, really fucking middle. And it is in the middle, and it's a low sound. And then as we go higher in frequency, we've got snares a little wider, we've got toms a little wider, we've got cymbals the widest. Really fucking wide, really fucking high up. And that's how you want to be thinking about your mix down for every single fucking instrument. Every single fucking instrument. So have a listen here. You're going to be able to hear some low frequencies, some low sounds from one of your instruments on your right ear. You don't want to be hearing that. Have a listen. Can you hear that? It sounds like a drum. fine. You want to be doing that, you shouldn't be doing that, right? So we're actually getting some phase cancellation, and thankfully I've drew it already here. What that means is if we've got left ear going up, down, like this, that's the waveform, and the right ear is going down, up, right, short, that's normal stuff. And because it's low frequency, this is what we're going to be experiencing. Phase cancellation, right? So this is going down, this is going up, so that's going to be flat. This is going up, this is going down, so that's going to be flat. And as it goes on, and then all of a sudden this is going up, and this is still up, and so that's going to go up. And so throughout the synth, throughout the sound, we're getting, even though it's the same perceived volume, even though it looks the exact same fucking volume, we're getting that. We're getting that cancellation because it is wide, because it is not in the fucking middle. And that's what we need to be working on. We need to get the low frequencies more middle. You can do that. If you're using Ableton, you can use that. You can do that literally just with the utility, bass mono. But otherwise, separate the frequencies, bring the lower instruments a little more middle. Already you got the hi-hats and the cymbals really wide, fucking perfect. I use Studio One 6 Pro. Okay. All of these DAWs should have everything I'm talking about anyway. As long as you've got EQs, compressors, and all of that basic stuff, you're all good, bro. My track skip, I think. Lightning effect. No, you're here, bro. You're here, bro. We're doing Thundy first because they subbed. Yeah, and they get to skip the entire queue. Yeah, don't worry, bro. You're still here, bro. Don't you sweat it. So, Thundy, this is what you need to be doing. You need to do sidechain compression underneath your kick. What that means is, yeah, big hugs, bro. Big love, big love. What that means is, every time that kick is happening, all the other synths are going to go quieter, especially the lower frequency synths, the fucking cellos or whatever the fuck, the low frequency, the low octave synths or instruments, you're going to have that ducking underneath the kick. Do you know what I mean by sidechain compression, Thundy? Great. So yeah, that's what we need. We need sidechain compression. And I see that this is symphonic 80s. We all know that the sound of the 80s is that big fucking snare. So add a saturator on the snare if you would like to make that snare much bigger, because already it's relatively quiet and it needs to be, or rather it can be much more prominent in the mix, in which case you're going to need to sidechain compress that as well. You don't need to go fucking crazy with it, but you sidechain it is going to make it punch through the mix a bit more. I sure do been working on sidechaining on to emphasize the important elements. Perfect. Magnificent. You need to boost the bass as well, boost the kick drum, more specifically, my mistake. You want to boost the kick drum more, literally bring the volume up. If it's already at the sort of where you want, then you want to add saturation instead to just bring it up, whilst maybe ducking, literally somewhere between 100 to 300 hertz. You're going to be looking around with a little EQ here. You're going to be ducking those frequencies to find where it's distorting when you bring that saturation. And we're not going to bring it up too much. We're just going to bring it up enough to piss through the mix a little bit. I'm not that talented. I don't have 600k organic listeners, says Lightning. But don't worry, me neither. I like the movement of the high synth or whatever the fuck the keys going around the stereo space. That's exactly what you want to be doing. Good stuff. Yeah, make that snare much bigger. Saturation, because you need the high end of that snare much louder. You're looking at 2 to 3k hertz. That's where the snare is going to be really piercing through the mix, because that's where our ears are most sensitive. So boost around 2 to 3k hertz and maybe a little bit more reverb on that motherfucker. Not huge tail of reverb, but enough to make it feel massive. Does that make sense? Yeah, it sounds like you've already got reverb on there. You need saturation on there. Really make it pierce through the fucking mix. Now, this is exactly what I want with feedback. Well, that's my fucking intention, right? If you got any questions as well, by the way, whilst I go through this, you please let me know, yeah? I'm trying to give you as much value as possible. This is my goal when I do these streams, to give every single individual who has submitted as much attention as I can and give you as much insight and in-depth feedback to genuinely help you progress, right? And that's why I have to prioritize people that sub, because obviously I get quite a big queue and I want to help as many people as I can. So I appreciate the sub very, very much. The screen sometimes suddenly disappears and an ad pops up. Damn it. Damn, Lightning. I'll tell you what though, Lightning. You're paying... You by watching an ad, you are funding this, so I really appreciate it, to be honest with you. So I know he's not super happy about it, but I'm not going to review his thing if he's watching an ad. I'll always wait, so he doesn't need to worry too much. I think my biggest awareness with this project was making sure no frequency range was two-packed. Beautiful, beautiful thing to think about. Obviously, songwriting is the first and foremost thing to be paying attention to, right? Good. Then the mixdown. Absolutely fantastic. Songwriting is already beautiful. Songwriting is absolutely beautiful. And then, yeah, no frequency range two-packed, which is a really good thing, because then that allows the listener to be able to focus on different things and hear and feel different fucking instruments. Perfect. Nice movement of the drum fills around the stereo space. Okay, so that... I think that might be a violin or something. You can make that louder, right? So you've got that... which arguably is too loud, but it doesn't actually need to be too loud. What it really is that it's just too loud in comparison to everything else, right? Do those female vocals need to be turned up like the choir? You can absolutely turn that up. There is so much space there to turn it up. I would actually argue your entire from 1K up is too quiet. Not the keys. The keys are probably perfect as they are. They might be too loud, but I'd need to hear it with everything else put to where it is. I'm going to give you the most helpful bit of feedback that will help improve your mixes drastically. Mix to Pink Noise. If you play Pink Noise, and you'll see that the graph for Pink Noise on the EQ goes a gentle decline like that. Literally just get EQ into your DAW and play it. You'll see the graph perfectly. My Ableton's frozen, so I can't actually show you. Hang on. There we go. So I keep it with me, but in fact, Serum, if you've got Serum, has Pink Noise built in. So I'm going to use that as my example. And we can see the graph is literally like that. That's perfect. If you have this playing and you bring every single instrument, the absolute peak of every single instrument, in line with this graph of Pink Noise, it will sound industry standard. This is what the industry standard is done to. Pink Noise. There is room for creative changes after the fact, and usually it's not from increasing the volumes of anything, it's from decreasing the volumes of anything. If you do it to Pink Noise, your whole thing will be able to get more full to the listener, and in the end, when you do the mastering process, it can be more loud for the listener as well. Lightning says, I sent an organic track. I think it needs to be listened to in full to catch the whole vibe. Will do, but I'm sure you'll judge it better than I can. I'll do my best, but I'm sorry. 6 minutes, fucking hell. Okay, no worries. Look, I don't need to eat. Look, it's my bedtime in literally half an hour. But I do really want to help you, and I appreciate that you followed me on Twitch, and you're my 200th follower, and that is very important to me, so I will get to your song, don't you worry. And I appreciate that you're still here as well, brother. Yeah, see these hi-hats, those hi-hats are, it sounds too loud, but it's not. It might be. It's hard to tell because the rest of the sounds are too quiet, right? And when I say the rest of the sounds, I mean the high frequency sounds, the violins, the high frequency stuff. It's too quiet. If we push those ones louder, those hi-hats won't be too loud. Yeah, I'm excited to see how it's done, and I do hope that you submit some more songs later on so I can keep giving you feedback and we can just keep improving your shit as well. Because I mean it, your songwriting is already fucking beautiful. Make sure the bass is mono here, yes? So right now you got sub, and it's moving around left, right. Don't forget about this this beautiful graph there's a little graphic that I've drawn. Yeah, you wanna try to keep that bass, the sub bass mono, yeah? You can still have that meow moving around the headspace. That's all fun and games. Try to keep the sub bass mono just so that you're not going to be causing constructive and destructive interference for your listeners. I have 15 mins time, sorry. When your feedback, I must leave. Sorry for this, bro. No sweat, Lightning. What I'm going to do is I'll do your song immediately after this one, okay? You're the only two talking in the chat anyway, so I will be... You get priority, if that makes sense, yeah? Like it says below here, you know, talk in the chat lots for queue priority. Brother, you're talking in the chat lots. You're getting queue priority. I appreciate you very much. Make sure bass stays mono. Right here, the bass isn't very mono, it's moving around. You have guests at home and I'm neglecting them. Hey, if it makes you feel better, I'm incredibly hungry right now and I'm neglecting my stomach. I was supposed to end the stream an hour ago. Five hour stream. I was like, I need to start ending it. It's 6 hours now. Was really trying to work out the mids here. Gotcha. So I would argue to sort out the mids, increase the highs. That's it. That's it. There's so much more room in the high end, increase the highs. There are instruments that are more in the mids. There are instruments that are more in the highs. Increase the highs, the volume of the highs, and say there's an instrument that is really prevalent in the high end. What you're going to do is play the whole thing together, and then on the EQ of the one that's on the really high end, you're going to bring this up whilst the whole song's playing. Bring it up. Oh, the song's missing out on the sound. We're going to bring that down, and about here. Right there. You're just going to find where the sounds start cutting out, and then bring it down to where it feels comfortable. Then all of a sudden, you've got all of this room in the mids, and that's going to work out. And then on top of that, that little EQ trick that I told you, where every single synth, every single frequency instrument, you're going to do little ducks of where they're peaking. Everything's going to stand out so much more cleanly. Yeah, it's a lot of effort, but that's why mixdown is a separate process for a lot of people. Yeah? So where this kind of music gets played in. Yeah, good question. The pipe organ nearly takes up the whole range. Yes, it does. Yeah, well, try to get the low end of that pipe organ in the middle, at the very least. Yeah, even if it takes the whole range, absolutely, yeah, it'll take the whole range. Find where the other instruments are and do that little cut, like I said. That's what I it's going to help you. It's going to clear you up. I understand it takes up the whole range. I make dubstep. Each synth takes up the entire fucking range. You got to make room for it, and that's how you do it. Yeah, just little dips. I added those extra subs, but I guess I need to turn them down or decrease their width. Decrease their width always. Anything below 100 hertz, mono. Yeah, there's a lot of elements here, but they're not all getting their own space. You got sounds like an electric guitar. slightly pan to the left. The frequency of that, you're thinking, oh yeah, it covers up the whole range. It doesn't. You're mainly hearing it over here. So just do what I said, where you have the whole thing playing. Sorry, my disabled, and ever since I upgraded the fucking OS, just have the whole thing playing, and you're just going to, on the guitar, you're going to bring this up. Oh, that's too much. So that sounds like that over here. So we just leave it here. If I bring it here, it sounds the exact same. If I bring it here, it sounds the exact same. So you're going to bring it all the way up until it no longer sounds the exact same and it sounds good in the mix. What that means is the entire song playing at the same time. That's when you're doing the EQing. You don't do them separately. You do it when the entire song is playing. Yeah, I wanted to center that guitar. Gotcha. Yeah, you can do. You can do. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, well, yeah, I bet. Yeah, do that to the guitar, and that's going to help a lot. Okay. All right, so that is my feedback. It seems that my feedback is prevalent throughout the whole thing, yeah? Look, your use of space is beautiful. Your songwriting is beautiful. Your melodies is beautiful. Your structure is beautiful, and the story behind your song is very fucking clear. It is crystal clear what you're trying to say with your song. It is beautiful. It's a really well-made song. Just the mix down, and that's why you're here, so that's perfect. So here, in summary, I'm not sure if I can remember everything that I said, but I'm going to try to summarize everything. 1, every time there's low frequencies, get them more mono. The more low the frequency, the more mono it should be. And if it's anything below 100 hertz, you need that to be literally just mono. Main thing is also, EQ. Every single element, I don't want any low frequencies. I want you to bring up the low end on every single instrument whilst you're listening to the whole thing. Bring it up until it is reaching where it can be. Bring it up until it starts affecting the sound, and then just bring it slightly below that, so it's no longer affecting the sound. Then do little dips where each instrument is peaking. So maybe the violins are peaking here, maybe the cello is peaking here, and you're going to be like, okay, so this is 200 hertz. I'm going to go to the violins, and I'm going to duck at 200 hertz, so that when the violins and the cellos are playing at the same time, you can hear each individual main part of the song, main part of the instrument more clearly, and then bang, all of a sudden, every single fucking instrument has its own place. It's going to be fucking beautiful. Make the kick louder, make the snare louder with saturation. Yeah, and then also turn up the volume of the high frequency instruments, high octave instruments and synths. Do a mix down in comparison with a motherfucking pink noise, and that's going to clean everything up. It's going to bring you to an industry standard. Yeah, well, that's it. And Thundy, if you cannot be bothered to do all of that, one, I can do it for you. Just DM me on Instagram, and we can sort that out, because that's literally one of my jobs. I do that professionally. I can do the mix down and mastering for you. Alternatively, and this is something that I'm rolling out, and I think it would be really, I think it's really fucking awesome because I get to teach. We hop into a video call, and I do the mix down whilst you're watching, and you can ask questions, and I explain everything what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and so that way you don't just get the mix down done professionally, you get to learn professionally how the fuck it's done and why the fuck it's done, so that you can do it yourself and you get that knowledge. And I think that's really fucking powerful. Like, me just telling you how to do this is helpful. I'm hoping it's as helpful as I can, but unless I've got the stems, I can't be as helpful as I possibly could, and I can't teach you as much as I could. There's only one of me, so I can't do everyone's mix downs, but if I can teach you if I can teach a man to fish, I'm gonna fucking do that, yeah? So yeah, do you have any questions before I move forward? I'll definitely do it with another one of my pieces. Awesome, bro. Awesome. Appreciate you. Lightning Effect, are you still here? Brother, he said it was 6 minutes. This is 7 minutes and 23 seconds. I think I got it. Will you release the VOD? No, not on Twitch. So the entire stream, which is 6 hours and 7 minutes long, you came in at maybe 6 hours 50 minute mark. You might want to remember that or write that down. It's available on YouTube. Right now I'm streaming on YouTube and it stays on YouTube forevermore. So you're welcome to rewatch it on YouTube and you'll get all the in-depth feedback there as well, yeah? So you can rewatch it. That was a really good question. Yeah, it's available on YouTube forevermore, so you can absolutely watch it, yeah? I'll check on YouTube. Awesome, awesome. I have 450 tracks sometimes. I'm mixed, organized. Yeah, normal. Absolutely normal. 450 tracks is ridiculous amount. But I absolutely understand. It's fucking long. No worries, Dundee. Thank you for subbing and thank you for submitting, brother. Yeah, I'll see you next time. I'll see you next time too. Big love and take care. Lightning Effect. I want to give you value on this. I know that you're strapped for time. I'm going to go through this quite quickly. If you've got any questions, please let me know. But I'm going to try to go through this as quick as I can because I know that you got people around. All right, let's go. You can make the hi-hats louder because it's not loud enough. So it's good that you got an intro right there. It's 1 minute long, perhaps a bit long, but it's good that you got an intro right there so that DJs can use that. That's really helpful for DJs, yeah? Ozone 12, master myself. Great, good. You need more sidechain compression on the kick and the bass. So what you might be doing is, you've got the bass and the kick playing at the same time, but the problem with that is that they're clashing. You've got low frequencies, they're clashing, and you're not going to be able to get it as loud as you can. You always want to have only one thing doing sub bass at any one time. Lim, what do you think of AI mastering? Sure, whatever. I would actually assume that it's pretty decent. I've tried it myself. And I can master better than AI at the moment, and so I don't use it. Lads, no worries. Let me. Okay, but yeah, I don't use it. I'm not against it. I'm not against use of AI at all, to be honest with you. And I think the idea of it is decent, but at the end of the day, AI doesn't have human ears. So just keep that in mind. But I'm not against it. Let me know when you're out of the ad, bro, and then we'll carry on. Tune in. What? Tune in. What does this mean? When is he out of the ad? That's what I want to know. Tune in. Oh, fuck, I really need to pee. Come on. Come out of the ad. Come on, Lightning. Let me know when you're out of the ad. Tune in. Does this mean you're out of the ad? Smiley face. I tried the Ozone AI one and it's just too perfect and I like imperfection. Fair enough. I get you, Kingo. It's personal preference then at that point, isn't it? All right, Lightning, welcome back. All right, so it sounds like you've got the synth and the kick happening at the same time. What you need to remember, and this is really important, you need only one thing doing the sub bass at any one time. So maybe that's the bass and maybe that's the kick. That's why sidechain compression is a very important thing. Do you know what sidechain compression is? Let me know in the chat if you know what sidechain compression is. If you don't, I'm going to go into more detail. So you need sidechain compression and you need it much more steep. Because you're doing house, it looks like it's house, it's organic house. You're going to need quite a deep threshold or a high ratio or both throughout this. So big ducking every time that kick and bass is happening, yeah? So only one thing is happening, only one bass is happening at any one time, because right now they're clashing and right now they're going to be adding together, yeah? I'm using some Time Kickstart 2. Great. Kickstart 2 is perfect. It's not enough right now. Yeah, it's not enough right now. They're clashing. So maybe you need to increase the tail end of the ducking. That's what it sounds like to me. But also, here's something that you need to remember, and this is something that Deadmau5 said, and I think it's really worth thinking about. Sub basses, when you're playing it on a big speaker, everything's got reverb, and the bigger the speaker, the bigger the venue, the more reverb the bass is going to have. Already the high end, yeah, that's going to have reverb, sure. The bass is going to be the one with the big reverb. That's just like, That's why techno has got big fucking reverb all over the kicks and stuff, because it's made for warehouse shit where there is already a bunch of reverb, and that's what people's ears are used to. This right here, we need to remember that when this is being played on a decent speaker, that kick isn't actually just going to be that length that you can see in your DAW. It's going to be that length or that length, because there's going to be reverb on that bass. There's nothing really you can do about it. So leave a little gap, a little breathing room between the bass and the kick. Yeah, is my track still there? Damn right it is, Kingo. Don't you worry. You're right here. Bang. You're right there. You're next up, brother. You're next up. So yeah, that's what I'd recommend. Yeah, big little gap. Yeah, but right now it's glued together. You want to be fixing that, okay? You tell him, Kingo. What up, 7? Welcome back, 7. Lightning, do you have a low cut on everything except the kick and bass? What I need to make sure you're doing is nothing below 100 hertz on anything except for the bass and the kick. Only the bass and the kick can have energy under here unless something is playing on its own. Yeah? Because they build up really quick. Yeah, 40 down cut. 40 is a bit low, yeah? So 40 is where the sub bass is. 40, 60 hertz even sub bass, and so you're going to get clashing frequencies. I think you should aim for 70, 80, 90. All channel 200 down cut. Damn, that's quite high actually. Okay. Okay. Because it sounds like on these sweeps and stuff, there is a lot of low frequencies and it's interfering with the kick. And it's stereo even. Hi-hats, shift, F1, downwards cut. Brother, I do not understand what you're trying to say. I'm so sorry. Okay. I think I get the picture of it. I'm going to try to give you a quick summary. So 1, you need to do better side chaining so that there's more space between the kick and the bass. That way you're going to be able to get a louder mix and a more full mix. I can see that your mastering isn't as big as it could be, and I think that's why. Oh shit, I can't remember the other stuff. Oh yeah, number 2, if there is any, just make sure that you've got cuts on everything. That includes your sweeps and effects and every single fucking element except for your bass and your kick. Hi-hats as well. Oh my god, there's not going to be any low frequencies in your hi-hats. You would be fucking surprised. A lot of hi-hats and claps and everything has low energy frequencies for some fucking reason. That shit just happens. I separate the frequencies and use wider for stereo image. Sure, it sounds like there's some low frequencies that aren't fully mono. Yeah? So make sure that's the thing, and especially ducking underneath the kick as well. Otherwise, the levels of almost everything is really good. Yeah, percussion. The structure of the song is really good. Polyverse music wider. Gotcha. So the structure of everything is really good. Songwriting is really good. Melodically, it's really good. Yeah, decent song. And yeah, that's the feedback that I've got. That's the only feedback that I can think of, to be honest with you, because genuinely, it's a really decent song. I've got to really think about. Got to really quite think hard to try to give you feedback for you to improve on. Do you have any questions before I move forward? I have no questions. Okay, great. Look, thank you so much for submitting it, Lightning. And if you've got any other songs that you want to submit at a later time, you're more than welcome to do so. Your feedback good. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Well, yeah, thank you for submitting. In fact, I've got a little extra something for you, some more education, and that's how you do the correct yaw. Big hugs for you as well, though, bro. All right, Kingo. Are you ready, big dog? You're going to be the last one. There's nobody else here. Poor lonely playboy just fucking dipped. So, yeah, it is literally just you now, Kingo. You're the last one. Yeah, lovely. Sexy stuff. All right, let's go. Okay, sidechain on the kick, please. And the claps are not sticking in with the mix very well. And the hi-hat is layered with the clap or something. Something's layered with the clap, and it's got a really high frequency, and it's coming in just to the right ear. It's like it's coming in the right ear. Have a listen to the clap, and you're going to hear a really high frequency in the right ear. Have a listen. So you're going to need to sort that out. So I would recommend doing a nice little high cut on that clap so that the hi-hats can pierce through and that little is not there anymore, yeah? Because you want to be fixing that, yeah? This is new difficult for me at 1-2 days. Okay, mini model. Okay, got to go. Have a good day. See you later, 7. Thanks for coming down, bro. Real one. Do you have reverb on the clap? Because it feels like the clap isn't sticking in the mix very well. I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe it's a reverb situation. Maybe it's a change the clap situation. Maybe it's just a chuck of flanger on the clap. You need to make that clap. There is no reverb. Okay, so yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe you just need more reverb on the clap because the clap isn't sticking in the mix very well, yeah? So you need to make the clap stick in the mix more comfortably. Oh, and Kingo, I realize, am I right in saying English isn't your first language? Arabic is? If that's the case, then I apologize for correcting your yaw, because it's fucking brilliant that you know a second language anyway, or maybe more. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. I apologize for correcting your English, bro. I think it's fucking amazing that you know multiple languages. Very impressive.
انت بتتكلم انت بتعرف ايه هسيبك تتكلم وتقول لي بتاخد فين ما تجيش معاك.
Okay, your bass can be increased. Not the sub bass. The sub bass is fine. You need to increase the volume of your bass. Yeah, so if you can separate your bass and your sub bass, I would recommend doing that. Let me know in the chat if you're unsure of what I mean by that. But otherwise, I'm going to assume that you do know. If you're unsure, let me know. But I'm going to assume that you know how to do that, and I want you to keep the sub bass at that same volume because the sub bass sounds good. You want to increase the volume of the bass. So the bass is probably around here. You don't know how to? Okay, so say that this is the bass that you've got there. That's the sort of thing. What we're going to do is we're going to do a sharp cut around here, call it around 80 hertz, 70 hertz, 90 hertz, call it around 80 hertz, right? We don't need this high cut. We're going to, do a sharp cut there, and then this is going to be your bass, and then you're going to make another synthesizer of just a pure sine wave, which has information here. That's going to be your sub bass. That's what a sub bass is. Let me show you what that means. So say I go onto Serum, for example, and I turn on this oscillator and I go to just a sine wave. And then if I play just this sine wave, that's not low enough. That is low enough. That is sub bass. That's still quite high for a sub bass. We can actually make that lower. Are you ready? Bang. That's sub bass. That's where the sub bass should be hitting. So this is 40 hertz, somewhere around, call it 25 to 65 hertz. That's sub bass. So we're going to have one single sine wave doing this and following the exact notes as your main bass, and then with your main bass you're doing a cut here. So that means that they're two different synths. One is a sub bass, one is your main bass. They're happening at the same time, but they're not clashing frequencies. Then I want you to level these basses differently. Your sub bass, bring that to a decent level, and bring your main bass louder because it's too quiet. But if you made it too loud right now, the sub bass would be too loud because if you looked at your bass, you would see that this is going to be big information, and then it gets smaller like that. We're cutting it here, so this small part we can make louder whilst keeping that sub bass at the same volume. Glad you got it. Yeah, if you are ever unsure of anything I say, please let me know. I'm more than happy to explain it in more detail or try to explain it in another way. Okay, another thing that you're going to need to do is on the synths. Actually, sorry, no, not on your synths, but on your vocals, you're going to need to do an extreme high cut. Yeah, we're going to do a high cut like this. We're going to go like this and bring it to around here, but we're going to have it whilst everything is playing. Yeah, so everything's playing, the music is playing, your vocals are playing, the hi-hats are playing. We're going to bring this down until the hi-hats are super fucking clear, because this is where the hi-hats are going to be sitting, 10K and above. Nothing else needs to be 10K and above, not your vocals, not anything. By doing that, that's going to allow your vocals to not have such sounds and allows the hi-hats to pierce through the mix. And the synths, you can make that louder as well, because that's going to be sitting around here. You can make that much louder. But then I would also recommend, if you do that, which you should be doing, I have to just keep closing this and opening this. This is so upsetting. If you do that, which you should be doing, you're going to increase the volume of those synths. And hi bro, can I send my song? I'm from Italy. I'm so sorry, Gaio. You know what? My recent song, Heartbeat, which is a tech house song, which is signed to Bunchen Records, I did that as a collaboration with my friend who is from Italy as well. Small world. Italians, eh? Lovely. But here, thank you for the follow. I'm not going to be able to... Hey, somebody unfollowed me, which means you're now my 200th follower again. This is my last song feedback, but I will give you an exception if you sub. So only subs get feedback right now. Otherwise, this could be my last one because, yeah, I mean... They're in-depth feedback, and I need to go to sleep. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. Okay, so so that's what I recommend. So we're seeing like, my vocals is peaking around here. We're going to be like, okay, so that's 1.7k hertz. We're going to go to your synth. Listen. Sounds like a trumpet or some sort of brass instrument. I don't have money. No worries. See you in the next stream, and then you can You get there nice and early, bro. If you got notifications turned on, or if you're following on Instagram, I put it in my story whenever I go live, when I'm going to go to live. So I'll say, like, in the morning, I'm going live at 1:30 UK time. You know to be there at 1:30 UK time. You get there first. You can post your song, then you're going to skip the queue. But on this occasion, it's not going to happen, I'm afraid, buddy. We're going to increase the volume of those brass instruments, and we're going to see where it's peaking. So the vocals, say they're peaking at 1.7K. We're going to duck those brass instruments at 1.7K. Maybe not that harsh, maybe more like that. And then all of a sudden, the vocals are piercing through the brass instruments, even though the brass instruments are louder. And then the brass instruments are peaking over here, and they call that 3.3K. And so we're going to go to the vocals. We're going to duck that gently, so the brass instruments are piercing through. All of a sudden, everything is loud, but everything is still clear.
حياتي الصم والنبي بعيدوا عنيك وخليتوا لي حب العيشة الفن.
Same thing with that instrument that's moving around the stereo space. It's awesome that you're moving it around the stereo space. You can make that louder, and you can do little ducks around in the EQing to make it more clean as well.
فن لا عللي الصب عللي حب العيشة الفن يا أخي خليك.
Alright, I think I get it. Okay, cool. Alright, so every single synth, I'm going to say this as well, you need to do this high cut, yeah? So don't do it on every single synth, but group the synths together and then do the high cut to make the hi-hats pierce through the synths. And then do the same thing with the vocals. Group those together and then do the extreme high cut, just like this, until the hi-hats are piercing through. Yeah? I think that's it. Oh, and then do little EQ ducks so everything has got its own place. Brother, I think that's it. It's a decent song. It's a decent song, but there's plenty to work on here. But structurally, the song is good. Vibe-wise, the song is good. Melodically, the song is good. Yeah, it's a decent song. It's a decent song. Just needs a little mix down improvement. All right, I think we're done. I think we're done. I'm so excited to eat and then sleep. I'm very excited to pee because I've been needing to pee for a long time. I think it's been a fantastic stream, and you say you fucking appreciate it. I fucking appreciate it. I really appreciate you coming down here, Kingo, and I appreciate everybody that stuck around. And I know that there are other people in the stream right now that aren't saying anything, and that's a-okay. I appreciate you guys being here as well, and I'm more than happy to help as many people as I can. If you do have any questions, I know there's some people that want to lurk and sort of stay quiet. That's a-okay. But if you do have questions, you're more than welcome to say it in the chat. I will help every single person if I can. Yeah, so more than happy to help. Kingo, have a lovely rest of your time, and everybody else in the stream, have a lovely rest of your day. I hope you all get your dreams come true. Yeah, have a lovely rest of your day, and good